And so I want to talk in the beginning here about the changes that I've referenced. Where we're going to change the process this year is really based on comments that we've heard from the commission recently and in past budget years. And those comments were related to the fact that the commission oftentimes feels that by the time the initial budget discussion comes to the commission, so much has already been programmed in based on city departmental needs that the commission hasn't had much say in the initiatives that the commission wants to see in the budget. So this year, we have yet to meet with the departments to talk about the department needs. Instead, what we want to do is meet with the commission first and hear your voice representing the community so that we can take that into consideration before we factor in what the departmental needs are and then determine how that balances out. As you will recall, we changed the strategic planning process this year, and that will certainly also be incorporated into this year's initial budget retreat workshop. We have Dr. Craig Collins here to be our facilitator again, and that's an obvious connection to the work that was done in the strategic plan, and I think he will be oriented toward keeping the commission focused on that strategic plan and the initiatives that come out of that, just as I am working with staff to make sure that we're focused on that strategic plan, and certainly when we're considering the department needs within the budget. After today, and potentially today and sometime tomorrow, we will certainly need to then go and meet with the departments, find out what the city departmental needs are, and then we'll have to work on balancing the wants and needs from the commission and initiatives from the commission with, those costs of the departments in order to continue to offer the services and in some cases even extend services from what are offered today. So at our next meeting, when we reconvene, we'll see that balance, and then we can start working on what fine-tuning needs to be done so that the budget does, in fact, balance. Some of the questions that I've been receiving from individual commissioners is related to the federal stimulus money that we keep hearing about. I will tell you, we do not have a plan to talk about that during this initial retreat, and that is simply because we do not yet have the official details about what the requirements of that funding would be. So we're looking for that. We're checking on that every day. We have heard an indication that probably sometime in the month of May. So our intention for that would be to have a workshop specifically to that funding and the commission's desires for how we would allocate that funding to improve our community. So with that, those are some of the basic premises of how we will function throughout the day with the agenda. I do, just so there is no confusion, when our finance director, Mr. Brossart, does present the base budget, there are a couple of main issues that are factored in. I think it's important for us to have those factored in to at least start these initial discussions, and Mike will talk about that. But again, the department needs otherwise will be on hold until we've heard from the commission. So with that, I would like to introduce Dr. Craig Collins, our facilitator, to kick off the rest of the morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I got 3 of you, so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. So years ago, Randy Cohen, if you know Randy, he's VP of Research for Americans for the Arts, said something that I've never forgotten. He was talking with his team about communicating their message, and he said he wanted no stories without numbers and no numbers without stories. He understood, and it even resonated with me at that time, that everything we do, even budget meetings, tells a story. So our efforts today aren't simply about crunching numbers or prioritizing line items. Instead, it's about creating a budget, a document that communicates our shared values to the community. In fact, some of us here today would go so far as to say that we are not number people, while others of us embrace the idea of quantification, making sure the numbers align and represent our collective best efforts. That's why we have Mike Brossart, all right? But like most things, the truth is somewhere in between. We're all actually here to work together to use the budgeting process as one more element in telling Lakeland's story. So as we work the process today, I want us to be sure and not lose sight of what we are really after, refining the things that matter most to our citizens and our constituents so that everyone's story gets told. So I'm going to echo a few things that Sean said. First of all, I commend the city manager and the city team for separating the budgetary process from strategic planning. That was something that you all requested in 2020 through our interview time. And even as Sean referenced a few moments ago, you wanted to have more voice in the budgetary process. The base budget, again, does not include any departmental or capital needs. Yet the city manager wanted to give you a first look at the budget before going back to the city team. And at the end of the day, we need a balanced budget, and Sean will take your priorities and balance them with the departmental needs and come back to you. Have I covered everything with that, Sean?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Ground rules. So let me go over, you've seen some of these before, but if I could just invite you to look at numbers 5 and 9. And we're going to ask that you focus on issues and opportunities while making connectivity to the City of Lakeland strategic plan. So what we will do is periodically we will reference that strategic plan, and when we start collecting data from you, we're going to ask you to substantiate your perspectives based upon the strategic plan. And then again, number 9, as Sean just talked about just a few moments ago, avoid topics included for special work sessions. All right, those things will be coming at a later date. Our goal, we're going to work the process. You'll have the opportunity to talk today. As we go into the time for commissioners, the first thing that we're going to do is give you a couple questions. You'll answer those questions, and we want to hear where you're at in terms of what do you want to focus on? What do you see the priorities? Emily is going to be making a list of which you will see at the end of the day. What we're going to do is we're going to rank everything that's on that database. And that's going to be the marching orders for Sean to go back with his team and try and crunch everything together and then come back to you all. So you will have a ranking. The parking lot, you have Post-it notes there. If you have a burning issue that you need more information about or you need clarification, all I ask you to do is take that Post-it note, put it up here. You do not have to self-identify, just put it up here, and then we will make sure that we pull back to those questions. The mics. Now, they have gone to great lengths to make sure that we are all connected here and we are communicating without any feedback and that type of thing, working on that on Friday. But you're not going to hear the amplification that you're normally used to. So everything that you say right now, if you're talking in between or somebody comes up to you and says something, it's being recorded. So I just invite you to that point. When you're speaking, ask that you speak into the mic because we have people that are joining us remotely. And so we want to pick up your voice. But again, everything will be recorded. So having said that, we're going to move right on to the next portion of our agenda. And Mike is going to be speaking from his seat. Is that? You're going to use this mic here?
I'll do that. I'd rather be able to look at all the commissioners, but then be picked up. Okay, good. Yes, sir.
Can I just make one point of clarity so that when we talk about what we're doing today in recommendations, the American Recovery Plan is something we completely stay away from and fund as if that doesn't exist in all of our thinking, correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
That was our hope. We actually, Deidre and I and one of our coworkers, accountants, we have a network of folks that we're reaching out to daily to find out what we can about the guidance. And as of last night, Representative Franklin, his chief of staff said that they expect the Treasury to get guidance out very soon, but even then they don't know when that's going to be. But our commitment is that we will get that information to Sean so that he can get a workshop together as soon as possible for all of you. And again, we want to make sure this is not part of your normal recurring line item budget area. We'll have the rules that they provide when that occurs, so that you know how how we need to operate. So, again, thank you for allowing me to get up here and speak. What I'd like to start by talking about is what Sean had alluded to, which is the base budget assumptions, the preliminary base budget assumptions that we have to use every year to get the budgets out. The budget's are already out to our internal service funds so that they can start the process so that we have something valuable for you to look at by the time we have our budget meetings in the summer. So the first bullet you'll see is 6% property value growth in fiscal year 22. Where's that come from? The first thing we always do is check with the property appraiser's office, Marcia Fox, and ask what data they've collected since last July. As of last week through from last July through I think last Tuesday, we were up 4.66%. Okay? She was quick to note that, and again, they don't do any estimating. It's all just based on numbers that they calculate and their folks gather. They have a number of large new properties inside the city limits that are still being evaluated, and so it's Deidre and I's belief that we'll be up closer to 6% by the time the estimates go out in July. Why 6% in 23? A couple of factors. One, unlike much of the rest of the country, we're not just seeing growth because folks have money on the sidelines that they're reinvesting into their own communities. We're seeing a marked change in the number of folks that are selling their homes out of state and moving into the state of Florida, moving into the state of Texas. With the number of rooftops that we expect, industrial, commercial, and like I said, the residential, we feel that's an 18-month process at minimum. So that, along with the fact that, because another thing we're going to look at is, what's the Fed doing? What's the borrowing rates? The Fed is consciously taking their time in raising interest rates, okay? Inflation is really the only thing that's going to drive interest rates up by the Fed, okay? And they have continually shown and stated that they want to do that as a very slow pace. That could be an 18-month process at minimum. So for that reason, we believe 6% is reasonable. Again, these are not set in stone. We're always going to be evaluating them, and we'll make changes as we see fit and make sure that you're aware of that. So let's jump to operating expense growth. In fiscal year 21, that was 0, as you were aware, as it should have been. For 22, city managers authorized a preliminary growth for controllable costs of 1.5%. Controllable costs are costs that departments do have the ability to control. For example, if we look at, say, Oscar Torres and his department in IT, he may have a line item called software license and maintenance. Well, that may have pieces that are recurring that he may control, but it may also have a 3-year negotiated rate with Microsoft that's a 3% fixed growth, right? Those he can't control, which are passed on to others. So that's why we put a caveat in there that's 1.5% of those items we can control. The next is across the boards and merits. Those were 0 in 21, as you all are aware. Sean has authorized a 1.5% across the board and 2.5% merit for eligible employees, those that are not topped out, for this next fiscal year. Health insurance. Last year, the growth we saw in health insurance, our cost and the employee and the retirees was 0%. This year, we recognize a 1%. Okay, we evaluate that quarterly. City manager's office, finance, and our folks with risk, as well as Gallagher, our consultants, and we believe a 1% is necessary. That's still great compared to so many others that we recognize. It's managed very well. So those are the basic assumptions for right now. Going into this year, what does that mean? Just using the base assumptions, 6% property value growth, 6%, 5%. Remember, our threshold for days cash by the third year is between 45 and 60 days cash on hand in the general fund, okay? So we believe that this is a very reasonable preliminary days cash estimate going into the budget. Now, later on in the morning, as we talk through the RP Funding Center discussion, Sean had received some questions from some commissioners, I think, during the workshop, and then afterwards, during that discussion, we'll actually revisit this towards the end as well. So for right now, that is our base budget, base assumptions for the general fund. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
Historically, if I am remembering correctly, on operating expense growth, we have been doing 1.25%. And we're at 1.5%. Just some rationale on that.
Yeah, I will tell you that depends on what you say by historically. I can remember up till probably 5 years ago, it was 3% every year. Okay, and then we said no. We need to start scaling it back. And it was 1.5%, and then I think we had a couple years of 1.25%, right? And then it was 0. And now we've seen people that have scaled back in their budgets, and actually we still think that people are going to cut back in, say, their travel budgets. Okay, there's now so many opportunities for us all to get our training. Mine for my license, I'm doing everything by webinar. And I will continue to do that. So, for example, finance's budget for travel is going to go down, all right? It's not going to be, well, it's 1.5% of every, no, it's that portion is going to go way down. So we may see a net somewhere less than 1.5%. But to answer your question, I think part of it was the fact that we had 0 last year, and what we recognized were that costs still went up some.
Good,
Does that answer it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. McLeod, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mike. The estimated increase in revenues that you're showing for fiscal year 22, is that mainly due to property tax?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Increase?
The 6% is just property. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
just that 6%?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's just property taxes. What we saw too, and you know, that's something that I thought about last night was looking at this. Where did we, if you look back at our last budget hearing that we had, we provided you what our estimates were, and it was 20, 21, 22, 23. And for 20, we estimated our ending surplus, rather than being 30 million, was going to be 29.9. It was just a hair less than 30 million is what we estimated. So we actually saw more than that. What makes that up? I was interested. We presumed that building inspection fees were going to be dropping more than what we recognized. Same with estimates from the state on sales tax revenues. Okay, they actually didn't drop as much as was originally estimated. That accounted for about 700,000 of the 1.5 difference that we missed. The other 800,000 was additional savings in departments beyond what they had originally forecast to save. Most of that is usually in payroll, not filling a position that they thought they may need by year end, but they didn't do it. So that was where we thought we were going to start 21. So we're a little better than that there as well. So we didn't see that change, sir, in sales tax drop. We are estimating just normal growth, right, Dee? Normal growth. The state thinks that we're going to start slowly ticking back up with a new baseline. The baseline's a little lower, not much. That we're going to start seeing that just normal growth go back. So we're still being conservative, but trying to rely on as many of the outside sources that we can, rather than a Ouija board. So, any other questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Brozart. Now, I want to make sure, because we've always, for years I've sat here, and been very conscious of the fact we want to keep our, days cash on hand between that 45, 60-day window.
Yes, sir.
And looking at what you're projecting, even now, we're at 74 now, but by the time fiscal year 24 rolls around, it's 50.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is not reflective of anything that we want to add.
That's correct.
So is this where it is predictions, of course, based on your 6% and 5%?
Yes.
So as we used to have this discussion moving forward today, and we add different things that we would like to see be added, this days old cash would be reflected
Yes,
as
sir.
well. Is
Yes,
that
sir, that's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. And a good rule of thumb is that based on, say, this 137 estimate for fiscal year '22, what does that equate to? That's probably $375,000 is equivalent to 1 day's cash. So just order of magnitude, if you think about adding something that's a permanent ad, not a one-time, but a permanent ad, that's your order of magnitude for that. as well.
Mike,
Yes, sir.
what are best practices, the range we are shooting for in days cash on hand?
45 to 60 days. Yes, sir.
45 to 60?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
On the surplus, as we look out at those projections, is there a number there that would give you pause that we're using more, that if that trend continues for the starting surplus, or is there a target that you're trying to?
Right, and that's what the commissioner was asking about. If we want to keep this above 45 days, right? And so part of that is we're hopeful that what we will recognize as revenues, whether it's building inspection or property value increases, exceed what our conservative estimates are. And in a lot of cases, those may find a way to make up some of that extra. If we can find savings, we will continue to do what we can to find savings so that we can mitigate. Anytime you have a general fund, that's a service fund, okay? The biggest portion of a service fund is personnel costs, right? Personnel costs are always going to grow, right, in any organization. So you want to try to do what you can to mitigate those as best you can. And so I would, if we were trending greater than 8 to 9 days cash being burned on an annual basis, I would start getting a little concerned and raise my hand. But I think this is reasonable because even with our estimates of what's not spent are a little heavy, maybe we end up at 51 or 52 days by then. But again, we're going to talk later today. There may be an opportunity for you to at least consider. We're not going to push it on you, but you need to talk amongst yourselves. Is there a way of getting this higher? Okay? But we'll talk about that a little later. Right now, we want to hear from you, Seven, as to what you would like to see coming forward this year. Any other questions before I sit down? Yes, sir.
Just observations. So, and we want you to always hedge, and it's appropriate that you do. But if there's hedging involved in this, back to Commissioner McLeod, if you look at the 6% 23, 5% 24 in terms of property value growth, and we were negative 10 last year.
Yes, we were negative 10 because all we could use as a baseline was what had happened historically the last time the market changed drastically,
Correct.
which was about a 10% drop over a 3-year period. Yes, in that case, what we had shown you was if the worst happened and we saw a 10% a year reduction in property values, 23 was showing at 39 days in that scenario. But we threw that out because that's not relevant. We're fortunate that Florida got past that so quickly, and so we're just using real data and real estimates.
And we don't want over-optimism on the optimist side of overstating those property values. But that's the hedge piece because it drives our millage, and it needs to be that way. I mean, it needs to be appropriately conservative. But when you consider Florida's potential growth and the responsibility of the state, in terms of a desirable place to live, it just on policies basis on an increasing amount of time, over time, the probability of property values being greater than this are high, but let them, but budget as if this is practical.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you.
Just leave that mic on for TV purposes, please. Thank you.
All right, before we start making some connections to the strategic plan, what I'm going to ask for is either if Emily or Mike, if you would talk about the large projects that were either fully or partially deappropriated during fiscal year 20.
Well, let me just say a couple things. So just a reminder that you have the copy of the PowerPoints in your folder. So when Mike's going over numbers and stuff, if you want to make notes, sometimes it's easier to see on a handout than it is on the screen. So just pointing that out. And then throughout today, I'm keeping track of any ideas, brainstorming ideas that the commission puts out there of things, priorities, items that you'd like included, possibly or possibly not. Maybe you just mentioned it, but I'm going to keep a running list. Excuse me, at the end of the day, when we kind of talk about the prioritization, I'm going to have it printed out, the Excel spreadsheet, and we're going to actually ask you guys to prioritize kind of all the brainstormed ideas. So I'm just keeping the list. Of course, if there's something that you thought of during the day that's not on there, we can talk about it before we finalize. And then the idea is to get every commissioner's priority order and then to see what is most important that's in the budget and what is, you know, kind of a wish on the wish list down low. And to start off the list or start creating that, we talked about as staff, what has the commission talked about that, you know, so far to start the brainstorming idea. And with that, Dr. Collins is referring to a couple of the items like the commercial airline backstop. So that's something we took off, you know, we deappropriated with COVID, and it is something that the commission has voiced that maybe that's something we want to bring back. Maybe it's something we put in this budget, maybe not, but it's on the list of brainstormed ideas to give you guys an idea. Another thing that's on the list is catalyst funds. So it's not necessarily something that's completely not in the budget. It could just be an increase of funding or a change in funding. So that's what I'm keeping the running list of.
If I could just add to that, right now the backstop that was completely deappropriated. That's zero budgeted right now. Okay, that was $1 million in the general fund. The catalyst monies, a portion was deappropriated. There is still $1,046,000 in the catalyst monies, and we also have in the general fund targeted economic opportunities funding that is $875,000 available as well. And that those are two items that the city manager's office and community economic development have access to for assisting and getting folks into our community. Okay?
Mike, you said
Yes, ma'am.
$1,046,000.
$1,046,000 is yes, ma'am. That's what's budgeted today for Catalyst. That's available, budgeted and available.
And
yes, ma'am.
The general fund 875 is out of the general fund.
Well, they're both in the general fund. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They're both in the general fund, two separate projects.
Okay.
Both the city manager's office and through community and economic development have access to that to entice, assist, whatever. So there's probably $1.9 million available right now that folks have access to. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Emily or Mike? Okay, thank you both. So just to recapture that process for just a moment, you know how with strategic planning you're always holding up cards and voting? We're not doing that today, all right? So everything that you say, I'm going to be making notes, Emily's going to be making notes, we're going to confer, and so that's our list, all right? So you may be the only one that says something, all seven of you may focus on another area, hopefully, infrastructure, all right? But since that's number one on the list, right? So things related to that. But you'll see that whole list, and then you will be prioritizing individually and then calling out for us so that we come up with a numerical value at the end of the day, and that's our ranking to go back. Okay, everybody good with that? Any questions? All right. So I said about infrastructure being number one. What I'm going to ask you to do, most of what you do should be related to the strategic plan. There's reoccurring costs. There's things that are already in the budget that, you talked about personnel. We all know personnel is always in any organization the big one, all right? But what I'm going to ask you to do right now, before I give you questions, what I'd like you to do is take 5 minutes. I want you to go through this and just highlight, circle, anything that you see that requires or may require budgeting, all right? So that you're matching. All we're trying to do is just pull up our RAM, so to speak, and make sure that we are current with what you just did for strategic plan. You have prioritized already many, many initiatives. So we just want to be mindful of those again. Go through the strategic plan, looking at the 7 TAs. You have infrastructure, economic development, affordable housing, city hall communication, parks and recreation, resiliency plans, and public safety. There's one more minute. If you think you're going to need more time, if you would just raise your hand, then okay. All right. Okay, let's take one more minute and then we'll wrap it up, come back together. All right. So did you have any aha moments, like you were reminded of something, or did you reprioritize something in your mind? Anybody? All right. All right, so let me say this again. The strategic plan is your blueprint. The operative word is strategic. But to be strategic means sometimes you also have to volley. All right, so remember that's 85% of what you're working from, but you also have to have the latitude and the freedom if you say today, oh, wow, here's something that's come up, then to be able to defer. So I just want to make that little caveat there that the flexibility is always there, but when you do that, then we come back and we get consensus with everybody, okay? So everybody say impact. We're going to work on that again. All right, everybody say budgetary desires.
Budgetary desires.
Those are the three words that I want you to focus on, because right now you're going to reflect for just a moment. We're going into the next part of the agenda. Sean said, Craig, I want this done in one day. All right, so we're up to the 9:30 time right now, okay? So we're going into the time where you have the opportunity to share, but we're going to give you a moment for reflection. Here's your first question, and you will address them both at the same time. The first question is, what impact on the community are you looking to make with the fiscal year 2022 budget? What impact on the community are you looking to make with the fiscal year 2022 budget? The second question is, identify budgetary desires related to the strategic plan. Identify budgetary desires related to the strategic plan. So take a few moments to think about that. And then Commissioner Madden, we will begin with you when we're ready.
Related to the strategic plan? Those were the last words? Okay.
Yes. Thank you. All right, we are being quite intentional about giving you opportunity to reflect. You know, you all get pulled in 50 directions at one time, constantly ask for information. So in what I call a microwave society where everything has to be done immediately, we want it fast. We want to make sure we give you a respite and just time to think about it. Commissioner McLeod liked that, I can tell, because he laughed, all right? But you get what I'm talking
I like
about.
that reflection time. Thank you.
So, all right. And so what we're going to happen now, 5 minutes, and we're going to hold you to that. Impact on the community and budgetary desires. If I step away from the podium, that means you have a minute left, so bring it to closure. And again, one of our ground rules is that we honor time. 5 minutes for each person. And then what's going to happen is after that, then we come back for open discussion. So if you did not get to convey all of your thoughts, you will have the opportunity to do that after we, once again, acknowledge all voices, which is one of our ground rules. So, Commissioner Madden, if you start us off, please.
Impact on community, obviously use the goals and the budgeting process to make our city even more attractive. And similar to Greenville, South Carolina, when they invested in the bridge and other things to make their city attractive versus just giving big corporations funding to attract them, make our city as attractive as possible with the things that we allocate in this budget cycle. And so then that obviously leads into the budgetary desires related to the strategic plan. I think all of us are happy that COVID did not impact the budget as drastically as we thought it may. And so I think it's interesting when you look at our target area number 1 for infrastructure, we did put a lot of stock in AV vehicles. And so initially we thought we would do the High Line from Lake Mirror, you know, to a parking garage behind the police station, which we do not have. I would like to suggest that we do an autonomous vehicle shuttle from Lake Morton out to I-4, you know, in a long-term plan as the Massachusetts corridor connector to, you know, kind of create opportunity to get cars off that road and to be able to have and because we want to focus on autonomous vehicles, I think that Massachusetts corridor having an autonomous vehicle shuttle would be a real strategic way to meet one of our target area number 1. That would move the pedestrian High Line over to work in coordination with Parks and Rec and with Community Development to figure out how to connect with Commissioner Walker's downtown west of getting folks from RP Funding Center where they can park and easily, there's plenty of space with the chamber, the multimodal, to create some kind of pedestrian High Line from there over into Bonnet Springs Park. So with regard to infrastructure, those would be my highest wish list, is the AV shuttle en masse and the High Line from the RP Funding Center to Bonnet Springs Park.
Stephanie, may I ask you to talk closer to the microphone, please?
Oh, yeah. Can you hear?
Okay.
Thank you. So then that moves me to also with then moving into the Innovation District. I would suggest that instead of high price ticket item for that to get that started, that we have Scott Bishop in our emerging tech and energy, and knowing that that is a really good way to start with Florida Poly. There's already connection there. I've been speaking a lot to Randy Avent and Raul Razvan and some other folks who are professors there, trying to think about the type of tech that they would want to go into with autonomous vehicles there, but also knowing we have Lakeland Electric, that is very high-tech area that we have as well, and we need to go into more clean energy and hydrogen and things like that. So I would suggest that we have some kind of emerging tech and energy consortium that we do with our LE folks who are in that, and then also partner with CFDC, LEDC, anyone who would want to just be a part of some kind of consortium. But I'd like to see whether it's City of Lakeland or LE take the lead in initiating that dialogue, just getting folks to the table to begin the discussions on a regular basis, because in those discussions then the magic can happen, dots can be connected, and I think that stimulates interest in that innovation district. So that is for the innovation district, is some kind of consortium. The next one with regard to is affordable housing. And I think that, we're not supposed to talk about the American Rescue Act, but I do think that there will be something in there that would probably be a natural fit, since affordability and people's jobs losses in the COVID epidemic. I would like to see that we could potentially double the amount that we have towards affordable housing to partner with these P3s to create those units.
So that will be something that we come back to
Yes.
in work session, and Sean is taking notes there. So Emily, can I ask you did you capture those items?
Yep.
Shuttle, would you call those out for me if you would?
Two more.
We're going to come back to you. Our time's up, but we're going to come back to you, okay? All right, we'll come back to you, I promise.
Okay, and listen, I just want to say here that if we're shoving all of this into one day because of, something else, the whole point is to give us more time. So I don't want to feel like that we're all being, it was a 2-day that we all agreed to and canceled everything for this very important discussion. I'd rather go the full 2 days than to be cut off.
So
that's just what I want y'all to hear that.
Right, and again, just be mindful, you got 5 minutes. We're going to do that. Everybody gets equal time, and then it's totally open. So anything that you didn't get to convey, you'll be able to come back, and then there's no time limits on that. Okay, no time limits on that.
Yeah, and let me just make a comment, Commissioner. Because as Dr. Collins has expressed, we will have that open floor opportunity that will come later in the process. And if we need to go to the second day, that is why we held it. So there's no problem at all in doing that. We were just trying to keep everything structured to kind of stay on a path. But absolutely, you will, as well as the other commissioners, have all the time you want, and we will stay as long as necessary over the 2 days.
Thank you, Sean. And so what we're trying to do is very quickly get information from you, get it recorded, then we come back, open discussion, and the time this afternoon, there's no time limits. Okay, so so just hang with us, okay? All right, Emily, if you would recall those out for me, just make sure we got.
Sure. So autonomous vehicle shuttle, pedestrian highline to downtown west, emerging tech and energy consortium, and affordable housing.
Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, Commissioner McCarley?
We're just going to go in whatever direction. There's no rhyme
I'm
or
going to
reason.
volley back and forth. I'm going to go to the outside and then come back to
Still
the middle.
processing what Commissioner Madden said. So unlike reflecting, I like the word processing. I think that's what Mr. McLeod and I have in common. We like to process. Well, so the two questions were impact on community, looking to make impact on the community. What impact are we looking at making on the community for 21-22, sorry. I felt like I was in college. I was writing so fast when you were talking. So I think for me, the impact I want to make on the community is managing growth in a way that healthily supports public safety, economic development, enhances the quality of life. And under economic development, I would say that focus should be jobs and education. If you look back into our target areas, that's kind of what popped up to me. And then identifying budgetary desires related to the strategic plan. I circled several in each area, but I think for me, the number one would be leveraging dollars for overdue infrastructure projects. So things that are long overdue, whether it's, I-4 and 33, if there's a way we can leverage dollars to make that move quicker with regard to DOT, because I know they keep punting on that one, that would be great. And I know there are other infrastructure items around the city that have kind of had to go by the wayside for different reasons. If we could leverage dollars, whether it's, I know we're not supposed to talk about the CARES Act, but whether it's with that or in other budgetary areas, like trying to get some of those infrastructure needs covered. It's the best it's going to be today. And if we don't commit to that, it's not going to get any better. So that's under the infrastructure piece. The pedestrian walkways, I think, are really important. The High Line that Commissioner Madden referenced. And then, this might be all I want to say at the moment. I circled creating a sustained effort to increase our median income under affordable housing. Sean's going to love this, expand our internship program, because I say it to him every time we meet. So if we need to have budget items for that, I want to see that to be year-round opportunities for secondary and post-secondary students, that there's a structured internship program, and that's under City Hall communication. In addition to City Hall communication, this is a dream wish list item there is a staff member or someone who can help align the communications with commissioners, and I'll say, for an example, the letter we had last week supporting an issue at the state level, the mayor is wonderful at representing all of us as a commission. However, I think that sometimes things get lost in translation, and I don't know whether it's because we don't have a deputy right now, or if it's because we need an ombudsman type person to help us filter collective work as a commission, since we can't talk individually to one another. I feel like there should be a bridge, because unless we pursue the information, it doesn't come to us, and I would like to have alignment in that area. So that would be a staff person, or maybe, I don't want to tag on additional responsibilities to the staff that we have existing right now, because I think they do a lot. But that would be under City Hall communication, like a dream item for me, just so that we're more aligned, since we can't talk because of sunshine. Under Parks and Rec, I want to highlight the parkland for Southwest Lakeland, obviously. And then finally, public safety, continuing to promote and enhance current recruiting, hiring, retention practices with commitment to developing new and innovative ways to improve our processes. I think if we can work through our union negotiations and get that handled, that would be fantastic, and that is obviously a budgetary item.
Okay, very good, very good. Emily, can you just review those for us?
So just to clarify, I'm trying to do items that we can put into the budget instead of ideas. So if I misstate, just let me know if I missed something. So overdue infrastructure projects, expand the internship program, and of course, the pedestrian walkways and Highline was already captured.
Okay.
The Commission Ombudsman, Southwest Park, and then I don't know how I would do, we could just, because public safety, that's an idea. That's not, because we're working through the union negotiations, that's a natural part that's already included in the budget.
Right.
So that's not something that we would necessarily rank to add.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're adding at this point.
We're what now?
Adding.
So I'm keeping track of the brainstormed
Got
ideas
Thank
of
you.
things that we would need to add to the budget.
Okay.
Yep.
And again, the ranking. So what she's saying is conceptual ideas, those are already there, but we just want to know if there's something specific, like the High Line, and then that's going to be in a ranked item that you all come up with.
So then we'll do that collectively later.
Yes.
We're just throwing spaghetti at the wall right now.
Right.
Yep.
Okay,
So let me
got
just
it.
pause for just a moment. First of all, I mix it up, so I never do the same thing, but it is about process. All right, because if I start with Chad, and Chad, Commissioner McLeod is always in there, and it always ends up going that way, and so I don't do that way. So I start here, volley, and then I go back, but it's very systemic, I promise, all right? But again, we're like brainstorming. The only difference is you're just not seeing it up here, okay? So anything that you're throwing right now is related to the strategic plan, and we're hoping that it sticks right over there. And that's why we're coming back to you and asking you to confirm, is there anything that we've missed? Then you're going to see it up here, and you're going to have a hard copy, and you're going to see everything that you've discussed today. All right? Then you're going to individually rank all those things. You're going to prioritize what's the number one topic, the number one thing that you want to see put into the budget. All right? All the way down to the last. You will go through them, do that individually. We will record the information, and then collectively, we will have the average for every one of those items that you are speaking about today, and then we will, which you're qualifying what you want in the budget, and then we're going to quantify it at the end of the day. Question?
Not a question, but just so for me to reconcile in my mind. So what I heard you say before we started was to tie it directly into strategic plan, which is why I hit some of the bullet points. So for instance, and I don't want this, but if I wanted a pink fire truck, this would be the time to say it.
Yes.
Okay. So you might have to come back to me.
All right. So again.
Because I was focused on the strategic plan.
Well, but it is in the strategic plan because it will fall. Understand, there's going to be a lot of topics that you want to, that have not, they're not in the plan, but they will fit into one of the TAs. Okay. What you're proposing should fit within the TAs because that is the blueprint of moving forward.
So I I shouldn't go second.
Okay.
FYI.
All right.
Well, and there will be an opportunity, even if we think of something later
Yes,
to add.
yes, you all are tough today, I'm just telling you, you all are tough.
You were here late last night.
Oh, that's it, that's it, all right.
Pressing against an 8:30
But,
meeting.
I'm saying it again, this part is it's time-specific, intentionally, to extrapolate the data that we need very quickly and get you to just put it out there. Then we're coming back, after we finish, the mayor will be the last one, then it's just open discussion for this time. So you can go anywhere you want. Everybody good with that? All right. Good, Commissioner? All right. Commissioner Reed.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. There again, I have a very simplistic approach to government, in my opinion. And there again, of what the city should do versus the state and versus federal government. Mine are pretty simple. What impact would I like to do for 2022? Is basically let everybody know that we're open for business. COVID's over. Zade's been real well about doing, we have a great governor that's helping us. And just let everybody know if we can incentivize jobs, stuff like that. And of course, if we want to address affordable housing as opposed to putting money in it, I think we can do that through zoning and development restrictions. I don't think that the city of Lakeland is has much to do with education per se. I think the school board gets their taxes and a lot of information. I see a lot of people come up, want to run for city commissioner and talk about education. I said they're running for the wrong position, in my opinion. I do want to protect the airport. I didn't want to, I make highlights on these little things too, but I think, and ultimately we'll get to them as we go through there. And then, the other thing is, what do I want to do with the budgetary desires for this year? And I would think that would move the RP funding center to the general fund. And I'm done.
Then you have discussion regarding that topic here later today. And then also,
Commissioner, for clarification, when you talked about protect the airport, are you talking?
Road development in that area through zoning, and so make sure that we don't have interference. And also, there again, I would like to maybe start putting some money back towards the airline component, maybe $200,000 a year, $250,000, I don't know, whatever, something.
Okay, thank you.
Emily?
So the new ones to add was moving the RP funding center to the general fund. And then the last part that you were just explaining to Sean is the infrastructure around the airport.
Yes.
Okay.
Sean, are you comfortable with that being included in terms of moving the RP funding center? That, because it's a concept versus something that they want ranked and included in the budget, and you also have time today for it as well. So would you respond to that?
Yeah, and so I think that is exactly the point. We will be discussing the RP Funding Center as one of the presentation items later today. And so I think that presentation and discussion will help us determine, whether or not we put that in a parking lot versus make an operational change or budgetary change.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Commissioner Selvidge?
Thank you. For external factors that are going to impact this year's budget, I think we need to be prepared to be forced by external factors that we will have no choice but to address. We are going to have to address in the coming months the issues with all of our unions, including the LPD issue. We now have retirees, cops, families picketing, and so we have to find a way to solve the issue with our unions. We're now at an impasse with one, arguing with another. I'm not sure where we stand with LFD. The other external factor I predict will be body cameras. That is a growing consensus across the country, and whether we like it or not, we may not have the luxury of debating whether this is the year to do that or not. On budgetary desires related to the strategic plan, I offer the following. In public safety, We must find a way to recruit and retain the best and the brightest at Lakeland Police Department. Right now, we are in the lower quadrant of pay, and if we recruit slugs to wear that uniform, we're going to be in trouble. So we're going to have to solve that. Affordable housing, I applaud Commissioner Madden and her thinking outside the box. This is a growing problem in this state in particular, and we have to solve it. Economic development, I think we need to, for once and all, set the RP Funding Center aside and decide what we want to do, how we're going to support it, what's the future, and move on. Give Tony Camarilla the goal and have him set it and put that one aside rather than bringing it up every year. Communications, City Hall communications, much like our LPD officers, we have older employees who are leaving. We are being assaulted by outside employers who want our talent, so we must have the courage to pay them what the competitive wages and have an effective succession plan, or we're going to be again having less than the best and the brightest that serve in city halls or civil servants. And finally, Parks and Rec, I'll join Commissioner McCarley in asking that we solve the Southwest Lakeland. It's something that we must do, whether we want to or not. Southwest Lakeland needs a park. Thank you.
All right. Emily, you got all that?
So, again, I'm trying to capture ideas to add to the budget. So I wrote down body cameras, because that's a new addition. Affordable housing we covered. The unions we covered. RP Funding Center, we're going to have the talk a little bit later. And then the communications, paying competitively and succession planning. So we'll have to look at that as a budget item. It's harder to pinpoint something like that. That's more of an idea. And then the Southwest Park for Lakeland we have too.
I'm much better at stealing others' ideas and coming up with new ones. So.
That's okay. It makes it easier.
Okay. How do you have that delineated for salaries? Because he's talking about salaries for law enforcement and then city employees, is what I heard you say.
Whether we like it or not, we're going to have to.
So,
Sean, how do you want to add that?
I think it's just we're seeking to be, paying at a competitive market wage.
okay. All right, Commissioner McLeod?
Thank you. This is good discussion, and I think even if there are things that come out in our comments that maybe aren't budgetary desires or are a little difficult to pinpoint and put into the document, this is good. It's good to hear your thoughts and your ideas. And for example, I love the idea of an emerging tech council, even though that may not be a budgetary item. If there's something, I think there's real potential there, and we're at a point where that we could develop something that's exciting and useful to our region and our city. So, but in terms of the budget, I think in many ways, I would hope this is getting back to maybe what we had envisioned for a budget in January of last year, as before COVID, before the year was turned upside down, hopefully. I think it's, as many of you have said, we're hoping to have a budget that reflects a growing city, addresses those challenges of growth and development as we seek to become more vibrant and a more desirable place to live. In terms of my budgetary desires, I would like to see us consider putting back the items that were deappropriated. So the airline backstop, kind of with a caveat, I would like to have an update on what is the latest with that initiative and what is the status, because if it's a real possibility in the near future, I would like to reappropriate those monies. I've had more people recently who have asked, hey, what's going on with that? Is that we talked about it several years ago, and then it was put on hold as airlines probably weren't in the market this year for making that move. But if that's a reality, then I'd like to put that back. The same with catalyst funding, and again with the same caveat, I'd love to hear from Nicole an update on where the monies that we have now is compared to the potential for new projects and growth and development into downtown. And with that, I would say a continued investment into our downtown redevelopment. So projects into downtown that continue to move forward what we have been doing in the past few years, but really develop and make downtown more vibrant. I'm encouraged to hear the High Line pedestrian walkway concept coming up. I would like to figure out what we're doing with that, the location and the appropriations and the money for that. So that would certainly be a budgetary item. As colleagues have said, continued investments into our transportation and infrastructure projects throughout the city. So if there are specific things that we can put into this year's budget that will solve or at least make progress on infrastructure projects, that would be wonderful. Just as a side note, I know we're not supposed to talk about the American Rescue Act, but there was discussion at the Central Florida Regional Planning Council last week about projects such as the I-4 State Road 33 interchange possibly being eligible for federal funding as part of that. So that my ears perked up there, and I would love to explore that later. And then the RP Funding Center, as it's been mentioned, I would, as a goal, as part of the budget, look to reduce the subsidy. I know that's big and broad, but start to reduce the subsidy from the general fund.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Emily?
Okay, so new ones to add, just downtown redevelopment, and then reducing the RP funding subsidy. So the other ones, the airline backstop, catalyst funding, Highline, transportation and infrastructure projects, those were all captured too, so I didn't forget about them.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Walker?
Good morning, and I hope I don't sound redundant, but, you know, you start hearing discussion as we're having, and many things that have already been shared, you may hear me say again, but what impact on the community I would like to see moving to fiscal year 21-22? Just one sentence I came up with: a stable, robust economy, providing an excellent quality of life for all, with public safety being number one. And I say it again: a stable, robust economy, providing an excellent quality of life for all, but surely having public safety being number one. Identify budgetary desires for, with I guess in line with fiscal year 22 strategic plan. I'd like to see maybe a better transportation system coming, evolving in our city to serve our growing community. I think we all would say that Lakeland's growing. We see it growing and sprouting out. And I think we have a transportation system that we need that's failing. And we need to make sure whatever we can do to be of support to provide a better way for people to connect and get around is important. The countless ideas for Downtown West, I want to see if we continue to have conversation about that with mixed use kind of possibilities to enhance that part of our city, especially with, BSP, Bonnet Spring Park, being just right there at it. Supporting initiatives for the innovative district, some build out, whatever we can do to support initiatives to bring about more of that particular district to come out of the ground, and that's going to be another, I think, win-win for us here in our community. Revenue streams to support the park in Southwest Lakeland. Got that on my list. I think when we talked about affordable housing, it's important that we got to be, I think, concerned about the AMI. How can we help reduce, I think, that percentage to help bring about more to be available to be served by what we know the need is when it comes to affordable housing, and how we can partner with a P3 partnership continuously as well. And lastly, I have, and I continue to say this, we need to make sure that our gateway coming into our city is what we want it to be. As we drive from I-4, somewhat being the much northerner, I guess, roadway coming into our downtown, I think still there's some work that needs to be done to support, I call, north of the crosstown, because when people come into Lakeland, that's what they see. And you see all of a sudden blight and not supporting that particular area there, and then boom, you run to downtown. That still can leave an impression in people's minds. I think that need to be cleared up. And for those that may not know, and I heard you talk about the I-433 interchange, there's a meeting next week at the MPOAC is having, and that is on the agenda. Dollars to be appropriated for construction. I'm having to go to be at that meeting because Commissioner Birdsong I won't be able to attend. I'm the next alternate, and if I don't attend, then you got it, sister, you got to be there. Okay, so one of us will be there, I know. All right, that's it.
Okay, all right. Emily, you're,
Okay, so I added enhance the transportation system for connectivity, catalyst or development for downtown west, gateway into the city, and then the Southwest Park and initiatives for the Innovation District were previously captured.
does that work? Okay, Mayor?
I will avoid previously captured items, for which I'm a big advocate, and will rank later. So my impact on community 21-22 responsibility from us, thoughts are in alignment to be a thriving, livable city, to work and incorporate Lift Lakeland initiatives that are integrated by various not-for-profits and other organizations within our city. Foremost, to provide safety to our citizens. In a time where I think that's probably the crying need for security by most Americans that we're in, that is extremely important. The necessary economic incentives to attract businesses here and a housing focus, which I'll discuss in greater details for us to be able to make sure we're doing everything we can practically. When you think about America's 4 million homes short right now, we certainly have our piece in that and the opportunities, and to support the Innovation District. I think if we do those things overall through some of the earlier mentioned items, that becomes part of what we do to make longer term impacts. So budgetary desires that accomplish that are enhancing and accelerating affordable housing, certainly setting aside $750,000 to that end, working for multi-bedroom homes that also supply, that enable families of $30,000 a year of income or less, or 50% AMI or less, to be able to occupy those, and also to incent the built-to-rent class of home ownership that exists today and is growing dramatically, where we can find some groups that want, which are large now nationally and growing, that want to be able to build houses that are about 16 to 17% less to rent for the renter and provide about 18 to 20% more return for those who invest in those neighborhoods, and create a product that is not just an apartment or in a larger building unit, but are homes that are generally larger in size and desirable. So to investigate what we can do to help attract some of that growing asset class to Lakeland. To properly align our expenses and do a subsidy review. With respect to the airport backstop, there are tangible discussions currently taking place that are going to have to involve will probably have to involve some level of backstop. The benefit of COVID for us, frankly, is that it will realign the way we structure that. And provide some opportunity to protect it. The county is still aligned to provide. We have a private business that is aligned to provide, and so the likelihood of it being exercised in this fiscal year is low, in a funding need, but probable in the next fiscal year. So by the time all of those steps take place, that's probably where we need to think about at least protecting the money at least for this fiscal year, for application next year. The manufacturing incentives are critically important. It's where we get our highest return on investment from growing businesses and attractions. Certainly we want to stay involved in the high-tech end of the warehousing industry in our city, but we want to make sure we're doing all the manufacturing incentives possible. And apartment incentives within the city and outside the core, within the city limits and outside the core, making sure that we are trying to build as much housing as we can and spreading it in the appropriate areas to make that happen going forward. And to establish a City of Lakeland mentorship program this fall, which would involve city staff and ourselves as a governing unit, if we wanted to match 30 students that'll come from Lakeland High School with a Big Brothers Big Sisters program that we can implement, and have about 10 alternate backups, so it probably requires about 40 people willing to mentor. Wouldn't take a large amount of budget at all, but it's the intentionality of exposing those students to both City of Lakeland job opportunities in the future, as well as mentoring into their lives for a 2-year commitment, is an exciting alternative that I think is very important for us to consider. And then to prep for Brightline, to make sure that we have done what we need to do where we think it is most important to protect, and to make sure we're being as aggressive as possible in our conversations with them as a desirable stop once the Orlando to Tampa link gets put into place.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Emily?
Okay, so just the new ones that I added was built to rent, that sounds funny coming out of my mouth, home incentives, manufacturing incentives, apartment incentives, the mentorship program, and Brightline prep.
Subsidy review, does that?
Well, the public safety would involve the budgeting that Commissioner Selvage talked about too.
Okay.
And I think that's an inevitability, probably.
What did you say right before mentoring? What was on your list right before that?
Department incentives.
Department incentives.
All right, that's a lot of information, very quick information. We're going to volley back to something Commissioner McLeod.
Hey, Greg.
Yes.
You got
Yes.
Quick question, Dr. Collins. Now, when will we be able to share additionally?
We're going to right now. And just, well, close. We're going to volley, what I started to say was Commissioner McLeod, his vernacular earlier was give you pause. So we're going to give you pause right now. I'll give you a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back, and then we've got open discussion, and we'll volley right over with Commissioner Madden, all right, to start us out. open discussion wherever you want to go, and this is going to be very organic. All right, so we're going to go back, volley back to Commissioner Madden, and we'll be volleying to the city team for information as well. So, Commissioner?
So I'll just finish the list that we started on, with going on to the strategic plan specifically, line items, and then how I feel like we need to budget things to make that happen. So certainly after Highline AV Shuttle and Emerging Tech Consortium, I did feel like we needed an update on if we have efforts behind the scenes that I'm not sure about with another P3 parking garage. I know that, it seemed to me the Heritage Garage was a pivot away from a garage behind the police station. And then I know we were working kind of in a P3 initiative with Catalyst, the group Catalyst on the Oak Street lot to try to do some type of multifamily parking initiative there. And there was some.
Closer.
Yes, yes, okay, sorry. So I would just like a little more information on where we are with regard to another potential P3 parking, maybe on the northern side of downtown, like initially in the area where the police department, Oak Street lot, et cetera. So parking, and then, with regard to Lift Lakeland that the mayor mentioned, I really do feel like after attending a lot of the meetings that we, unless we have some kind of internal diversity task force within the city, maybe within Lynn Simpkins' position in the neighborhood, that will lose traction if it's only a commission initiative. It's hard for us to really take the ball and run with things. We've got a lot of support among nonprofits in the city, but to make sure that we don't lose focus as an actual diversity initiative, I think that we do need to have some kind of internal diversity task force, or even just one person, maybe that is the neighborhood position that keeps us on track.
Point of clarification right there. When you talk about internal task force and diversity task force, are you talking about two separate?
Same
thing.
So it's either an internal diversity task force or an internal position that kind of keeps the staff and the management and the team focused on diversity in the Lift Lakeland initiative.
Can I also, Commissioner? So when you say internal, you're talking about, though, a position that would interact externally?
That attends the Lift Lakeland meetings, that is the point person in the city to talk about whether or not we can do an internship, whether, body cameras are going forward. Some of the things that we discussed through the whole year long, Black Lives Matter, diversity, inclusion, those community conversations, the police advisory board, all of those things are spawning, and yet I just feel like there's no one inside City of Lakeland who kind of is the keeper of that information or the point person or persons to have that discussion. So I did kind of think about, Lynn talks to all the different neighborhoods, her, it's hard to replace her, she was amazing, but within that position or somebody on the management team or maybe it was a volunteer task force, people nominated from the departments who kind of, on a rotating basis go to the Lift Lakeland meetings. Just somebody inside City of Lakeland besides just the mayor or commissioner who is supposed to be, taking Lift Lakeland forward. I think it just gets too convoluted outside the city into more like another United Way or nonprofit or good work initiative, but not necessarily a city. Our city reflects our mission and our values of diversity and inclusion, and this is how we do it. And if you want to know more, this is the point person, or this is the group that knows.
Thank you. That's good clarification. So you're talking about like that liaison position with the external, because when you said internal, I thought you were referring to someone who's working just within the organization on these issues internally. But you mean an internal position that would liaison externally. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Also, the mayor mentioned that advanced manufacturing is really a focus, not just warehouse and distribution because of the jobs that we're looking to attract. CFDC has mentioned that is their top, industry to recruit as well. So, and then when I sit on the Polk Academy's advisory board, they have a lot of difficulty trying to tell kids what manufacturing even is. And so, and even the academies within the school system, that I was disappointed to kind of see that LE and some of the, manufacturing type of career choices are lower on the list for kids to want to sign up or feel excited about. So I know we've done a really good job with our airport jobs and, going even down to the middle school and then the high school to get aviation. But if we want to, if we could somehow partner either with CFDC or LEDC with some type of a video to showcase manufacturing jobs, what they look like for kids, to start the interest in the career path, as early as elementary, middle school. I think that that's a great way for us to cast vision because, it's sort of like what comes first, the chicken or the egg? We need the workforce that can go into the jobs to be trained appropriately. But then we also need kids to even know the jobs are out there. A lot of kids don't even know what jobs are available, and that's what I hear like every meeting on the Polk Academy's advisory board. Kids, they know like 4 jobs, 4 careers, what their parents do, what their aunt and their uncle do, their grandparents do. Those are the jobs they think are open to them. They don't know the great variety. And then we have an opportunity then to cast vision for the jobs that we want to incentivize to make sure we have a workforce ready. That's something I think that we could actually budget money towards, not a ton of money. But if we put money towards some type of video for Polk Academies to use, for LEDC to use, for people, the school system to use, then we could also highlight our Lakeland Electric engineering jobs, any City of Lakeland jobs that we would like to highlight as well. So if we are a partner in the video, then we could obviously, highlight our City of Lakeland jobs too, and that goes to the point of making sure we're recruiting, the best talent, going forward. So that was an idea for a budget item. And then also for the education, certainly, again, it's not that we want to get into the education business, but we have been approached individually, and I think the city manager has been approached by Lakeland Leads to request a certain, amount of money in their initiative to do, more work with regard to education. And so that could be something. It's not us doing educational pursuits ourselves, but it's showcasing and highlighting through the video, and then also, investing in a group who is trying to specifically make education better in Lakeland. And let's see, then, so I did parking, the diversity, LEDC. Oh, and then the last thing is, with regard to, keeping and retaining the best talent, I do note that we put on there the culture ceremony, and, I don't know if that does take extra funds to do that. We've done the VIP pizza, and I know Sean had some ideas about that, and I think it is important, when you kind of we have new management, and we're going into, new times past COVID, and they've been through a lot. If there was an opportunity to kind of have some kind of a celebration with a symbol and some messaging, that can do a lot for an organization and for, retaining, quality people. So other than, the things that I was unable to mention the first go-round due to time, I do want to say I love the idea that Commissioner Walker mentioned about our gateways. And so I, in the CRA world, noticed even like when Delray Beach did their CRA initiative, they did a sign, it's the Pineapple Grove District. Sometimes it's even a sign that lets folks know that they've just entered a special area. I don't know if there's a downtown west kind of sign that could go across Kathleen, north of Bonnet Springs, something that says that that's a special area that you're about to enter, into Lakeland, into Bonnet Springs Park, into downtown west. So that was kind of something, that I don't know even who pays for all of those things. But I also, hope down the road that we have the same thing with an innovation district sign that when you come off I-4 into off that exit. So those gateways, I think, are really important to consider. And like I said, I don't know who all pays for those things, but certainly I would want to, as a city partner, to make this happen. And I think that is all for now.
There are going to be, and this already to be true, there will be several topics that are already going to surface as you're hearing commonalities, as you're sharing right now. And, when you talk about the culture ceremonies, we've got to, and I'm going to tap on your words, give pause. because we get so driven, mission driven, that sometimes we forget to celebrate the success. And that all has to do with building the right culture and communication and trust. And so that's in any organization, that's really important. So Emily, what do you have here? Let's make sure we've captured everything.
Okay, so I added a P3 parking garage on the north side, diversity liaison staff member, showcase, so I wrote showcase jobs with LEDC, and then in parentheses wrote manufacturing, because that's the one we talked about the most. The Lakeland leads educational funding and culture ceremony.
All right, and so the manufacturing, did you put the video in with the manufacturing? Is that the way that's?
Yeah, that's
okay.
the showcase, the
Okay.
jobs.
Okay, beautiful. All right, let me volley, because I know Commissioner McCarley had wanted to add to her comments earlier.
Thank you. So just to add to that, if a couple of you heard me ask something I should have written down when the mayor was speaking before I figured out what it was, because I looked at Mrs. Madden's list, Commissioner Madden's list. The first thing is that last year before the pandemic, I had brought to your attention the Children's Opportunity Index, the COI. We started talking about that in January when it was launched. And what that did, just in brief, was highlight that our MSA, Metropolitan Statistical Area, is lower on the totem pole of that. When children look at healthy environments and look at neighborhoods and look at where where they go to school, we don't fare as well. And so one of the things I thought that the city could kind of underpin ties directly into what Commissioner Madden said about neighborhoods earlier. If a child is in a neighborhood that is safe and that they see people who look like them, but they have varying different jobs, like Dr. Collins might live down the street and the city manager might live down the street and a nurse might live down the street, so they can see people who do different things. They're like, oh, well, then that gives me a better opportunity to see myself in those roles later on. So that is something that I think, albeit not necessarily education-centric, it's how we can enhance our community, especially our youngest residents. And it's sort of through COVID, what I kept thinking about was the ripple effect and kind of a village approach. So when schools were closed, could they have little neighborhood education opportunities? And that just helped me through Lakeland Vision and our Strong and Safe Neighborhoods section, which is the highest priority of the residents that were surveyed in 2019, continue to think about neighborhoods. So with Ms. Simpkins' retirement, Simpkins, right? Not Simpson, Simpkins, that's right. Lynn's retirement last week, I really hope that we can open up and look at the different opportunities in varying neighborhoods across the community of how we can build supports and programs through that department. And if that means, and beyond CDBG grants and things like that, but how can we have relational opportunities with staff out into the community in our neighborhoods specifically, because they're experts, just like our public safety police who work in the neighborhood liaisons, they're critical to what we do. They provide a lot of information for us. So how do we embolden that area, maybe underpin it with a little more budgetary items? How do we flesh it out? I know in Orlando, they do a lot of varying things, and through the pandemic, they had kids zones that still operated through the pandemic for childcare, and that was through the city initiatives. So that's something, I know I'm using a lot of words, but I think for me, the budgetary piece would be adding to the neighborhood office support mechanisms that build relationships out into the community. I think that could be very, very helpful. And then also to piggyback on Commissioner Madden, but something that I brought up at our meeting, I think last year or whenever, was a chief innovation officer for the city. And it could be called something else. And innovation in this realm doesn't necessarily mean technology. Innovation in this realm might be a staff or people that Commissioner Madden referenced inside but are out externally focused in helping us with the Mayor's Arts Council and Lift Lakeland and that innovation office, or I don't know if we call it an outreach office or something else, but helping us keep moving the ball forward in these areas, because we can't continue to rely on volunteers to do this, because when the volunteer leaves, and a lot of that organizational memory goes with them, and Kelly's office is great at keeping minutes, but the continuity between teams or between groups of volunteers, whether it's the gang task force or whatever it is that we've done externally as commissioners, there's not continuity or a thread within City Hall that helps us continue that, if that makes sense. So for instance, and I do want to talk about arts funding, I would like to see that our arts budget bumps up a little bit, because I think with our new branding, it's helping Lakeland become a destination for arts, and I think we'll see some economic impact rallying around that in the future. So I'd like that number to increase. And I'm open to what that increase looks like, because I do know we have some in there. But I'm just throwing out there the innovation office, or we can call it something else, but some kind of support mechanism from a city staff standpoint that doesn't, again, add to people's plates, but maybe helps commission and current staff work on these outreach activities a little more structurally and give it some breadth.
What I hear you both saying is really about process. When you talk about the liaison, that's about process. And then they have to identify what's the responsibility within the city team. But to your example about education, that's a beautiful example. Every child isn't going to be a professional athlete, but how many of them aspire to do that, when they're 6, 7, 8 years old, because of what did they see? And you go down and they're at the ballparks at night and so forth. But do you talk to them about sports physical therapy? Do you talk about sports analysts? Do you talk about sports broadcasting? All those different things that can be connected to sports marketing, but have we opened up their eyes? Hey, you can still be connected to the passion. You just may not be on that same game. All right. So, Emily?
Yes. I have added enhanced neighborhood liaisons and programming, chief innovation officer, and increase the Lakeland Mayor's Council on the Arts funding.
Do we have everything? We're good? Okay. All right. Commissioner Selvage.
Thank you. For years, I have been, when I travel, I take pictures of the city signs. I must have 25 pictures. I'll have Rita stop and I'll take a picture of it. It's always bugged me. Where's Lakeland? Well, it's between exit 33 and 38 on the interstate. So I've always thought we needed something there. Like if you go to Orlando, they have Orlando across the signs. So I applaud the Gateway discussion. We've thought, and I've talked to Barnaby over the years about maybe having a student art contest to design something on the overpass at 98, whatever. But I really do think we can do better than exit 33 through 38 on I-4. I hope that in the talks of Dream List, that moving fire station number 3 is not put too far back on the back burner. I think that's an important public safety move. I think it's the fire department's #1 priority. It also would free up a building there in the Simpson Park block. So I hope, I'm not sure it can make the cut list this year, but I would ask that you don't lose sight of, that's probably a good move to put that station north of I-4. And I want to piggyback on Commissioner Madden. She said something to me a few weeks ago that was just sort of like an epiphany, just wow, affordable housing. And with respect to the mayor's comments about the type of affordable housing, Stephanie was talking about manufactured homes. As you know, Polk County is the world's headquarters, leader in manufacturing homes. And we have some great manufactured home communities. I mean, really tight. You go to Heatherwood, Beacon Hill, especially in the Southwest, but there are great communities, great citizens, well organized. But we have some, like some neighborhoods that need help. And Stephanie's saying, why not partner with our manufactured home folks and provide affordable housing and renovate these manufactured communities, home communities that are frankly sometimes almost unlivable with the currency. But I think we need to have that type of out-of-the-box thinking for affordable housing, that we have affordable housing across the spectrum with apartments, as the mayor's talking about, nice, affordable starter homes. But let's not forget that maybe we could really lead the nation in taking advantage of manufacturing home plots that are already there, that we can move in and provide good, solid housing for people who need help.
All right, very good, Commissioner. All right, and so Emily, I know you,
So I added relocate fire station number 3, and then I will find a way to succinctly recap the redevelopment of manufactured home communities in an affordable housing manner.
I'm not, Emily, asking that fire station number 3 be moved up over the park. I'm just saying, let's keep that on the burner.
It's on the brain list, brainstorming list.
so Sean, point of clarification and process. When we talk about affordable housing, and there's so many caveats, so many tenets to it, so like this one coming up today, how does that get vetted?
Well, I mean, we're hearing all the different variations of affordable housing that could be provided. So, you know, we'll work through that with staff. And, you know, we may need to consider, you know, a consultant in some of these areas that could come in and assist us, especially when we can look at models that have worked elsewhere.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Commissioner Walker.
Thank you. Couple of things that got just hit me as I've heard the discussion so far. And I'm thinking, why do we need to reinvent the wheel? Not to come across negative, please. It's not that. But certainly we have organizations out in our city that are doing some of these things that we're talking about. So if we want to make sure that we provide the kind of excellent quality of life we want our citizens to have and enjoy that I've shared earlier, should we just maybe reach out to those particular organizations that are doing this thing? I think about when we talk about manufactured homes, and very good idea. I thought, wow. But then you got Gospel Inc. with Brian Seeley. They're starting to do that kind of work. Do we want to capture it and bring it all in, as a city operation? Or do we partner with an organization that's already doing some things to support homelessness and providing homes for those in need? Or do we just capture it for ourselves and do it, you know, and I'm thinking, wow, why can't we partner? And just a thought. Then secondly, I thought about Lift Lakeland and where are we moving toward that kind of conversation that we want to make sure we continue to have for our community. And I continue to say, when I hear folks talk about the rumblings and the things that are happening across our nation and things that are still happening even in the last few days, I tell folks we're a different community. And thank God that we are. Thank God we are having some kind of conversation. And thank God we've had some things already in place to support us, so we won't have those kind of challenges that we find so many other cities in our country are faced with. So I said to myself, even as I thought, you know, mentioning Lift Lakeland and how we can move forward without having another committee, another task force, I thought, well, you know, the gang task force, I think, is almost in a situation, in my mind, from 2013 to now, have done its job, have served a good purpose. So why can't we utilize those folk that have been sitting around that table all these many years and still do? And thank you, Kelly, for reminding me, as you do a lot of things that I need to make sure I keep on top of. Not that I got to chair it. Please hear that. I'm not putting myself there to have to chair this at all. But you got people who are already involved, who are active, who are talking, who are concerned. You have that already. So why should we think about maybe moving, you know, and shifting some of that responsibility of those around that table to have this healthy discussion? Why create another task force when you got folk already talking and sharing and identifying with subject matters that affect our city when it comes to challenges? This is me again. I have for several years, since I sat here before my colleagues have asked, and I really applaud what you said, my dear sister, Commissioner McCauley. I think it's time that we got to have some staff support for us as commissioners and mayor. I look at Ms. Tracy, and before her, was Ms. Chris, and now you got Ms. Carol is back, and you got Edmund, and I got Jennifer, and I'm thinking, wow, sometimes I find myself going to all of them, asking for whatever help they can give me to help me do the job I need to do to make sure I stay on top of things for a growing community called Lakeland. As I've traveled in my latter years with FLC, and cities who are smaller than ours, each of their commissioners or council people have some kind of part-time person that just keeps up with their calendar, keep up with whatever's going on, anything that we need. I'm not saying we all gotta have one, but certainly I can say we can have out of the 7, and the mayor, with all he does, and he's more hands-on, as I've seen him to be in the last few mayors I've sat with. He needs that help, I know. But can we not have maybe another person besides Ms. Tracy to help with just maybe 3 commissioners, and another to have another 3 commissioners, and you got, that kind of thing, 2 just part-time people, maybe, I thought, just to help along the way to help us keep up what we need to have and be able to do and keep things flowing. I rest my case.
All right, we're going to pause right there for just one moment because there's a couple things there, Emily, you have.
So I added increased staff support to commission. In addition to, I think Commissioner McCarley was the one who mentioned commission ombudsman. So I kind of grouped that one together.
Okay, very good. Did you have something else?
Just for me to clarify that piece, mine was, Tracy is wonderful at calendaring and all that. One of the things that Commissioner McLeod and I have discussed as the newer people on commission is sometimes there's strategy, like what I said about the letter that we had last week to go to the legislator's office. Some of it is a strategic support mechanism of, hey, we need you guys to do X. Do you want individual letters, or how do you want to do this, and what's the strategy behind it, like of what we're trying to accomplish to get support for the city of Lakeland? The second piece is there are very simple things that fall through the cracks, like when we're going to the Detroit Tiger video, Chad didn't know he'd be running the bases. We didn't know we'd be raking the field. We didn't know, and that's not a problem with communications. If there was a point person who said, hey, here's an email, y'all are going to go shoot a video today, and this is what's going to happen. Or, hey, it's Sun and Fun Mayor's Breakfast. The invitation says 7 a.m., but that's when everybody gets their plate. 7:30 is actually when the program starts. So, like some backstory, because I think for people who come in cold, like we did, there's an assumption made that we know what we're doing. And there's a lot of processes and there's a lot of innuendo. Like for BOCC, when I started with the Transportation Planning Authority or Planning Organization, I went to the commission and I sat in the chamber. And everybody's like, you're supposed to be on the dais. I'm like, wait, what? And so I didn't have a badge. I still don't have a badge for BOCC. There are little things that you have to pick up along the way to talk to the people you're not allowed to talk to about voting things. So, there's a lot that gets missed. And I think in, this new coming year, hopefully I don't know what's going to happen with the election, but there'll be a new person coming in May regardless. And so that needs to happen. There needs to be some kind of support mechanism to help that person do. So when I'm talking about it, it's a very voluminous support mechanism that's not just I don't need somebody to hold my hand and go with me to events, but I do need some advance work. I need somebody to give me the advance work on this is what's expected of you. Hey, you're going to go step in for the mayor next week. I still don't have comments from that, and that's from the entity I'm going to speak at. I'm waiting on that, and Tracy's on vacation. But, there's just stuff that falls through the cracks, and we're doing our very best. We all have, most of us have jobs outside of this, so we're just doing the best we can. So I'm trying to fill it out for you because I think sometimes when we race through stuff like this, even in the strategic plan meeting, one comment gets hijacked and it says one thing and that wasn't the context or the intent of the conversation at all. So I just wanted to fill that out.
I separated it and wrote strategic with ombudsman and then staff support for Commissioner Walker's point.
And,
I think they go together.
They go together, I believe.
Yeah, I think they go
I
together.
think they do go together. I'm not.
Yeah, I
saying
wasn't
specific.
canceling,
Yeah.
I was putting it all together.
It goes together.
Okay, all right. Good conversation. Anybody else?
We're not gonna go in order again, or we're gonna start?
This is open conversation. Remember what I said? It was structured. No, this is open. Go ahead.
May I go?
Absolutely.
Again, I don't think anything new, but I took the little, I marked 1 and 2, high priorities on this, but I don't know if we need to do them right now. I guess we'll get around to them. I guess they're on this list, so they're there. But I just highlighted 1 and 2. And
We'll do that this afternoon.
so we've made some good dialogue today, and of course, Don made a real good point about the mobile homes and stuff. Invariably, the last couple of years, I bought a couple of mobile homes and I give them to families that need a place to live and just give them to them. Unfortunately, they've been in they have a lot rental. And invariably, the ones I give away, the lot goes up and after a while, they just move out. They can't afford the lot rental, which is Highland Fairway, they're almost $1,000 out on Highway 98 for a lot rental. And of course, the normal spot now is probably around $350 to $400. And the one I gave away that they own their land, they're doing good. They're staying right there. They pay their property tax because there's really not any tax on a mobile home per se. And so they're prospering from that standpoint. But if we do some zoning for mobile homes, then they need to, as opposed to being a rental mobile home land, with your land cost, we need to have with the land to own it type thing. And I think we could get more sustainable, good housing there if we have it's not transient, and because once you get a park on the unit there, the price goes way down. And of course, I don't know if you've priced a mobile home lately. It's kind of like the motor home business. They're almost as much as a stick-built home now, especially a modular home. So that's good. Of course, I'd like to see the affordable component right now with the cost of building and stuff is almost, affordable housing is not affordable for most anybody right now, in my opinion. And so I have a hard time see what we can really do because of the cost of materials, cost of land, development cost, and of course the interest rates they're starting to kick up a little bit. But that's really kind of the things that I wanted to address. And of course I like we need to look at, when I talked to Jason, we need to kind of bump up our incentive. If it's supposed to 115%, we need to go maybe 150%. And it was interesting, like I just mentioned yesterday, I talked to Ryan Luther, who's the president of Skywalker, and I called it Windwalker yesterday, I'm sorry about that, but I went up to visit them in the 500 building where Stark and Campbell, those guys are, and they've almost got the whole 6th floor now. And they got a $900 million contract with the federal government, and they're employing, they've got a 700,000 square foot lease. It's empty right now. They're getting ready to load it up. And I need to probably talk to them. We might incentivize, because their jobs are $70,000, $80,000, $100,000 each. And then, let's see, and there's lots of different things. The innovative zone, obviously, out in around Florida Polytechnic would be good. I need to probably get with him and encourage him to build a building out there next to that Florida Polytechnic, something like that, because that's going to be where they want to be, and that type of industry. But that's really kind of it. It's going to be hard to do affordable housing to make it affordable for anybody. And I'd always thought if we were going to do some homelessness, we'd just unfortunately buy one of these mobile homes, buy one of these motels up on Memorial Boulevard and load it up. It's already loaded up anyway, but we could do something else with it per se and make it a little bit sustainable for our homelessness.
That's a topic that had been mentioned.
It's going to be expensive, and of course, I'm not a I think we can't spend our way into prosperity, and we can't do everything for everyone. And of course, I've talked to Mike a little bit, and I think if there's an extra dollar there, we're going to find a way to spend it. I think we need to tighten back up, because I think invariably we're getting ready to see a big shift in the economy, particularly in the end of 22 and 23, some of this housing, affordable housing will be affordable.
Just if I could follow up on the manufactured home, as you know, Tiger, the bigger communities have the same issues with absentee landlords who own the land. But I think there are a number of plots that are owned by local people who may not be in the same position as a company from Chicago that owns. So maybe there's a way to get around the issues you bring up. About they'll rent putting you out of a house.
And of course, once the unit's over 1978, I don't think you can't finance them. So it's another whole issue about getting park models in hand. So once the unit gets so over a certain age, the banks aren't even going to look at it anymore. So.
All right.
Can I just comment?
Certainly.
Since thank you, Commissioner Selvage, for bringing that up from our discussion. Also, the kind of trends and to me, the most quality projects that we have, Green Mills, for example, when they are able to get the city dollars, then that gives them more points to get the federal and the state dollars. And the quality of the product that they build is just far superior. I mean, they're beautiful. And then the model is, it's a adjusted rate, based on affordability. So, it's not just necessarily doing affordable housing like we used to do it, where everyone in there, is just coming from, practically homelessness to their first, place of refuge. Rather, it's a mixed group of community, some market rate, some affordable, and I think it would be the same if you could partner. In the past, we've had mobile home park owners who have not been able to improve their property based on our land code. And so I think the point of the land code was to try to say, go, just move on into the county if you want to be in this business, and don't stay in Lakeland. And instead of, incentivizing that shift out of that business, I think it incentivizes dereliction of duty on the property owner's side to not improve at all because, it was either too costly or they couldn't do it. They couldn't replace an old unit, and so they're going to still get the rent, so they'll keep that old unit, until it's almost falling apart. So to me, if you could partner with good landowners or mobile home park owners, and they know that they can have a variety of units, some market, so a new one that's just replaced, could get a certain price, and then some that are upkeep, at a particular level of upkeep, they could have not just all affordable necessarily, because to your point, the modular units are a little bit more pricey, but I know, Sean, that I had Jason speak to, it's probably been a year now, there was a former NHL player that was wanting to potentially bring a modular manufacturing plant here to Lakeland. And that kind of kills the two birds with one stone. If you get a advanced manufacturer in Lakeland, and then they also produce a product that's kind of that tiny home modular, but we'd have to have, I don't know if our land code would support, some of the things that the product that he was making. But there are trends in California and in other places where they're retrofitting the mobile home parks to be able to provide, reimagine them, whether it's because you already have your wire at your hookup, kind of like an RV park, so that's half the battle. And if you can just put a new little tiny home or modular home on that plot, and then kind of give them some time, to make those improvements and add the new, I think that could be a way to really make some traction, with some more affordable housing. You're improving an area that needs improvement, and also giving, more families an opportunity to have an affordable, because I know we're trying to do the multi-bedroom for family. I have 6 kids. I've had times where I've had 4 kids in a room. So, I'm not as much of a thinker that everyone needs their own room. I mean, gosh, get your own room. Like, it's like amazing. Like now I have 2 left and they have their own room. But, some of the tiny home manufacturers are making them for families, and yet they're doing it suitably so that they're tucking away a little bunk area. They're making them particularly for, and that single mom doesn't want more to clean in a yard to, mow. They just want to sleep there and be safe and it be clean and nice, and then be able to go to work and school and all those things. So I think that we have in our mind maybe what we think that families would want is affordable, but, you know, as a mom of 6 kids, if I was a single mom, I would have rather had a smaller imprint and very efficient, you know, tidy, safe area than necessarily larger. So if
All
it's
right.
affordable.
There are several things before I turn it back over to Emily, just to make sure, because several of them were already mentioned, but there's some new ones. You mentioned, and we've not discussed that previously, the hotels. Were you proposing that, or were you just okay. All right, Emily?
The only new one that I added was from Commissioner Reed, and it said enhanced high-skill, high-wage job incentives.
Okay.
Everything else, I think we previously captured.
All right, before I move back to you, Sean, anything that you want to weigh in on any of this?
No, but I think, you know, some of what's being discussed here it's been referenced, you know, just requires some changes to our, you know, land development code, and then, you know, potentially opportunity, you know, for zoning amendments, which of course is rarely that it's, you know, city initiated. It's more on behalf of the, you know, the property owner or the developer. But, you know, we'll work with community development staff and find out, you know, what assistance we may need and how we could change the land development code to make those opportunities, you know, come into view, where now it's difficult because of even the code about changing out, you know, the older mobile homes. So I think you know, when we're talking about funding and the budget, it's about that. It's, you know, what do we need to do? Do we need, you know, some outside help in crafting the land development code or the amendments to the land development code?
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you. Just 2 points. And on the topic of affordable housing, I like and am encouraged by the innovative thinking of potential solutions as you see the shortage of housing continuing to grow, solutions that don't necessarily involve additional funds. And I think it sounds like there's real opportunity there. On the topic of funding, as we're considering adding to the affordable housing line item from the general fund from $500,000 to $750,000, I would like to see what would we do with those funds? What does that look like? I know I had asked Teresa at strategic planning, are there additional tools that we don't have in our toolbox today that they would like to have? And maybe there are, but before I would give a thumbs up to that, I would want to know how are we using that additional funding? So that's one. On the topic of the innovation district, is there, at this budget cycle, is there a funding need, or is there something that, you know, from a vision perspective and conceptually, we strongly support moving forward the innovation district? Do we need to be thinking about, in terms of the budget, as it relates to the innovation district this year? And I don't know if that's, Mayor, if you want to weigh in on that, or if that's a staff question.
That's part of the problem and why we were kind of suggesting that we have some sort of consortium or lead team that's talking about innovation, because it's privately held land. And I think we have our interlocal agreement back, and we had some renderings drawn, you know, to cast vision, but there's nobody looking over that from staff, you know, to keep us all focused and, you know, pressing in the same direction. There's nobody in our region, you know, who is taking the lead.
To your point, to your question, and to your point, during the strategic planning process among you all, there was incongruency in terms of what was to happen, you know. And so you're conceptualizing, you keep saying, even today, about supporting the innovation district, but you don't have how you're going to do that, which is what you're asking right now.
Today, between the budget cycle we're in that vision and support, and that may be okay. We may just, at this point, don't have that identified. I'm not saying we create a line item for support. Maybe we do. Just throwing it out to try and get my hands around how does that strategic item connect to this year's budget.
Right, and so in just a moment, we're going to turn back to Sean. But, you know, there was one that was mentioned today by 2 commissioners, and that was the gateway. What does it look like coming in, if that's what you choose to do? You know, but there can be opportunity here, or when we go into this afternoon, when we look at, before we rank, if you say, hey, here's something that I want to see with the innovation district, because as of yet, you know, I've heard some things individually with one-on-one, but not collectively. What does it look like? But unanimously, you all are talking about supporting the innovation district. So you just need to decide the how and the what, okay? And
they're dealing with the innovation districts primarily we're talking about for the Polytechnic University. Of course, they haven't closed on the property yet. I think once they do close, then we can address it, and it's something we need to put on the table and go to them and say, listen, we put some stands on Interstate 4 or something like that, but to enhance that component. Of course, that's around Highway 33 as well, and the Parkway come right through that area. I don't know what we can really do, because those are federal highways.
Right, so then you look at the timelines, and then you go back, you look at the timelines, and you go back to Commissioner McLeod's question, does it work within the 22 fiscal year budget? Sean, anything you want to weigh in with?
Well, and so I think that kind of speaks to process and what we're doing today. And so, you know, a lot of the things that I'm hearing, which is all great conversation and continues to, you know, support the direction through strategic planning that the City Commission wants to see us go. You know, we're hearing a lot of affirmation in that. A lot of the same conversations we're having today, we also heard at strategic planning. But then it does go to timing. And so I think when we go through the ranking process later today, you know, we may see that the innovation district and some of those items, you know, may fall, you know, to lower priority because of the timing of opportunity right now. You know, each of the commissioners will recall, you know, not very long ago, when we had, you know, some one-on-one discussions about there's a potential for some land acquisition out near the innovation district, and we've met with you know, one of the developers associated with that now several times, and so it's just timing. You know, does that acquisition happen? We kind of know, you know, what that developer's initial priority is, and then what that leads to, you know, even longer term. And so we've got a good feel for that. If that acquisition doesn't happen, well, in some ways, we're kind of back to the drawing board again and waiting. You know, while we're still marketing, you know, what the vision is for that area, we need that partner, you know, that land acquisition to happen, that developer to come in who sees that vision, works with us through the vision, you know, all of the incentives, you know, that would be in place to entice, you know, that type of alignment with the vision. Some of it is just timing. And so, you know, maybe later today when we do go through that kind of ranking order, some of the things that I think the commission would see as immediate, you know, will kind of go to the top of the list, and some of those other items, you know, maybe a little further down because we're just waiting for that opportunity, you know, to come before us.
Let me ask a question. Mm-hmm. I thought, and help me in my thinking, I thought there was some type of group, team, committee established with City of Lakeland, CFDC, Auburndale, to talk about this innovative district concept. And I'm going back some months ago in my thinking. So nothing ever evolved from that? Because I know we have not had any kind of reporting other than what you just shared, Mr. City Manager, which we all knew about the potential of a developer coming, and you've been having that conversation, your office has, with that particular development that may come. But hearing what Commissioner McLeod is referencing, so that never came to fruition where people came together, Auburndale, Lakeland, CFDC.
Well, Commissioner, you know, in the discussions about some of the joint planning efforts that we've seen happen up there, you know, across different boundaries, there have been those kind of one-off meetings. But what we heard in strategic planning, which was in February, was the desire to have, you know, a committee of sort with stakeholders in the area. And so that's part of now the strategic plan, and we are working toward that. And so there'll be, you know, an update when we hit the 6-month mark, and then again at the end of the year. And that's one of the initiatives that came out of strategic planning that is on staff's list, you know, to make happen.
Okay, thank you, Sean. Mayor?
I think, you know, to this whole topic, we are all united in wanting to be supportive of the Innovation District and the timing. Evolution's a process, and we're in a pause moment of evolution, that we're going to use your pause, take a pause, of that area. And that is, you know, transaction that has to culminate, ideas that have to disseminate, and then we have to have research companies that want to partake to make all that work. Some of that has to be attracted, obviously. That's going to come. I don't know that it has a budget consideration for us this year because we would probably, as it's growing, get started with some representation from governance and some representation from staff in that process. And, you know, as we have that opportunity and moment, we decide to do that. I do want to make a couple other comments if I could. I appreciate hearing the other commissioners request some additional staff support, not because of what we have being inadequate, but because of what we're experiencing that I think we sometimes don't articulate, which is the complexities of governance today are not what they were a decade ago or 2 decades ago. The requirements of time and follow through and communication, complicated by sunshine, make it very, very difficult to get some of the things done. So when I hear this and I sense what we are all wanting, and this is a quiet frustration within me because it seems too self-serving, because I don't have any more hours to give than I try to provide to my role today, is that we really want some kind of a commission project coordinator, commission strategies coordinator, you know, somebody that has feet to be able to be out of the office as well as in the office to take some of these project needs that we have along the way and get them implemented and communicated. And we haven't had that need before. And I know from my own inbox experience versus my outbox leveling inability that is, you know, that it continues to grow. It doesn't get smaller, it gets bigger. Our goal as a commission is not to spend money on government services, but our goal is to be very in touch with citizen needs and to be able to facilitate and advance those needs as we can, working within the budgets that we have, working in trying to control what we're doing as a city, working to make sure that we keep safety at a maximum level. But some of that, we just don't have the ability on our own, representing our side of the table of staff to be able to direct. So I think that's part of what happens there. Then I want to go to affordable housing and Gospel Inc. because I think that's an important differentiation. When we think about Brian Seeley's work and Gospel Inc. as an organization, that is for chronic homeless people. Of the 3 levels of homelessness, the chronic homeless housing is a separate need completely from affordable housing because these are people that can live happily, quote unquote, not being housed, and because they have just learned to adapt to that. And so I don't think we want to mix those two things, and we haven't spent any time on homelessness in this discussion because I think there's an abeyance on that for us. We certainly don't want to add any more staff related to that than we had done historically, and we feel like the not-for-profits have helped to pick up some of that load. But we do want to have increased ability to control our public areas in downtown, which we're doing through LPD and through the means of the businesses that are in those areas and must continue to do. Because we want our citizens that are not spending the day loitering to be able to enjoy the parks that their taxes pay for. And we want excessive loitering not to be in our public spaces. And we want businesses not to have to open up in the morning because people have defecated behind the doors of their businesses in the alleys. Mm-hmm. That's just not something we as a city should tolerate. And in the intolerance of that, we're going to have to be as continually drastic as necessary. But some of that relief comes from that effort. And so I don't want to miss that whole nuance of need, but I think we're addressing it differently with existing structure and must continue to do so. Thanks.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor. And so homelessness, Sean, going back to that and having that as a separate caveat from affordable housing, that will be done internally, addressed internally, correct? Okay. And Mayor, to your point, you know, in architecture, and it works, you can flip it around depending upon the context, but form drives function, all right, is what you hear quite often in architecture. So when you combine that with communication, which is one of your TAs, then what you have to ask, does our current form, as you're talking about personnel, does it function on all cylinders? And is communication, to your point, is it seamless? That's a question that you all have to answer in making decisions, both among you all and with the city team, if that makes sense. All right? So we're to our next point in the agenda. And so Mike and Tony here for the RP Funding Center. Glad to have you, Tony, and your team. So this mic is still here if you want to use it.
Hello again. What Sean had asked us to talk about was just address a couple of the questions that have arisen either during the RP Funding Center workshop a couple weeks ago or afterwards, when one or more of you might have asked him to address some concerns. The first one being, how could we consider moving some operating debt or capital costs out of the RP Funding Center and into the general fund? So that was one of the initial questions. The second, as a follow-up, was if it can't go there, is there another way of addressing that? What are the mechanics? And so what we're going to do today is just show you the mechanics, because the decision's ultimately yours. We just want you to understand the process and then how that falls to the bottom line. So what I'd like to do is start with what is a forecast for the RP Funding Center for this year. Okay? And I'm going to ask you to focus on the total revenues for a minute, because what we're going to do is, towards the end of the slides, I'm actually going to focus on what makes up this $5 million, almost $5.1 million for fiscal year 21. Okay? What's inside there right now for fiscal year 21 is a combination of about $4.4 million in charges for services. Those are events that the center is able to put on this year. Okay? There's $541,000 from the TDC for their share of the debt. We borrowed for all of it. They committed to pay their share of the debt. So that's $541,000. There's another little less than $100,000 in there for miscellaneous revenues, some donations, some small grants, and some interest income on some of the borrowings. So as you can see, we've got about, this isn't a sustainable model. You got $5.1 million in revenues, about $9.8 million in expenses, the shortfall 4.7, and this is how it's funded for fiscal year 21. Almost 50-50 between the public improvement and general funds, $4.7 million. Okay? As a result of the workshop and Tony's discussions with Emily and Sean, what RP Funding Center has recommended for next year is about $573,000 worth of permanent cuts to their budget. So for this scenario, the static scenario, I'm adding it in, recognizing it's going to be in 22. I want you to understand what that effect would be today if this all moved forward. So with those reductions, that's about a $4.1 million subsidy. Okay, still very high. So the first place that I would want to look to answer the first question that you had is, how do we find a way to find some expenses in here that we could move down to the general fund? Well, the obvious question is, if you do that, when it's laid out, and I understand why the question was asked, but laid out this way, it really explains itself by saying, no, all you'd be doing is shifting money in here and raising the costs to what I continue to contend is your most important fund in the city, and that's the general fund. That funds your public safety and your quality of life. Okay? So that's the one we have to protect first and foremost. Mike's opinion. So what's another way of attacking this? This really leads into the second question that Sean was asked after the workshop, and that's, what can we potentially find in here and offer to you as consideration in the operating expenses that can be readdressed. Okay, there's $912,000 inside that $8.3 million that's charged by the general fund to the RP Funding Center in fiscal year 21. And that's a recurring charge. It grows every year as costs go up. Okay? Those are called general fund services. Okay? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. What makes that up and what's the, yes, ma'am. So I'm going to start by saying what goes into a governmental fund, no matter whether it's the city of Lakeland or anywhere you go. Those funds that cannot cover their own costs through the charges that they provide or the charges they ask their citizens or their users to pay fall into a general fund or a governmental fund category. Okay? Public safety, they're not able to charge anything for the most part for what they provide. An example that I'm going to use is my good friend Palmer. Okay? Our legal department has a budget of $1.1 million for this year. Okay? What we do is in finance, we work with all of the departments, especially in the general fund, all of the departments, and say, what should your allocation be for this next year? And it's different allocation methods depending on what it is you're charging. For example, in finance, that's an easy one for our payroll section because that's anybody that gets a paycheck, they're charged that portion of that. So that, in other words, the Public Improvement Fund, the Transportation Fund, they don't have any employees. They wouldn't be charged for our share of finance, okay? So for Palmer's case, what he will do is either if he knows that he and his team are going to be spending an inordinate amount of time on one topic over, say, the prior years, he may increase the allocation. A great example is the PRWC, as we've seen that ramp up over the last few years. The allocation inside this $733,000 to water has increased because he is spending much more time doing that, right? That's what he charges out to those share of those enterprise funds, okay? The remaining $394,000 in his budget is work that he does or services he doesn't provide to the enterprise funds that he provides attending this today. That's a general fund cost, okay? Or if he helps us with something in police or something along those lines, that's a general fund, okay? So 733 just from legal, what that does is it's about an $8.7 million revenue to the general fund, okay, for 21. So who pays that? The enterprise funds do. Electric, water, wastewater, solid waste, airport, RP funding, and parking for that $8.7 million. This is very important in my eyes. Those general fund service costs are only about 1.9% of their total budgets. Okay? Not a great deal. $415 million worth of budgets. Among those, 8.7 million is 1.9% of that. Okay? So the second question that was asked, I've heard a couple of commissioners bring it up today, what would happen, what would be the effect of treating the RP Funding Center like a governmental fund and not paying those fees to the general fund anymore? So the $912,000 that RP funding would have paid is absorbed amongst all the other enterprise funds. There's the effect to their budgets. 0.2% is how much their budgets would go up. So it would be an average of about 2.1% of their total costs. Okay? What does that mean for, say, Gene out at the airport? That's a little over $30,000 increase to his $280-ish thousand that he is his share of the 8.7 million. It'd go up about another $30,000. If you chose to consider this method, this change is not going to affect anybody's rates. It's not going to require Gene to raise his leases. LE, it's not going to put them in a rate case, it's not going to make a difference in their rates. Okay? It's a cost. It's a real cost. There's no shells moving anywhere. This is eyes wide open. You're treating it like a governmental fund if that's what you choose to do. What does that look like? If you chose to do that, again, I'm using this static dollar amount, that would take your subsidy down to $3.2 million. That's real cash you will save in the general fund. Okay? So how would it end up looking? Same thing, it's just the 8.3 million was reduced by the 573 and the 912. Okay? I just use the same method of allocating. We figure all that out as to exactly who carries what for this year. But that's what the amount would be if you went along with this. Those are real dollars. So Sean had asked, could you show the commission what it would look like in that same days cash spreadsheet if you wanted to use this for 22 going forward? Hey-ho.
Until after lunch, I guess. Just bait and switch.
We're missing a slide. Days cash slide. Okay.
We have it, though. On page
Yeah, okay, you've got it in there. Good.
Right, we
Good,
have.
good, good, good. Go past?
Go past the lunch line. Yeah. Go past the lunch line, yeah. There you go.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, so what that would mean is, and I'm just going to ask you to look at 24, bottom. You pick about 7 days cash. That's real dollars. Okay, because that 912 is going to grow every year. We talked about that because we are service-oriented, most of our costs are personnel in the general fund. Those costs are going to go up. Okay, so the 912 is going to grow up at some point, right? So that's the real cost. Savings is about 7 days cash just between 22, 23, and 24. Okay? There's another piece to this that I'd like you to at least think about. And I'm going to go back to this slide. Because I want you to, I went back and I looked at 2018, and this is kind of an addendum to the RP Funding Center workshop. This is Mike's analysis. This is made up of $4.4 million of charges for services in 21, right? I went back and looked at 18. In 18, while we had already started construction, we had already started saying these events can't occur. They earned $5.4 million in charge for services in 2018. Okay? So play along with me for a second. COVID didn't happen. If COVID didn't happen, and you had just reasonable growth in revenues in 19, 3%. 3% again in 20. By 21, he's got a beautiful new hotel on property. So now he's got 2. And he's now changed the footprint of the inside of the center such that he can now attract a lot more of the, I like to call them the lower cost events, ones that don't require near as much of the variable costs of personnel to come in. The cheer competitions, the dance competitions, those types of things are very lucrative for us because they don't cost near as much as putting on, say, a show. I'm not saying do away with anything. I'm saying he now can do that many more. So in my little scenario here, in 19, if we grew by 3%, in 20, if we grew by 3%, in 21, he grew by 4%. Just charges for services alone should have gone from 5.4 to $6 million. Okay? $6 million plus the 541 that we get from the county, right? So we're at 6.5, and then another $60,000 worth of the grants and other miscellaneous that they have. What I'm saying is, with reasonable growth, and we hadn't had COVID, this should be $6.5 million, not 5.1. Okay? Now, that's not all net revenues, because if he's going to do $1.5 million worth of extra events over what he's doing now, he's going to have some costs that go along with it, right? So say it's 30%. There's another 450 it costs you to take away. So he's netted over $1 million more. So this 3.2, just with normal growth, that I contend can happen now, going in the next 2, 3, 4 years, and I'm going to let them project what their revenues should look like. But math says this should be closer to $2 million a year on an every year basis, okay? Which is kind of what Tony and I started talking about when he first came, and then we had the construction, and then we had COVID and so forth. So this is a very doable number. What that does is that affects how much the general fund is contributing to this, which are real dollars. So just from an outsider's point of view when it comes to the center, if I can invest $2 million or 2.2 or whatever it is and get, what did Mr. Jackson say the other day, $60 million in 2019 in monies coming from outside the city limits, another $28 million spent inside the city limits. But just net new heads and beds, $60 million?
Decent return.
For a $2 million investment from a monetary standpoint. You guys have to make the political decision, but from a monetary standpoint, that's not a bad investment. So I wanted you to understand my logic in looking back through this as a second piece. But what we do need some guidance from you, whether it's today or it's pretty soon, will be how to build the budget going forward. If the commission decides at some point, it's up to Sean, when he wants to ask you to, is it further discussion this afternoon, whenever, next week, whenever you feel like you need to come to that point. But at some point for us to build the budget, it will be helpful to know if you say, Mike, do nothing, stay the course other than the 573 that he's identified. But, and I also, he and I were talking this morning, Tony and I were talking this morning, he's still going to continue to find ways like the 573 to become more efficient. What else can he cut down the road? So that doesn't stop just because he found 573 and that's that. But we, at some point, will need some guidance from you on that. But I'll stop and ask for questions of a lot of information. Yes, sir. Commissioner Walker had his hand up first, I think.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brozart. Tell me, I know we've had this similar kind of discussion when we did the golf course. And we moved the golf
Yes.
course, to general fund because,
Yes, sir.
As I heard my dear brother, Commissioner Savage said earlier, the continuing saga every year, we heard it for years about the golf course. And boom, we finally said, okay, we moved it out and made it part, on the Parks and Rec. They're trying to capture what we thought was I don't want to say losing battle, but it kept, we kept, the subsidy was kept to be increased. What's different here than what we did before?
What's different? I don't know that anything's different, sir.
So it's the same kind of,
Yes, sir. I mean, as far as the accounting is concerned, we'll take care of the accounting behind the scenes as to whether it's a standalone governmental fund or whether it falls into our category of a department of the general fund. That's
right.
The accounting's not, we'll take care of that. It's really the philosophy of whether the seven of you want to do this and say, okay, we consciously want these other funds to cover these costs going forward because this is real cash that the general fund is writing a check for every year. Mm-hmm. That's almost $1 million a year that we're writing a check for. So it's a conscious decision on your part. We'll take care of the accounting piece. And I think that's
I think it's no secret that I support this. Wayne Gretzky, the great hockey player, was once asked, what made you so great? And he said, because I don't skate to where the puck is, I skate to where the puck is going to be. This puck is moving pretty fast, and we should not make decisions on where it is now. You look at downtown West, what's happening with the chamber, with the DCA building, with Bonnet Springs Park. I predict that the RP Funding Center is going to continue and grow as a center of activity, whether in arts or performances, And so we are sitting on, in my view, a valuable asset that we need to protect at all cost. And so to me, it's a no-brainer. What's $3 million if you get a return on investment of 60? Even if you don't believe 60, we only get 50 instead of 60. So I urge the commission to take this into account and move forward and take it off the enterprise fund.
Okay, Ms. McCarthy.
I have a couple questions, but it's really just one. How do we compare to other event centers about this size? Like, what are other municipalities subsidizing? How much are they subsidizing an entity like this? Like, I know the Civic Center in Tallahassee, the city gave it to Florida State, or they worked out a deal, so now Florida State manages it and handles everything there with it. But in comparison to other municipalities our size that have a venue this size, like, where do we fall? How much are they subsidizing?
I think it varies across the country. I have some cases that I've looked at that are $500,000 upwards to several million. I have some things that I can share with you if you'd like on my desk.
It'd be great if you could share those. And then just because I don't think, to Commissioner Selvage's point, don't misconstrue that I think we should sell this or we should get rid of RP funding. I just want to have an honest dialogue about, even if that in best case scenario we're subsidizing $2 million, that's a lot of money. And so I need to know how that fits with other municipalities and what they're subsidizing. And the other thing is, if the highest and best use of this is mid-level conference spaces, which I think after COVID we will see happen, and we're centrally located, we're right off of I-4, and if it can be utilized for that, I think that's wonderful. With both hotels, I think that's why the second hotel was built. I totally agree with that, but it's very hard for me to quantify to my constituents when we're begging and borrowing and pleading to do infrastructure items or other items that we're writing a check this big back. So that's why I ask questions that I ask, and it's not anything about being rid of it or anything like that, but I want to know that we are being as fiscally responsible in what we're providing the community, and I also want a forthright dialogue about RP, that it's not a standard civic center like Lake Mirror, like that part of in our inventory. And I totally understand that. I just need to make sure that if we are reallocating and pushing this into another fund, that we're not still hemorrhaging the same amount of money and it's a shell game, as you referenced, Mr. Brossart. I don't want to see that happen. This makes me feel a little bit better. But I think even if the best case scenario is that we're subsidizing $2 million, because the number that Mr. Jackson gave us is economic impact. This is cash. We're putting $2 million in cash in. Yes, there's a ripple effect, and I firmly believe in that, but that is not going into helping our residents keep their taxes low. That's not helping our residents keep, their dollars that they're having to account for at home. It's not the same thing. It's not apples to apples in that case. I believe in economic impact, but it's not the same as $2 million check that's going out, and that's the best case scenario, and right now we're still looking at 3.2. So those are why I asked the questions. I want to see, Tony, if you can provide where we compare to other municipalities or even metro areas of how much they're putting in. I don't want to be compared to Dr. Phillips.
Understood.
That is not the same thing by any stretch of the imagination. They have more women's restrooms there because when they built it, they knew that there's a longer line that goes in there. So that's a whole different ball game than what we're talking about. I'm talking about looking at the Tallahassees of the world, places that are comparable to us.
And I certainly can provide some of that information. One of the things that's unique about us is that we are a theater, an arena, and a conference space, and most of them are either only a convention center. So when the comparisons come out, it's not exactly apples to apples in some cases, but I can find some venues that are like us that I think would help this discussion.
Take it back on what you just said, Commissioner McCauley. Even when we had a dialogue about the golf course, I am truly a believer that, I think whatever we do and how we do, it affects our residents. Some folk like darts. Some folk don't give a hoop about darts. Some folk like golfing. Some folk don't. Some folk like swimming and basketball. And some folk don't. Tennis and all. We got that. But I think, however, as we had that conversation about the golf course some years back and did what we did to make sure that a golf course can still become an amenity to help support that particular group and people that enjoy and still have the excellent quality of life that we always say we want to have for our citizens, you're going to have this kind of thing, I think, here too with RP. Because as I see it, as it already been shared with some things that we've heard from the arts community, which I think you pretty much more in tune with than I am, and others that have come to know what RP can become and will become, we believe, with what happened with Downtown West. I'll have a little more, I'll have a more palatable taste to want to make sure that we can do what we can to support, I think, moving forward, what's been presented to us. And I'm thinking, hey, yes, I got you. $2 million is going to go out of our pockets. But the kind of dollars that come back to support other areas around our city, other particular situations in our city, helps too, I think. And that provides the quality of life that we all want. And that's where I am.
Mr. Mayor?
You first.
No, I'll wait. I'll wait. Go ahead.
Thank you. There again, I guess you can hear me okay. There again, I agree with Don, and I know when I first got on commission, I was against the golf course. And of course, Don convinced me that parks were like the golf course. And invariably, we know we spend a lot of money on parks and rec, and we get very little money back. It's just something that we do for the city, and we do a lot, more comparatively to most cities. I think Winter Haven's got one park in their whole city, and it's jointly owned with this Polk State College over there. And the county owns everything else in that particular area. Whereas we have multiple parks, and we do a lot more for our citizens. And of course, the golf course as well, we subsidize that. That was a component that it's just a necessity to almost a degree. And of course, again, I like the arts, but in very that's real money too. And I don't know what benefit that gets to, as well as does it bring an economic impact that the RP funding does? There gets not nearly as much money, obviously. And whether it's 3.2 million, we're what about 4 point something now? I think anything we do can be of a benefit. And of course, I do think with the Lakeland West getting ready to take off, we know we've just got $42 million for the park. We may have the district court coming in, Chamber of Commerce coming over that way. That area is just starting to blossom, I guess you would say. And I think that area is going to be, in this component, is going to be a major portion of that growth. And so there again, I totally support what we are encouraging us to do to put this within the general fund, because we can squeeze a little bit from wastewater and stuff, and it's not going to make a big difference, and it's going to give us a lot better advantage in the long run. And hopefully we'll get this debt service off, and it'll even go up. And of course, I think with the COVID going down, and if we can open up the city and the state like we can, and I think that area is going to grow, and of course with our population growth, I think it's just going to get better and better and better as we go along, and that's it.
Mayor, you had comments?
Well, I think I would concur with that. We have no quality of life amenity in the city that is self-funding. So when we think about the fact that we offer golf course and RP Funding Center, it's part of how we define, and parks, is part of how we define our quality of life in our city and what makes us unique. When you think about the three nuances of what you provide in the RP Funding Center, that's different from most cities. That gives us a unique capability. And so when we can when we look at this as fully allocating the costs to it that we do today and not utilizing the enterprise funds as the offset with 0.2% negative impact to them and a cost increase, this would allow us, having that $2 million subsidy as a goal, would allow us to be able to really see what we can do, what we can perform in a reasonable sense, as opposed to over-allocating and making it an unreasonable expectation that's not really attainable, and taking that whole crew and making them feel like they can't succeed. I think this creates the enthusiasm at the RP Funding Center level, if we make this change, to kind of put some new life even into them. We come out of COVID, people want to get back, and we're doing all the expansion in this area that has been earlier mentioned. This is a wonderful opportunity I cannot see a downside to, and so that's really my question. What, are we missing something on a downside?
To me, the only negative is perception.
Mike, if you use the mic. So
Thank you. The only negative that I can see is perception, and that was a question that came up either from Commissioner McLeod or Commissioner McCarley when this was discussed, I think, a year ago, or somebody brought it up a year ago, is perception.
You mean of the other funds, the enterprise
Well,
funds contributing into that?
No, the perception that you're playing a shell game. And I only use that because that was a phrase somebody used, maybe it was Commissioner Franklin, but somebody asked that question. Can this be perceived as a shell game? So I say absolutely not. We're in front of God and everybody saying this is exactly what we're doing, this is a conscious decision, and this is how we run a government and keep a government sustainable. From an accounting standpoint, not a political and decision-making, policymaker standpoint. That is your world, not ours, and we don't try to. So I cannot think of a downside. This is good math, and you physically save $900,000 a year in the general fund.
In which we ought to have a responsibility to feel like we ought to do, and so, and it lifts the amenity and it provides the quality of life for our citizens. So it's a win all the way around.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for your efforts to bring this to us, to reduce the subsidy. I think you've heard that message over the past year. I know we talked about this last year, so I know on Tony, your team, everybody, you're really working to implement the vision of the commission, or what we desire, and that is to reduce the subsidy. I had to step out at the beginning, so if you covered this, I'm just curious why we didn't do this earlier, years ago. If it makes sense, if it saves almost $1 million out of the general fund, why we're just now getting to it, to this proposal.
I can provide history, and then you can, if you'd like. I could just know that.
There's a story.
Well, no.
Right, you presented, I say this makes sense. It's a no-brainer. It's a savings. So
I absolutely can remember when my predecessor, Greg Finch, brought this up one time, many, many, many years ago, and there was an assumption that at some point the center would become profitable. And that was the assumption.
Yep.
Okay? And so for that reason, it got shelved. I brought it up maybe 5 or 6 years ago, Commissioner Selvage. I brought it up at that point, and again, at that point, I don't think there was a comfort level for it. And so I guess just as I get older, I'm willing to show it one more time and say, guys, this is just math. On our side, it's just math. That's really it. Now, Sean, you may have other pieces.
No, that's absolutely it. I mean, it has been considered and discussed in past years. It's just been, I think, a struggle with that perception piece, and a difficult discussion and decision to be made. And so, though it's been addressed in the past, we're back to that again. And, to the mayor and other commissioners' comments about it being an expense that is specifically related to quality of life, it seems there's justification then, for that to be funded outside of or as part of the general fund. It's that perception. So it is a subject that staff is very hesitant. Because we do not want it to appear in any way that, as it was mentioned before, that there is a shell game going on. It is simply, the math behind it. That is why it's coming up again. And, to that quality of life piece, I mean, I worked for a city before coming to Lakeland that was spending $500,000 a year on a sports amenity because of the economic impact, and that was a $32 million total budget. And so, the idea of just funding those quality of life amenities is something that the city of Lakeland does better, than anyone, with all of the parks that have been referenced and the things that are truly the part of the quality of life. So It seems like that's the decision, but again, and as Mike referenced earlier, the sooner we have direction, the quicker we can work toward, formulating this upcoming budget. But again, we also aren't in any way trying to pressure for that decision to be made immediately. If the commission wants time to consider that further, we certainly understand, but ultimately that's what we're looking for.
So would you like a thumbs up on this or not? I mean, how would you like to address it? What do you think as a commission?
Yes.
You want to do a thumbs up? Okay, let's go thumbs up if you think it's worth pursuing.
So would you word it for us so we make sure we get it?
Sure. Actually, Mike is doing that.
We will work towards the accounting of recognizing for fiscal year 22 the RP Funding Center as a governmental fund. And at that point, we will then, and I've discussed the possibility with many of these department heads, Anderson and I think Heath and I think Ivy already, about the possibility that we're talking about this. I didn't want to catch them off guard. I think the only one I missed was Gene while he was at Sun and Fun last week. So, Gene, sorry, I'm telling you now that this is being discussed. Anyway, so
All right, go back one more time.
So
and
we're just going to move the RP Funding Center for 22 moving forward into a governmental fund, and by doing so, that all of their allocated general fund services will then be recognized by the other enterprise funds.
Okay, let me do this because there's thumbs up.
Did you want to ask a
You're
question
gonna
prior to that?
Not necessarily a question. I just wanted to reiterate to Tony and staff that while I agree with the quality of life perspective for the RP Funding Center, I would ask that you continue to provide us examples of your efforts to maximize those revenues and keep expenses lean, because I view it in the more we can maximize on one side and conserve on the other, the better shape we'll be in. I know you'll do that. I just wanted to put that out there.
Absolutely.
All right, thumbs up, please, so I can. Okay, 6 out of 7. All right, there you go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Barb, are we ready for lunch?
Greg, before we break for lunch, I would ask.
We got a couple housekeeping things too, so go ahead.
I'd like to respond to something the mayor said earlier. Last night, Mr. Cunningham, the gentleman who took about 20 minutes telling him how bad the decision we made about changing the commission times, and I had clearly angered him by some of my reasons. In fact, I hope he wasn't in the parking lot when I left last night. But in my inarticulate way of trying to convince you all to go to a morning meeting, I didn't use the word that the mayor used this morning, complexity. This job has gotten more and more complex over the years. It's still called, in my view, a part-time job or a full-time job with part-time pay. Our mayor is booked every day. We've got 120,000 citizens, and we have one overworked administrator that's taking care of both 6 commissioners and the mayor. And so I come back to thinking that you're going to get heat for this, but I think it would improve things so much for you if we had one administrator who handled the 6 commissioners and one who handled the mayor, or some type of that. I think it's time, and the reason is complexity. You've got a tough job, and you've both got families and full-time jobs to handle it, so you need more help in the front office.
Hopefully they heard you when they didn't hear me.
Well,
because I've been saying.
I'm easier to listen to.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I thought maybe you had more of a stronger voice. Because I have said it for 2-3 years now.
You have.
And I guess it's just been resting on deaf ears.
I was listening.
Okay,
The-
so
the
you
two
partner
words-
with me now. How can two walk except they agree, right? All right.
The two words are complexity and pause. You know, that resonated with me right from the beginning because what you do is quite complex. And technology has changed it. You know, I referred to it earlier as the microwave society. But they want you all to make decisions. They want them right away. They want them to be in their interest, not the collective good interest. And they want, again, the decisions right away and want to be informed right away. That's an immense burden. And if we could just press pause for just a moment. And the one skill set that's a critical to any organization and how they function in terms of communication is the ability to listen. And sometimes before we listen, we just have to even stop and reflect ourselves. And so, you know, we need to make a concerted effort to do that. So what I'd like to do, so it's 20 till, we have an hour allocated for lunch. Can we abbreviate that time so that, because I know that you will want to talk more this afternoon. Can we do 30, 40-ish in between that time? All right, 40, I hear 40. Okay, all right. So 40 minutes, so we'll reconvene at 20 after 12.
After 12.
great job with lunch, so thank you for making that happen for everyone. Yes. All right. All right. And so a couple people, me included, we're talking about the temperature in the room. And it's going to get warmer now, I promise. Okay. And so it made some adjustments there. All right. So this process is, when I say it's continually morphing, all right, that's where we're at. It's organic. And you said you wanted voice. And again, the commission, the city team and Sean heard that. And so I'm going to go back to what I said in the beginning. Remember, you're working towards a balanced budget. What you're going to do here during our time is you're going to make priorities. You're going to determine priorities. That helps Sean and his team go back and put it in balance with all of their departmental needs and budgets. It's not that, hey, we determine the departmental budgets and then whatever you have is left over. What's happening is they are left with balancing everything, and then Sean will bring it back to you all. Personnel, of course, that's a big piece of the puzzle. Before we even rank, you're going to have the opportunity to say I'm going to go around the room, and this time we will follow sequentially, all right, in sequence. And we'll start with Commissioner McLeod. And if there's something you say, hey, I really want you to consider as you rank your items, giving credence to this topic or this topic. We don't want to go through every one of them. We've already compiled all the data that you gave us from this morning. But if there's a couple items that you want to make sure that, hey, as you speak to your peers and they rank, give credence to that. There's also some dollar amounts that are listed from fiscal year 2021. Sean's job, if you come up and say, hey, we want this to be increased funding, well, he can put a dollar amount because he's meshing everything. And then, but you may not like the dollar amount, he comes back. So it has to be fluid. And again, there has to be trust in that process. And, you know, the other side of it, if you're putting a dollar amount and say, hey, we want to have this increased by 50,000, but at the end of the day, to get all of your interest and all of their interest and needs met on both parts, there may be some fluctuations, all right? And so, again, that's where the balancing comes from, okay? Questions pertaining to the process? You're going to, but I just ask you not to do that yet. Do not do it yet, because I want you to, again.
And you're in communication.
I was communicating. I said you're going to hear from your peers before you rank, All right, because it may change the order. That if you do it by yourself right now, yeah, yes. But if you hear your peers say something, you may be inclined to change your ranking of something. We just want to give opportunity to that. And again, opportunity for you to have a voice before we start the ranking.
Can we ask some questions?
Absolutely.
So on the 250 affordable housing, isn't that really 500? Because isn't there CRA?
Yes, it's 250 in the general fund, 250 in the CRA for a total of 500,000.
Okay, just.
So just say 500 on the sheet, just 250.
As we think about it aggregate.
I think this was in relation to the general fund, I'm guessing, when Deidre was putting numbers to it. So you can put 500, yes.
Sean? Pardon me?
That's what it is, but so we need to bump 250, which is what I was wondering if that's what this was.
Well, he went into those slides. They were out of order.
It's not that.
So, okay. All right, we're going to backtrack. And I apologize because those slides were out of order. That first slide went after lunch, and it was beforehand. So we're going to backtrack and let you cover some things. Then we're going to go to ranking.
Okay.
So, Mike, okay.
All right. This is, thank you. This is just a quick, and nobody's allowed to be looking at your rankings.
Are you going to use the mic?
If anybody should make Mike a priority, it's you.
Mike. That's right. But all right. Thank you. This is just a informational piece. Yep, there we go.
of what to expect on your part this next calendar year for large borrowings. I say large borrowings. Bill Anderson got up last night and answered a question or so about the borrowings for the well field. That's a $5 million range from the state of Florida. That's not what we're talking about here. Those are just operational borrowings throughout the year for right now. So you're going to see a large borrowing for the airport. Really what this is doing is this is simply taking the short-term line of credit that we found as the best method for financing Amazon and NOAA and all these other items that you have approved throughout the last 2 years, 2.5 years. We just weren't sure we were going to get the spend down requirements in a bond issue done within 2 years, and so we felt that was the best method of doing it at just an interest-only rate, very low, well below 1%. So we're gonna bring that to you through the Finance Committee in the next 60 to 90 days. Fix that out. Stormwater. Friday, of course, we just had the great news about the $42.9 million for Lake Bonnet. Once Lori Smith and her team determine what the phases will look like, her goal is to get it done as fast as possible, but she needs to determine the phases. Then she's going to get with Deidre and I and our team, Stearns and whatever, to determine what is the least amount that we have to borrow, recognizing that we have to have cash, one, set aside for a purchase order for the state requirements, but also we need cash to pay for those things and then get the reimbursement. So, logic says we're not going to borrow $42.9 million and having it all sit there. We will borrow the least amount. So once we know what that is, you'll see that coming to you as well. The last two are the RICE engines, the $150 million. We're not sure if that'll be before the end of September or not, so that's why I said calendar year. That's upwards of about $150 million, which will also include monies for a new substation that I think has been talked about during the Utility Committee as well. The last is I think this was called a forward-starting borrowing that we did in 2019. So it's a $28 million deal with, I think it's Bank of America, and Water Wastewater will recognize about $3.7 million in savings, PV savings by that deal coming into fruition. So those are 4 large borrowings that you should expect to see within the next calendar year. The only other item that I would say you should expect to see, or items you should expect to see during this budget process, revolve around rates. Every year we meet with Water Wastewater. They propose and eventually the Commission adopts what is a tentative 3-year plan for rates. And that's not on this. This is something that I had just thought of. But those are something that will be revisited during the budget cycle. It'll be revisited with Sean and Emily and Finance prior to. But it's something that you as commissioners will, so we know that rates for water, wastewater will be discussed during this budget process. We know that parks and recreation, cemeteries, and then some of the rec facilities, they have a CPI index that they use, so you'll see some potential rate changes there this year. And the only other item that I can think of that would involve rates this year for you to discuss could be stormwater. The reason I say could be is depending on how much we have to borrow for Lake Bonnet mitigation, we've got to pay the debt service on that, and I don't know how quickly we'll get the monies back from the state, so we may have to do a short-term borrowing of some sort. If they don't have enough capacity in the stormwater fund to cover that, we may have to consider a small rate increase to help with the mitigation of this lake over a period of time. And I don't know the term of the mitigation, so we'll just wait and find out what Lori says that that term officially is going to be, the length of time for that. So those are the only rates that I can think of. Yes, sir?
And there's 42.9 million, can they pull that money at some point in time? If it's grant, I mean, we get going, we borrow money, all of a sudden they say, we're not gonna give you any more money.
I mean, it's,
What was the question?
It's federal,
Not
it's a
talking to
federal.
your microphone.
Let's everybody, I just got notification from the TV crew too. If you move your mic away, could you please move your mic back so we can hear everyone and also get it for prosperity on our broadcast?
My question was, in reference to the grant we recently received from the state, is there any way that if we we borrow the money, we start working on the project, and then they pull the grant and say, we're not going to give you any more money?
I don't know of a case of that ever happening from the state. Anything's possible, right? We have a grant agreement with them. That's another reason why we would borrow just enough to work through the phases of this mitigation process, right? So we're always just going to borrow just enough to make sure that we don't impede Lori Smith's ability to finish, each phase as fast as she possibly can, to get the lake cleaned up as fast as she possibly can. But so I can't answer whether that could be a possibility. I think anything could be a possibility, but I haven't seen that ever.
You know if we're going to use the same process we did on Lake Hollingsworth?
I don't have that answer. No, sir.
Other questions? Mayor?
The grant is a HUD grant, originally, and then it's done through the Department of Economic Opportunity as the grant of $148 million, or $150 that it was given to Florida. So as long as we comply with what we agreed to in the strategy of implementation, then it'll get reimbursed as we go forward. It would only us being outside of doing what we said we were going to do. And the goal is to try and do as much of that remediation out of the lake within the park itself, in the wetlands area.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Ms. Brozart, the 3 to 5 year water, wastewater rate adjustment that we typically look at, and you just mentioned that very briefly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Would that have any effect on moving forward with what their portion of what they need to pay with what we just did with RP Funding Center?
It's
RP Funding Center's not
right. That
additional
additional amount of money to them will not make a difference.
Will make that difference? Okay.
No, sir.
Okay.
Not in whether it's a 2% or it's a 2.25% or a 2.5% rate
Right.
increase. No, sir.
Yeah, we
They're
have no
looking in the
effect.
millions of dollars as they look at each year's spending, not only for operating but mainly for capital.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Other questions?
Okay. Thank you for the indulgence.
Thank you, Mike. All right, Sean and Palmer. The mayor had requested to have just an intervention here just for just a moment for something you need to vote on from last night.
Right, thank you. In the discussion of the well field last night, I forgot to bring up what we discussed at agenda study, which was the city also participating in the Southeast Wellfield project in the amount of 0.1 MGD. So I'm asking for you to also grant your approval of that. According to Bill Anderson, to participate in that project up to the 60% design stage would be approximately $90,000 for the city. But by participating, we both get a seat at the table. And also, if we decide to participate further in that project, we do not have to pay a 7.5% surcharge of our costs to participate. So that was something I just simply forgot last night in the heat of the battle. So we're asking for your authorization also to participate in the Southeast Wellfield project in the amount of 0.1 MGD.
A motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Walker. Discussion by commissioners? And there is no related audience to this. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So now we're back to the agenda and looking at ranking things. And before we go forward with that, Sean, is there anything that you want to add to where we are in this process, or how you're going to work with your team for balancing the budget and so forth?
Yeah, just kind of a reminder to some of the comments that I made at the beginning of the day, which is just to, this is kind of, in some ways, it's kind of messy work. This is the opportunity to, hear from the commission, knowing, though, that we still have to go to the department heads and find out what the departmental needs are, and what the total cost of that will be is, of course, yet to be determined. So this is where we just have to balance, the initiatives that the commission has laid out with what the departmental, operational needs are. And so it's going to be very hard in some cases to determine, how much money we can allocate at this time. We also, as you heard, Mike talk about, we don't have yet, a solid number on what the we will receive in to the general fund and taxes. And so it's all kind of estimated, and it is a balance. And so what we will need to do is, after this retreat, when we do come back to the commission, that's when we're going to have the real, I think, difficult task of balancing out, okay, hey, we heard, the commission's desire to fund a particular initiative, for this particular amount, but we're over allocated, and so now we got to start working on kind of negotiating or working through, where we make then maybe reductions to balance that. So it's just important to kind of keep that in mind. We unfortunately we don't know what we have to spend in some of these, new areas that we've discussed today. So that'll be, it'll be good to see, though, the ranking, kind of the prioritization, so that we at least know where the emphasis is toward the commission's desire.
Shauna, I have a question. Absent from this morning's discussion was broadband. And are there already in place budget preparations to address that subject as well?
There's, in Lakeland Electric, but that's still an ongoing negotiation. And so we're not able yet to say what that may be. But some of that will require the potential for some budget needs in NLE's budget.
So does staff need our input on prioritization of that initiative?
I don't think so at this time. As I've committed previously, prior to the closeout of this month, if things continue to progress the way we are pretty confident that they will, I'll be presenting to Commissioner Madden, where we are with what the proposed contract looks like, with then the idea that in May we will bring that to the full commission. But we're just not, Commissioner, at a point yet to really say what those budgetary needs may be, if any.
Okay. Other questions? Commissioner?
Ultimately, again, because of these particular projects that are being introduced and new ideas, whatever, as I called it years ago, we always put something up we put a little sticky up on the wall. It will affect our day's cash. So right now, with what we just heard from our finance director, Mr. Brozart, with what we just did with RP, we increased some days and got up to 57 days, if I saw that correct, by fiscal year 24. But if we take on all these particular projects, whatever they may be, how it may shape up, that will have an effect on those days' cash, ultimately, right? Okay.
So as well as those departmental needs that will be determined.
Putting out there, yes. Okay.
You could think of it as prioritized information gathering is what you're doing today. So having said that, Commissioner McLeod, anything that you want to say to any of the items that you see here?
I don't have anything, Dr. Collins.
Okay, Commissioner Reed.
There's 34 items. Do we want to go 1 through 34, or we want top 20?
That's my question.
Excuse me. There's 34 items here.
Yes.
Do we want 1 through 34, 1 through 10, 1 through 20?
That's up to you all. It's however, our idea is to have them ranked. I would think that some of the items, when you get down to the lower rankings, might not have as many dollars attached to them, so there could be some movement. It just depends. And I don't know that we can do that. I think at this juncture, the best way to do it, to answer your question, is to rank them all, see where you end up, and then you have the conversation, say, do we want to have Sean and his team focus on the top 10, the top 15, the top 20? I think the first thing that you do is rank them, because again, there will be some differences with rankings based upon dollar amounts where he will have flexibility and latitude to do some things that won't require those dollars. That would be my
So you want us to put a dollar amount also?
No.
Okay,
we're not.
just to rank them 1 through, I guess,
Right.
much easier, okay.
Right. Okay, good question. Commissioner Madden?
Thank you. So I guess I would like to suggest some of them are going to seem, in my mind, a little nebulous, without a dollar figure, like autonomous vehicle shuttle. Like, my fear is that, that will just go to the bottom because, whatever that costs is not going to probably be in the budget. But what I've noticed, and what I think all of us would agree to, is that to get a Wabash extension, you have to start with some dollars on a study, and then design, and then land acquisition, and then finally you're positioned to get a grant. So I would suggest that if it's important, I didn't hear any of my colleagues echo any AV sentiments. I think it's coming out of COVID, and we haven't heard a lot of updates with SunTrax. Although that's a future focus, I would like to show that the city of Lakeland is open to something with regards to if Poly did something, or if SunTrax did something, if there was a grant out there, that we actually have some kind of a line item, for some kind of autonomous vehicle shuttle or pilot. And so I don't know if we could even do, in my mind, I would think it'd be someone like Angelo or, Chuck, but could show us, just like with the Catalyst funds, before we had dollar signs attached to it, we had them show us renderings of what was possible for downtown to cast vision, and then to say, okay, now we know where we'd like to have some movement and cranes, that frees our manager up to, negotiate a deal with the summit, to be able to give the land and do something in that area that we know is hot for development per our Catalyst renderings. So, I would just, argue, and ask for my colleagues, if there are items like autonomous vehicle shuttle that seems like a little far-fetched or out there with regard to if we could put a dollar sign to that today for 2022 to have operational, I would say that we need some kind of line item or mechanism in which we could get some traction if we want to have one 10 years from now. So, I just kind of wanted to look to my colleagues to see what are you thinking with regard to some of these items. We would say this is going to cost this much, and this is what we want to absolutely do or not do. I think that the autonomous vehicle shuttle is something, or body cameras, for instance. You might say, I think we're going that direction. My colleague, Commissioner Selvage said, so maybe we put line item and it's, $5,000. At least it shows that we're starting to deposit, some money and have some interest that could, if we get something like a grant, the American Rescue dollars, then we actually have, determined initiatives from this commission that we want to prioritize and invest in long term.
Okay, sticking with Commissioner Madden's comments, anybody want to weigh in on those comments? Mayor?
I don't know that we can assemble the data accurately. So
would you speak into the mic so we can?
I don't know that we can assemble that data accurately quickly. So to me, if it's a compelling desire, that the dollars have to then, that their job will be assigned to
Get us
find,
a
to
first
get us
step.
the dollars, right?
Okay.
So when we come back,
Okay,
we could.
so I just would say, I hope that y'all will rank it higher than you might have if you thought we needed all the money in 2022, and to think that we could start at a small level to get some traction.
Traction
That's
on
my appeal.
autonomous vehicles.
Sean, anything, you want to weigh in, anything? You good? Okay, Mayor? All right, Commissioner McCarley?
It'd be great to go from South Lake Morton area to Lake Crago. on an autonomous vehicle shuttle.
Say that one more time, please. Say that again.
Because it would be great, wouldn't it, if you lived in the South Lake Morton area, or if you worked at Summit, you could just get on the autonomous vehicle and just go right on out to Lake Crago, or go get your COVID test at the hospital in the medical district, or catch a Detroit Tiger game in the afternoon after work.
That's the background in marketing.
Wouldn't it behoove us to talk to Transit about that, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
Transit Queen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
they'll put that in the notes, Mayor.
Well, so I think what I have done, and I don't know if this sort of work for anyone else, is I've just ticked the ones on the right side that are the most interest to me, knowing I'm not trying to rate 34, and I came up with 17. But you might want to do likewise, just tick them to the right, and then there'll be some you won't want to even rank, and then start with those so that we can at least move forward.
Mm-hmm. And that's a good point, because if you say, hey, no ranking, you're neutral about it, then that's going to impact the overall number, the overall average. Anything
Mr.
else?
Reed have a turn? Because he just asked a question.
He did. I didn't hear a question.
I'm done. I didn't have.
Are you didn't want to add any lobby? You didn't want to lobby for your things?
Well, I didn't know if we wanted to pick a number. There again, I did similar to what Bill did. But then I'm culling that number now. So I've had 15 and I'm squeezing it down.
All right, so let's do this. Let's hold tight. Let's get through all the voices, and then we'll talk about, do you do 10, do you do 15, do you rank them all? Okay, so.
I just wanted to add to Commissioner Madden's comments about autonomous vehicles, and maybe the silence from us wasn't necessarily a sign of being disinterested, but to what Commissioner McCarley said, I was thinking when you first mentioned it, I'd love to hear more from Transit and kind of the big picture of how autonomous vehicles fit into future transportation planning. So I am interested. I don't know that I would rank it as the highest priority or among the top today, but maybe there's a way that, we can star or put some footnotes of we want to keep this as a priority and maybe start moving in that direction. So there is interest, but I didn't want you to take our silence for you're the only one on that train. So
That's okay.
to use another transportation.
It's a time, so what I heard you say was you were reflecting on the comments, but also then we have Kelly taking minutes over here, and so the city team will go back through those, and so the narratives that you get for comments like this, depending upon ranking and so forth, there's always follow-up for you all, always follow-up. Okay.
I would just say that the 4 that have niches on my list are the enhancing neighborhood liaisons and programming, the expanding internship program, overdue infrastructure projects. So actually just 3, but
Okay.
those would be mine.
Okay. Any comments?
Can you have Sarah state that again? I didn't catch it.
Speak a little bit louder.
Enhancing neighborhood liaisons and programming would be one of mine. The internship program, which is just, you skip a line and then that. Overdue infrastructure projects. But I do think, to the point that Commissioner McLeod just made with Commissioner Madden's autonomous vehicle, I do think there are some things that might be on this list that we do, to Commissioner Walker's point earlier, like Citrus Connection or LambTed, where we have some partnerships in play that might not end up being a budget item for us, but it might, hearing my colleagues' opinions on all this is very helpful to me to know how to reconnect out in the community if there are non-budgetary things that can be happening. This is very, very helpful, this kind of format.
I'm the remedial student here. I'm still questioning process. This appears to be my favorite type of budgeting, where I don't have to worry about cost. I just have to put down here what I think is most important, and we'll deal with the costs later. Is that
Yes
correct?
and no. Yes and no. It's complex, all right? Because what you're trying to do is you're helping Sean and the city team to say, these are the priorities congruent with the strategic plan that we want you to focus on. You all have to be in one accord before he can start conceptualizing a budget. So that's the first thing, is the ranking. Then we come back, and if there's something that somebody says, hey, they're questioning the dollar amount from fiscal year 21, we can do that. The caveat, hear what I'm saying. The caveat to that is, it is fluid. It is fluid. It's dependent upon, he's not even looked at departmental budgets yet and garnered that information from his departments. just to keep the city operating, okay? So what does that look like? And then taking that information, meshing it with your priorities, and then putting them together. And so if it's an area that, hey, can have more money, wonderful. If it's an area where after he aggregates all the data and Mike crunches all the numbers, and said, that's not going to work, you have to be okay with that. You tried and so forth. But again, you're not deciding the entire budget today. You're one part of it. What is different is, number one, you're having a voice before it ever goes to the city team. And number two, you're prioritizing the items that you have identified, many of them already in your strategic plan. Okay?
And so, and then one other thing, Craig, wouldn't number 35 be the addition of administrator for the city commission?
It's already there.
Is it there somewhere?
Commissioner Ombudsman, increased staff support the commission. Commissioner Ombudsman, see it there? Commissioner Ombudsman, increased staff.
Well, I'm
support
looking at
commission.
this sheet. Okay, got it. All right.
It's there.
It's on the list.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 down.
Yeah, 11 down.
Got it, okay. I was looking at the other one, okay.
Okay. I'm going to, while you're looking at that for just one moment, Sean?
Yeah, so a couple of things to address some of the comments. First of all, just, kind of remember the process and that we went through in the strategic plan and in creating that strategic plan document. So for instance, when we talk about, the autonomous vehicles, that is a part of the strategic plan that is spelled out, as one of the actionable items that staff will use to continue to guide us toward the momentum to make that happen. But kind of like we talked about, some of the things in the strategic plan we can probably accomplish in this first year, some are maybe 3-5 years out. So even if the autonomous vehicle, early adoption weren't funded in this budget, it does not remove it from our strategic plan, and staff will be continuing to bring those updates so that you can see the traction that we're gaining in those areas. So just because they're not maybe budgeted right now, still in the strategic plan. The other thing to remember is that when we next meet on the budget, we will then have better data. And so I would encourage you, if there are some of these specific, budgeting initiatives that the commission is adamant that you want absolutely X number of dollars, allocated for that, that'd be good to hear today. But many of them you may not. And once we know what we have and what we can, kind of divide up based on kind of your ranking priority, we can present that. And then we'll have the opportunity to balance and adjust those things based on the commission's preference when we get to that point in time.
Commissioner.
That was excellent clarity. I feel so relieved about that I'm willing to move to prioritize my second to my first and sell it instead, which is the pedestrian high line. And I would argue that what we have done in the last several years is coordinate our efforts to not let the golf course be all off on an island by itself for golfers, but instead wrap it with a 3 parks trail and a dog park and make it contiguous with the common ground park, so that now it's an amenity that everybody loves and appreciates, because whether we're looking at the beauty of the course from the three parks trail or we're looking at it from the dog park, there's more buy-in from the entire committee. And so I would say that if we want to do something special to connect Bonnet Springs Park, which is going to be the gem of our region as far as parks, to our RP Funding Center to increase people's stay. If you're going to come in for a show, you're going to spend the night because you want to go to Bonnet Springs Park the next day, then we should put our money where our mouth is and make that the next catalyst area and build our pedestrian high line as quickly as possible so that we can have people park, walk over and get into Bonnet Springs Park, spend the night in the new hotels, take on a show, or go, the kids who come in for the gymnastics, after their events can walk over the bridge and go to the park. I think, and then also, of course, then show with the new squeeze, giving lifts over to Munn Park and over to the joinery, and certainly not leaving out the Lake Mirror area. But I think it really is incumbent upon us, just like we worked so hard on that Summit building and worked in the CRA and the buildings to get the Lake Mirror really, happening, and all those private dollars followed. I think with the chamber initiative, with the potential of the district court possibility, that we should highly prioritize some type of a beautiful, noteworthy, regionally recognized amenity like a pedestrian highline for Bonnet Springs Park.
Okay, Commissioner?
I had a question for Sean, because that really helped me too, what you said just a second ago. Will you all take back this list of priorities back to staff? Because I would guess that staff will be working on some of these regardless of whether we said they were priorities or, that it might already be in their game plan. So will this just sort of underpin how they move forward in their planning as well?
Yes.
It won't be isolated, like this is commission and then this is what we need. It'll be integrated.
Yes, absolutely. And so even, on the High Line, certainly, we will need to have staff effort from community development and from public works and transportation. And so all of this will filter down.
I'd rather have the 1 million from the Southwest Park work in tandem with Catalyst funds and with, to make a joint effort, to not, why would we not partner with what's already happening with the snowball that's already, gaining steam in the Bonnet Springs Park and RP funding area?
Okay, Commissioner Reed.
For a clarification here again.
We need you to speak up
For
and then speak into
clarification
the mic.
standpoint, excuse me, I'm going to move my notes over here. The High Line, from my understanding, was going to go from the parking lot down to downtown. Now, this says High Line to West Lakeland. So are there two different High Lines? Is there one High Line, or?
Well, we'd love to, but if we don't have a parking garage to connect the 1 to, then I'm thinking maybe we would have better traction working over with Bonnet Springs Parks. There's a lot of people putting a lot of money into that park that might appreciate that as well.
We're talking going from the RP Funding Center over that, going from
Some
north to
connector.
south versus,
Yeah, some
okay.
kind of connector, but we don't have a picture. I can't give you a,
Well, I agree. I just didn't, I'm just trying to get a clarification. So,
yeah,
so we're
for sure.
talking about over there, okay.
Okay. Any other comments to those? Commissioner Selvage, I want to come back to you. Did you get everything stated that you wanted to share?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Walker,
Yes,
any comments?
I'm ranking.
You're ranking. Okay.
But
And you-
still, in ranking, I can see, I kind of I had allowed myself to forego, dollar amounts already because they're already there. Money's already been allocated. I'm using my time to rank the ones that don't have any dollar amounts to it.
That is a point I'm going to ask Sean to address.
So what you're seeing there on the left, that was line items that were in the 21 budget. And so, I'll use an example of the conversation this morning about, competitive salaries for staff and the $10,000. That line item it was in the 21 budget. It's probably been in other budgets, even in advance of 21. Now, that's not specific to any particular project. So if you'll recall back in, around 2016 or so, we did pay for a consultant to do a general employee wage study.
Right.
And that was budgeted for. But this 10,000 would be a recurring line item that's there when some of the HR staff goes out and does market studies from time to time based on certain job classifications, certain work groups. Then that's funding available to them to be able to perform those types of surveys when needed. So what you see there again is just that was line items in the 21 budget.
Commissioner Reed?
Thank you. Sean, I'm looking at the infrastructure around the airport. There again, I'm more concerned about the Hamilton Road, Medella Road, zoning to protect that area. There again, if we enhance our infrastructure there, we're going to encourage residential development. So I'm not so much of protecting that area as opposed to providing infrastructure in reference to utilities. But that's just an observation I wanted to make, because, you know, if we have it, invariably, we're gonna be inundated with more residential development right there next to the airport. I know we're getting ready to give out a right-of-way down that way, but that doesn't necessarily mean we need to go ahead and put in the water lines initially. And then sewer would probably be shortly thereafterwards, and then if it all the, in the water and sewer doesn't necessarily need to be there for the warehousing components, but I'm just trying to figure out how to rank that, because as opposed to protecting it versus infrastructure. If it's infrastructure, I'm gonna make it down the bottom for utilities type stuff. So maybe can you expand on that, please, sir?
Well, I think, Commissioner, if I understand the comments that you're making there, you know, I would go back again to even the example of the autonomous, you know, vehicles, is that, you know, in the strategic plan, you know, the initiative to make sure that we have the adequate infrastructure around, you know, the airport area, and your concerns about, you know, some of the failing drainage and roadways and utility needs that are there. That remains part and will remain part of the strategic plan, but it's just at this point in time for this upcoming budget, does the commission have, you know, a related project to that concern that you would want to fund or see funded in this immediate budget?
You know, as long as we're doing funding and infrastructure for the airport itself, like Amazon and Drainfield Road and to the west, I have no problem with that. Going to the south would be my concern. If I'm making myself clear, I'm not quite sure, but we obviously want to have everything together for Amazon and future development of the airport itself. But surrounding areas is my biggest concern.
Can I just jump in? In the strategic plan, the fifth initiative in TA2 was develop a plan for Hamilton Road, and I don't know how to say that. Thank you. I wasn't going to say it wrong. Immediately surrounding the airport to protect future development. So that is another component, just to speak, that is captured in the strategic plan.
Okay. Other
Just a
Commissioner?
process question. So if you get down to the bottom and you realize, oops, I left one out, but I've already ranked 1 through 30, but I don't want it to be 31. I'd rather it be in the top 10. Will it throw the system off if you give 2 items the same number? Does that make sense? I don't.
Make 9B or whatever.
Okay, thank you.
And then I'll just know it's like 9 or 9.5. And then I'll just
Okay,
write it in.
thank
You
you.
should ask that question sooner. That's good. But you don't have to rank everything, right?
No, what's important is that we decide how many we're going to tabulate, all right? Because you could go down and what could happen is, say, the mayor only ranks 17, which is what I heard him say earlier.
I'm at 19.
And, all right, you're up to 19, all right. And so Commissioner Madden does all the way down to 34, but the very bottom one, she was the only person that voted for it, but gave it a 1. Well, that skews the whole ranking, because there's only one person, the average is going to be 1.
I would say if you're going to rank to 19, then the other ones are all tied for 34 on your list. Just to give them one value.
And we'll be up, what we're going to do is we're going to decide how far you're going down in just a moment, and then that's where we're going to stop, because everything else will be the same number. So we'll decide on that after you get an idea of where you're at. Look at them through, listen to what you heard from your peers, think about your interests, think about the strategic plan, and get a feel for where you're at, how many you're looking at. When you have finished ranking, would you just turn your nameplate on its side so I have a visual cue that you are ready to proceed?
The same apartment size and the builder rent size?
They were separate. Emily, can you answer for me the build-to-rent home incentives and apartment incentives? And I know the mayor.
Are they different?
They're different because one's a developer that's going to build 150 houses that are built to rent.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, once you're finished, if you would turn your nameplate on its side, just so I know that you're ready to proceed. Commissioner, you finished? Are you good to go? Okay. All right, so before we start here with the next portion, what I want to do is I'm going to volley over to Sean and Mike. And Sean, he's going to give you an example in terms of impact.
Thank you.
Prioritizations.
So I made a comment earlier about this feeling a little bit messy because it's a different process than what we have used in the past. And some of that speaks to Commissioner Selvage's earlier comment about his favorite type of budgeting is this one, where he has an unlimited amount of money to spend and really, no feeling of where to use, restraint. And so that's really the shift this year that we've made. And with it, some of the kind of difficulty then that inherently comes out of it. In the past, when you had already seen what was programmed in based on departmental needs and the like, it left you with a sense of, well, there's not much left then, for us to program in based on kind of the commission's desire. The flip to that is what we have this year, which is we're coming to you first, and without being able to tell you, how constrained we need to be. So it is an opportunity again to get the commission's feedback and input first in the process. But I do sense that you're struggling then with, well, how much, should you spend, knowing that we're going to then go build, the other costs based on the departmental needs. And so, as you know, and I want to provide an example, and I've asked Mike to do that. We measure in terms of days cash. So to give you some level of what our restraint needs to be, I've asked Mike to provide an example where, if we were to program in a one-time $1 million project and also, a recurring expense, I want him to show you what the result of that is to the day's cash file. So, Mike.
And really, this is not about the fact that there's two projects. It's because the dollar amount is large. So if, for example, the appetite of the commission were to add in a one-time $1 million set aside for a backstop for the airport, that takes your 57 days cash by year 3 down to 54. Okay, you lose 3 days cash. By doing two, I think I heard between here and I think you've committed in the peace conversations about trying to get affordable housing from 500,000 a year up to 750. Okay, so that additional 250 a year, if it comes out of the general fund, every year takes you down. You're now down to 52 days cash. Okay, again, just order of magnitude, which you may want to do as you're thinking through what you want to prioritize, is also try to think about what your comfort level is as an ending target for days cash by year 3. Okay, now understand, as a number of folks have mentioned, we're still fluid. If we find that Marcia's calculations show that by July we're at 7% instead of 6%, well, you're going to know that because we're going to reflect that in the days cash. If for some reason the fire department were to say, Sean, Emily, I need X number of new positions, well, that'll come back to you as part of your discussion as well. Well, those are real dollars that get affected every year going forward, right? So just order of magnitude, we wanted to make sure you folks understood the bigger dollars tend to be, as opposed to say, I think at some point, I thought the mayor may have, during one of your discussions a good while back, was I'd love to see the arts go, forgive me if the number's wrong, but from 250 to 275 or something along those lines. Well, that's 75,000 over 3 years. That is not really affecting as much. So you may think about that as you're prioritizing the order of magnitude that you're applying to the cost of the day's cash as you go through it. So that's it. We just want to make sure you understood. Yes, sir.
Mayor.
And the days cash the dollar amounts you have in there are in your current day's cash.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Everything you see on this list are ones that are already budgeted. And just to confirm, what you see for affordable housing, that's just a general fund share. It's really 500,000 total because the CRA is also generously contributing 250 as well. So it's 500,000 total coming from the city.
Sean and Mike, should this commission give you an idea of their comfort level in days cash? And
make
you
life-
said
it would make life easier.
45 to 60. Should we give you and Sean direction? We're not going to live with anything below 55, 50. Would that help?
Yes, sir. Anything like that would help, but again, that's whether the 7 of you are comfortable with the projects and the initiatives that we have built in there to solve for that. And some years, we may see that dip below, say, 55 or whatever, to a comfort level of something else. But
We
any
should
guidance
tell
you
you-
give us will help us as we try to
Yeah.
back into a number to bring back.
Don't come back to us with any number below 50 day or 45 or 50 day, whatever it is, I think is important.
And so to that point, Sean, are you comfortable with making that determination now?
I am, and with the only, other caveat that we've already discussed, which is it is fluid. And so kind of like Mike's example, if the 6% becomes 7%, well, then there may be things that today would be of concern that won't be as alarming depending on what those final numbers actually end up being.
Commissioner?
And just to comment on that as well, I mean, and I understand you're using, even numbers for us, Mike, so we can delineate the cash days on hand, but I just want to be assured that staff will be looking at their budgets as well to determine that those days cash on hand, that it's not limited to a few projects, that when you say $1 million, when we sign off on, lots of millions at a regular commission meeting for different projects going on that are budgeted, albeit they're budgeted. I just want to make sure that that is happening as well within the ranks, which I'm sure it is. The cash days on hand is still with you all as well, because sometimes in these discussions, and it goes back to the feeling that I had at my first budget meeting which Sean and I have talked about, so I like this process better of, oh, by the way, we've already done all this. You guys can spend 50 grand, and that's what you're responsible for as a commission. So that statement just sort of leans that way. And I don't think that's what your intent was.
And so, Commissioner, I will share with you some of my thoughts behind changing the process, which again came from those types of comments from the commission. It also will, in a reverse order now, it will assist me in tempering staff and departments from wants to needs, because we'll be able to see the results of what came out of this retreat, and then temper what we need to factor in for the departmental side.
Okay.
If I could add to that, to Commissioner Selvage's point, if you did come up with a comfort level on what you see as a day's cash by year 3 in this scenario, that would help Sean really be able to say, okay, I have to pick between this, this department needs 2 people and this department needs 1, but I can only afford because I've got to back into what you've designated as your comfort level, and say it's not 50 days, say it's some other number, 52 or 53 or whatever you think is reasonable. That really is going to help with Sean's side, Emily's side of saying, no, Brosart, you can't have $1,100 for training. You can have $400 for training because of X, Y, and Z. So yes, that really would help.
That is the question that I think, thank you, Commissioner, for raising that, because that has to be answered before moving forward, because it's a moving target. It makes the budget totally a moving target, from my perspective, without it. So if you want to propose that, now would be the time to do that while we're on it. Commissioner Walker.
Well, my comment on that would just be, as I sit here and dealt with this 45, 6 days on cash situation, that may be a project that I may lean toward that may have the adverse effect.
Say the last part again. It may
There
have
may be a
what?
project that I may lean toward that may have an adverse effect. And that has happened in my years of service. And we have gotten down to below 45 days of cash on hand in outlying years, of course. Because we've seen that happen, several years back when we had, I think it was down to like about 39 days, if I'm not mistaken, at one time. But it's because of some things that we know we had to take care of when it came to some particular needs here in our community. So I'm questioning if we set rock solid on a certain number without going through and find out what these projects are that we all want to say we want to see happen. I might have something that may get knocked out, you may have something that get knocked out. So I kind of have my reservations there. I'd rather for us to have the projects as we're going through right now, and then find out how much of that would bring about whatever days cash on hand, then decide, okay, well, no, we should, we lower it down or take away to provide what we really want between 45 and 6 days.
Mayor?
So my encouragement would be that we think about being on the dream side of the Commissioner Selvidge's budgeting process in this exercise, so that we're really looking at what are the things we'd love to see happen strategically, and then see how they rank across each other, because it is nebulous with this many options, and we're not even going to all rank all of them equally, and then let that roll back into prioritization once it's been calculated.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
And then we apply the dollars, and then we reconsider some of those things. So we are adding another step in that process, but it allows us to be heavy on the dream side, on the goal side, on the vision side, on the thrusts of what we want to see happen as nuances for our city, and lighter on the reality side, which will engage once compiled.
Would it be feasible to the points, all 3 points that are being made, at whatever juncture the dream team is finished, and you put it back with your team, that you come back with the lowest risk when you look at it days? He mentioned 45 to 60, 55, 53 was mentioned, but you look at the lowest risk and maybe perhaps consider proposing or having that information if requested. How about that? All right. Commissioner Madden.
Yeah, and I would echo the mayor's sentiments, because as policymakers and future-focused, supposedly visionaries coming from the citizenry to echo their thoughts and dreams for their city, I think it's wonderful, and I commend Sean and his leadership to say, give us a chance, because the staff every day gets that chance to dream 10 years out and 15 years out, and they know what it takes to go through the process to make something happen, and it's lengthy. And I'm sure it's frustrating then to bring that finally, when it's right there at the precipice of realizing that dream, and have the city commission go, what? Why are we spending that much money on this? Forget it. Because behind the scenes, they've been working so hard and have so much vested in these projects. We're not in our seats, necessarily as long. We're here for at least 4 years. But I think that the citizens are hopeful, that we are bringing their dreams to the table. What if they want their city to take the next step like Greenville did, or Chattanooga, maybe with regard to smart city and be a gig city, whatever it is that our citizens might want. And maybe they're like, no, we don't want to be a gig city, but we like our parks and rec. And so I like that idea about the Highlines, being our next amenity that draws folks. And those things draw businesses. I think I sent it to Sean, the article that was just showing with the COVID remote workforce, rather than incentivizing big companies to come who bring workers, it's make your city beautiful and walkable and vibrant, so you recruit the workers, because now workers can live where they want. And we want those workers, to live here, but they have to want to live and work and play here. So how can we make sure, we're forward thinking? And, then I think when you're managing, you're thinking logistically about where a park fits based on geographic proximity and your formula of how many parks you need per residence or how many square miles. Whereas we might say, no, we want to be that snowball effect. We know to make biggest impact, it's when you collectively work with other people. And when you see in business and as a private citizen, I might in my business love to sell promotional products, but guess what? In COVID, we were selling PPE. You pivot to where there's money, dollars, investment, action. And so I think that that's kind of what these give us an opportunity, is to say, where do we feel some momentum in the private sector? Where do we feel momentum in the philanthropic sector? Bonnet Springs, ding, 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 is a lot of action and monies and dollars going to there. So why would we not pivot even from something we loved as a city that's been planned for 10 years to something that we know is going to be a wonderful amenity that not just we would put our dollars in, but other people are already investing millions of dollars. So I think that this part of the process is to say, what do we see differently than last year? You know, in COVID, we had a different conversation. What do we next year we might pivot a little bit, but if we don't have that opportunity, we're at the end of the budget cycle, and whether it's, you know, the mayor had the homelessness initiative, and it wasn't even finished being vetted till the very last budget meeting. But we've already spent all the money. You know, we don't have it. We don't have that, you know, or we have to raise taxes. And, you know, there might be some things that collectively we say, gosh, that would even be worth raising taxes in our no tax increase kind of Lakeland, Florida, and, you know, conservative area. But if we knew it was going to change the trajectory of our region because the innovation district was ripe and ready, or because the Brightline stop was right and ready, or because all the people in the universe said that we were going to be the next smart city, so we would do it for that. So I think we all want to be frugal when it comes to basic stuff, but we should always have opportunity to be future forward and dream a little on what we would be willing to go a little lower on days cash for, what we would be willing to even possibly raise taxes for. Those things have to be really special and have to have the buy-in in dollars, you know, from the community at large, not just, you know, from the city.
Good points, Commissioner. One reason I admire you all most is because you're focused on the citizens, and you framed it two ways. You talked about citizens and constituents, and then last time, community. And that's why you make the decisions that you make. All right, so very good. Commissioner, you had your hand up for a moment. Did you have?
I did. I'd like to get an idea from my fellow commissioners on what a number for a day's reserve. Of course, again, I think Mike had used a 50-day for day 3 for year 3 out, which makes it what I would vote for. Of course, if we go 45 days, we're looking at $1.7 million difference. And of course, again, Stephanie just made a good point about the offices and stuff. Geico's going back to they're going back in their office building June 1. So all their employees are coming back. So we're having this shift from the home to the big offices. And when Summit gets their building done, they'll fill it up, and other buildings there. So we're going to see emergence back from the home to the office areas too. So, but I'd like to get a perspective of what each of us thinks on how much reserve is necessary and variable.
Well, to their points, can we table that? We can do that, but can we table it till after we do our ranking? Okay, and we'll come back to that. Are you comfortable with that, Sean? Okay. All right. So any other questions? All right. So this is going to take a few moments to do, so let's take a quick break. Does that sound good? Like 10 minutes, and then we're going to come back and we're going to go through and rank, and you'll be calling them out. So it'll also be a few moments if you want to look at your rankings and so forth.
It's a process question. Would it be easier for Emily, if you've ranked it, to go alphabetically so that you can just rip through?
What she's asking is you go straight down.
If you have your sheets, you could just give them to me, and I could put, while you guys take a break, I could go ahead and put them in.
Whoa. Wait, just a moment. Stop right there. We can't do that yet. Okay, you can't just, everybody has to have the exact, if you have 34, then we can do that. If you ranked, we have to stop at the same number. So let's just retract for just a second. How many of you ranked all 34? Let me see. 1, 2, so, okay.
With counting many of them as 34?
It doesn't matter as long as you have them all ranked. You could do 17 or 19 and then do all the rest 34.
Right.
But you have to have a number besides every one, every topic. Did everybody do that? Because if not, let me say this again. If somebody only ranked 20 and everybody else is ranking 34, then it's all void. Yeah. All right? Did you
I did not put a number by everyone, no.
Okay. So then
I can finish it, I just stopped at 20.
I can finish it.
Okay. All right. Hang tight, because this is different. Remember we said we're being organic, or right now we're being real organic. So stay with me for just a moment. I like the way Chad's laughing right now. You're going to have all of yours ranked.
I
correct?
will.
Okay, beautiful.
Not only that, I got top 5, top 10, top 20,
Oh,
top
you're
30, and the last
overachiever,
4.
overachiever. Commissioner?
I will be like Walker.
Okay, and yours are done, all right. Commissioner Madden, yours will all be ranked? Yes.
I've got 19.
You could just do
Can-
34 for the rest of them.
It rests on your shoulders, I believe, right now. I gotta have 30, oh, okay.
I've got like 8, I've got 8A and 4A, stuff like that now.
That's gonna
I
be.
can figure it out. I probably
It
can.
has to, well, number one, it has to be able to be shared, and it has to be clearly be able to be averaged in. Letters aren't gonna be able to average. So,
Yeah, I've got a number
okay.
for you.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
fine.
Okay, I
so
do
when
have
you're finished,
a challenge on the process. What is the purpose of discussing these after Emily ranks them? Are we trying to change each other's minds in the rankings?
no,
Just
we,
get to discover.
it's,
You want to stop at 20?
can you stop? Here's what was going to happen. You were going, you were going to be asked, all right, where you were. How many of you had 34? How many did not have 30? Okay, where was the stopping number? And have a whole number besides every single one. If you stopped at 20, it would be 20. If you stopped at 25, it'd be 25. But every single one of you have to have the same thing to make it easy, okay? Then she posted there. There's no letters, 0.5s or anything. And then it's all averaged. Then we see your ranking. And then if you collectively say, how did we miss that? Or this is exactly what we wanted. That's why you have that discussion at the end, all right? Remember, we say data tells a story. All right. Does the data that we are coming up with right now, does it tell the story that you want? That's the question, all right? So rank them all, get them all ranked, and then give them to Emily if you would. And let's take 10. We'll be back at 10 till.
Emily, if I've got a 4A, that's going to rank better than an 8A. So I need to make 4A a 5?
If you do 4 and then 4A counts as 5.
Okay, then you can take care of number 6 or 5. You move not 5 down.
I moved, yeah.
I only got 2.
That's why I looked at you, I was like, did I see that on?
Mr. Mayor, are you cold? I brought a hoodie.
collecting all the data, and also Deidre helping set those first 2 documents that you were the working template, and then Mike Brossart just put it all together for us and did some crunching of numbers, cells, and we've got data being printed for you. When you get the sheets, you're going to see them ranked 1 to 34. So you'll see the hierarchy of what you've come up with. I'm going to ask you to think 2 things. One is the connectivity to the strategic plan. All right, and I think you've done a beautiful job. You'll see some connectivity right away. Remember going back to the very first thing that I said, data tells a story? How many of you remember me saying that? I hope you're right. So what we want to do is look at this data and see, is there anything that we need to make sure that we have clarification on before we leave today? That I believe that there's 1 or 2 items that you will want to make sure that we are on the same page before we go out of the room, so that, and I'll give you one example, but so that employees understand what's that line item means, okay? And so we'll talk about that here in just a second. It looks like they're bringing them here. Here we go.
Like the Miss America pageant. Here's the answers.
The rankings.
The rankings.
And the winner is.
I can't even remember the music to that. What is
Okay,
the music of Miss
thanks.
America? You do. They're coming down the runway.
It's been so long since I watched that. I just think.
There she is. There's America. Okay, sorry. Cultural. Yep.
Urbana.
Thank you.
I have a computer, I don't need it.
Thank you.
Nines, would one of them be a 10?
One's a 10, the manufacturing.
They're the same exact sum number,
Sorry.
so there's no 10.
You're right.
That's why I'm not a numbers guy.
Amen, brother. Craig, can I interject?
Yes,
with-
Mike, go ahead.
With a thought that, and I'm going to break your requested protocols and talk about the American Rescue Plan 2021.
Hey, my protocol was established working with you all, so you're
Yes,
breaking your own.
yeah.
But so you have the latitude to do that, my friend.
Please know that, you know, what we've seen in summaries of the American Rescue Plan for 2021, they first talk about how they were, you know, governments, for the local government piece, they talk about funding for reimbursement of lost revenues during COVID, covering your expenses for COVID, and the very next thing they talk about is infrastructure. So once we know the rules, we'll clearly define them. But please know that if no dollars get set aside to some of these, this list is not going to be forgotten during that process. Okay?
I'm just saying hallelujah.
Go ahead. Tell us your thoughts, Commissioner Walker.
That was it.
I was just looking at my rankings, and I was just looking at what I ranked. I just said, hallelujah.
All right. Okay.
At least some things aligning here.
So here's, you know, we can look at where the breaks are. Obviously, number one was number one, a substantial separation between affordable housing and downtown redevelopment. Number two.
And on the affordable housing side, as we look at that one, we really also need to kind of address our 500 versus 750 as well. Since it's our number one priority, I think that's certainly part of what we want to send back.
So are you saying you want, is that just a note, or say you want to revisit that now?
What would the commission like to do on that?
Mayor, can I ask you to speak up just a little
Would
bit?
the commission
I want to
like
make sure
to-
remotely they're getting it as
Yes,
well.
like to do on, so we've had strong discussion on how we grow affordable housing over the years, and we have had the commitment of Community and Economic Development Department in doing that and taking us to $500,000. And as Commissioner McLeod mentioned, I'd like to know what happens with the increment of anything that goes up, which is a very legitimate request. So part of what, in other words, what does it enable us to do that we couldn't do otherwise? How many units does that really translate into once we have a multiplying factor, which Nicole and Teresa Mayo certainly have a handle on. As a commitment, as a dollar commitment, knowing that, for example, Tampa has $10 million in this category in their budget each year, recurrently. And so as a dollar amount, we certainly want to move it up, recognizing workforce housing is going to be a critical need in our growth. We certainly want to move the units up. And so since we know we will be revisiting the realities of these priorities as they impact the budget when we have the next round of this meeting, and this is the dream side of that, would seem reasonable to me. We'd put our 750, our next $250,000 increment, we'd like to see that grown as, which provides us with more housing as a result of, but also at the same time when we revisit the budgeting side of that, have the Community and Economic Development Department tell us what will that mean and translate to, because if we have to downshift it back to $500,000, then we'd want to know that. But for purposes of setting this out and making it a budget realization, it would seem to me we'd want to move it to 750. Commissioner Madden.
Commissioner Madden.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I absolutely concur, and I absolutely understand Commissioner McLeod's, rationale for asking questions. So even when we first started on this journey, I'd been on the CRA board, and we could spend $500,000 on 2 houses, and you're like, 2 families for this amount of money. It was depressing. And so we really did, have to collectively commit that this is important, but really look to Nicole, because she came from CRA, and to say, listen, let's learn from our mistakes, and let's let every dollar be leveraged with private money. We don't want to just have this be the city solving this problem, or we're using the totality of our money on a city project. We'd rather give points to a builder who goes and gets these federal funds and then builds a better product. And if you look around, and I would encourage you to do so, if you look at Nobe, which is a market rate apartment built by a regular developer, I'm not saying anything's wrong with it, but it's not affordable housing. And the amenities it provides versus a Green Mills project that has, additional stone facade and brick and a pool and a workout room and a community center, you're like, wow. So this one's market rate, and this is where I got my affordable housing units. That was worth the investment. We didn't cover the cost of that. There's no way we could. But they were able to get this project in Lakeland, which is highly competitive. They have to go up and get these dollars. And projects are only approved for like certain areas, like 1 per time. And we're like, you go get it, you or someone like you, we want you to get it every single time, because we're getting a mixed, that's why Peace then was discouraged, because they're not all at, 50% and below. But the quality infrastructure piece that we have, if we have more units, which we're going to need seeing growth at large, then there's more for our working, members of a society. Then there's some for those coming out of homelessness into the Vermont Place, and then the Vermont Place, then they get back on up, and then they come into, the percentage of the units are at that affordability. So after some, kind of throwing money at things, hoping it would stick and hoping it would be a win, and realizing some things were not as a good use of our money, I think then when we saw some of these projects come and viewed them, and we're like, wow, okay, so if if our goal is to get this many units and we get them by partnering with private dollars, that seemed to be what we wanted, that we were about. And so then we put this line item in the budget because we felt like we had a best practice and a good product at the end of the day, not just throwing money hoping we have, because you could use this on vouchers. Well, vouchers solve the day for this month for that family, but they don't give us more units. You could use it on a lot of different mechanisms to solve the affordable housing dilemma, but we felt like leveraging our dollars with private builders and developers to try to increase our number of units at large with a mix of affordability and with market rate, were kind of our best formula for success. So I hope that kind of gives you at least the history in the last 4 years of where we've been. Do you have anything to add to that?
I would just encourage anybody to look at Midtown Lofts if they haven't seen it as an example.
It's going to be Monday, right?
Yes.
We tour that Monday.
That is helpful, and I think, whether we assign that number now or just with this is the direction the commission wants to go, but I do think it would, from my vantage point, when I was asked, will you commit to 750,000? I came back with it's possible, and I think the initiatives that we have pursued as a city and the partnerships that we've seen have been innovative and a good use of those dollars. But my message back, especially to Peace, was I want to see that continue, and until I have those details and know for sure, I wasn't ready to endorse that just yet. But I think overall, I think it's heading in that direction, and it makes sense if we're able to do more of those types of projects.
And you're on the CRA, so really give your feedback there as well. I mean, because, you're just one vote away from maybe voting on something where the dollars are not maybe leveraged as well. And, it gives you kind of a good perspective to see there are best practices and how to use it and some not so great practices.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed.
I mean, Phil had his hand up in front of me, but I'm going to go ahead, Phil.
Okay.
I got the microphone.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you.
I ranked it kind of in the middle, personally. And the reason I did that is because of the increase in building costs. Last year, plywood was about $17 a sheet. Last week was $95 a sheet.
Unbelievable.
And of course, I think we get a bigger bang for our buck next year. I'd like to roll it back as, it's economy of scale per se. We can spend the same amount of money this year we did last year and maybe get half as many houses. But if we can wait one more year, we maybe get 3 houses for the same price. And that's why I just looked a bit more into the advance. And if you guys want to raise it to $750, I'm okay. But $500,000, we're going to do what we can. But I think next year we could probably do more for $1 million if you want to look at it that way.
Okay. Commissioner Walker, did you?
I was trying to make sure, after hearing the comments made by both the mayor and Commissioner Madden, and taking on what I heard Commissioner McLeod was, had thoughts, and wanted to make sure you had some clearance on. I think we need to look at a historical perspective too, because when I was on the CRA, I'm going back many years ago now, we started this particular situation with Lincoln Square. And, we spent several millions of dollars just to come in, drug infested, prostitution, and look what you got today. And you not only what you got today, but I've heard some comments made about, well, we put this kind of money, into these homes and blah, 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 blah. But look what the home value has even brought about in these recent years for those homeowners, even today. And a community, I think that's, if you drive out there and look around it, and now you say, wow, here we are, what we've done. And I'm not just talking about Lincoln Square, but just as it's been mentioned about Midtown Lofts, even Meriton and those kind of things as well. So I think it behooves us to know that it's going to take some dollars from us to make sure we still partner with those partnerships. Because I'm looking at what Blue Sky, I think, is doing on Griffin Road. Just north of our city, core city rather, Griffin Road, and what they're doing there, and this, I'm saying to myself, well, how much more, will we get from the bang for our buck to support what our citizens need and what we're trying to do for affordable housing and putting people into stable environments, communities that they can live in a safe, comfortable place and have a nice place as well, as I think Commissioner Madden you alluded to, with the architectural design and those kind of things. So that's why I've shared with, hey, if we can bump up a little bit to be even more supportive and being more help, we may get more of our bang for the buck too as well as what we've seen now from a historical perspective moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Selvage?
I think Tiger's examples are compelling, but I think it would be a mistake to Philip's point, to miss a year where we don't address it. I think we need to nudge it forward, show that we are addressing the issue, even if we feel it's prudent to wait a year to get more return on the investment. But it certainly would keep it where it is, but maybe keep our financial goals much lower.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Palmer. Point of order here. We're not voting, we're making recommendations on feasibility going to the city team. Are we okay with just doing thumbs up? There's a recommendation coming forward. We're not voting yay or nay. We're just going to give thumbs up for exploration of it. Are we okay with that process?
Sure. I mean, the final action will be at the budget hearings.
Yes. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so the mayor had requested 500 going to 750,000 for affordable housing. Okay, if you're supportive of Sean and the team looking at that, if you just give me a thumbs up. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, there you go. So you'll make that reflect that change. Okay, other comments?
Oh, now.
Remember we talked about the stories that we tell, the competitive salaries for staff. I feel like that should have a narrative to it. So if somebody looks at that, if you're going to go with all 34, which is what we're going to, so that they understand fully what that 10,000 means, all right? Because it can be interpreted, a couple different ways. So I just mentioned that.
The intent of that $10,000 is for
Still there.
competitive analysis, not $10,000 to be applied to staff.
No.
Because so
The
that's
operative word is analysis. We need analysis in there is what we need.
And again, that is a recurring line item.
there,
So
yeah.
that's,
Right.
we've been doing that and
Yeah.
will continue to do that. And that has been and is the intent of that particular line item.
Yeah, he's right. It does need the additional word analysis. So, because otherwise it looks like we really don't care as a commission, and that's not what we're reflecting, I don't think, in this.
And then you have things at the bottom. You've asked these questions, Commissioner. I'm going to come to you in just one moment. You've asked the questions before about what is the city team responsible for when you're making initiatives as a board, which may or may not be funded, especially in part being primarily carried out with volunteers. All right, so I just ask you to think about that, because in a few moments we're going to talk about, do you look at all 34 or do you see breaks? And there are 2 breaks, all right, large breaks. But I say that to say, because even though they're at the bottom, do you still say, hey, we want to explore those with no funding? That's a decision that you all have to be made as well. Commissioner Madden.
Thank you. So I would just like, from Sean's perspective, with the downtown redevelopment at $1,475,000, to me, does that pair with the catalyst funds at $1 million, or are those absolutely separate kind of initiatives? And then with P3 parking garage, near the bottom, it could be a garage idea. There could, just like with the heritage, we kind of, I don't know if we stumbled upon it or if we actively, sought out partners to build that with us. Those 3 in my mind, the Catalyst Fund or the downtown redevelopment, is there anything from prohibiting one of those to come to us? Because I thought there was some interest in some type of a garage on the Oak Street lot. I know there's also interest with the apartments on the Oak Street lot, but just if you could just sort of clarify the money that's allocated to downtown redevelopment, how that's different from the catalyst funds, and if one of them could or could not potentially lead to a garage parking.
So I think absolutely it could be a part of, if an opportunity came along for a garage, that would certainly could apply here. And so, the Oak Street concept and RFP that had gone out, we had received notification that is no longer. And so that's what happened to that potential. Not to say that may not, come back over time. And I think, there's even been a recent email to indicate some interest in that particular area. So, in recent one-on-ones and with some of the discussions about the connectivity between Bonnet Springs and RP Funding Center and some of the potential development over there, and some of the one-on-ones we've even talked about, a potential for, a garage to be located eventually in that area as well. So, that's kind of just an update on where those are. The city's always interested in those partnerships where they come up and there's a need, and we can partner for the development of the garages in downtown. And then I'm not sure what was the other part of the question about.
There's actual money allocated, $1,475,000 to downtown redevelopment, and then the $1 million for the catalyst funds. What are those specifically targeted? For what are they specifically targeted? I guess I'm just, a little bit, I need some clarity on both those line items.
And let me just, Mike, those are accumulated, right?
Yes.
That's accumulated funds into those two accounts.
Peter Scott.
The $1,475,000 is strictly budgeted for downtown projects. $600,000 is coming from the downtown CRA, including that $1,475,000, whereas the catalyst money, the $1 million, is citywide.
And the $1,475,000 can be utilities kinds of reliefs. Okay.
And the $1,046,250, that's an accumulation, right?
Yes,
it wasn't budgeted as a line item specifically for that amount.
No, it was the original $2 million that was transferred in from solid waste, and then some of it's been used by the city manager's office for certain projects, and then a part of it was de-appropriated. $500,000, I believe, was de-appropriated last year, and so that's the $1,046,000 is that.
That would be like for attracting a summit downtown, or like examples like that.
Right, items that either Nicole's team or Jason find that we may need to incentivize to attract someone downtown, or working with Mr. Scruggs, trying to incentivize a business coming to downtown in that respect. That was kind of the logic of creating that project, and then it's up to whomever to determine its usage as it goes. But there is no recurring amount for that. That's what's there for right now.
It's just separate from the downtown, because the downtown is specific to that and also includes this downtown CRA monies.
Right.
But they both are kind of could work in tandem if we had some kind of amazing something.
The downtown redevelopment, because of the CRA portion, of course, the CRA would be restricted to that particular district. But anything in additional to the CRA funding could be spent. It's budgeted for downtown, but that's not to say that it couldn't be spent in other areas if we decided to shift that money away from the downtown, except for the CRA portion.
Except for the CRA portion. Just a quick history on the second discussed parking garage. When Wesley Beck started talking with Tony, myself, and folks in the hospital about partnering up on a garage on his property, we had monies that we could put towards the debt service, which is actually the most important piece of it. How can we pay for our share for a period of time, right? And so the hope was that at some point we could pay that off and then have monies available for another partnership and the debt service for another partnership. It was explained during one-on-ones last year that if in fact community development saw a need to have a large parking garage on what is the LPD lot that you referred to, the cost of that was going to be such that there would have to be an alternative source of revenues to pay the debt service on that, up through and including a small millage increase, I think, as was discussed with each of the commissioners. So right now, there's no budget for any type of debt service for a second garage anywhere in CRAs or in the general fund or public improvement. So that would be the hurdle to a second garage, is just the debt service portion of
We were
that.
going to try to get some consensus on something like a pedestrian high line or a garage. I mean, we need to narrow it down to one kind of project and then try to pool funds towards that and see if we get leverage with other people who'd want to invest. I mean, it's not like we have enough for any of these projects, but if we're going to make any traction on one project, I'm looking for actual money.
Right.
Commissioner, can I ask
yeah.
you to do this? Just speak a little louder and into the mic so we make sure we capture you, okay?
I would just encourage that if you were going to go down that route, that you'd have a workshop with Nicole and her team, because she has knowledge, Jason Willie will have knowledge of what's out there that they may have in their own minds earmarked for using those catalyst monies coming forward, right? They may have some of that already planned, but it's not necessarily to the point where it's something to be discussed yet, because they don't know if they're far enough along.
Commissioner Walker.
I thought there had been some discussion, piggyback on what Commissioner Madden is talking about, and the parking garage as such, north, where it'd be, what side of north would be, east, west, north, northeast, whatever. When we had some discussion about the catalyst kind of projects in downtown West, I thought there was a parking garage kind of concept that came in that discussion with the chamber moving its particular home to where it will be landing, as well as Church's Connection with moving its multimodal kind of facility over next to the chamber, and there was a concept of a possible garage. I thought we heard that kind of discussion from even Ms. Nicole Travis when we started talking about these mismixed kind of a situation. Was that not shared with us?
That was, Commissioner, that was in our last round of one-on-ones, and that was, it was mentioned earlier today about the possibility of the second DCA. And if you'll recall, I had laid out the various different areas where development could occur, and we've had some letters of interest. We have some known development that you're referring to with the Chambers Business Resource Center, with the Intermodal Center. And so the eventual need, we've estimated that based on some of those proposed developments that could occur, probably 2 of those additional sites in addition to the chamber location and the intermodal, that we could probably have enough surface parking for 2 more, but beyond that, then we would have to start considering a potential for a garage to be located in the area you're referring to.
But I thought even before the DCA conversation, of late, which we hope we get a win-win for that, there was still conversation about a garage, but intermodal, chamber, and that's leading to what I think Commissioner Madden was talking about with the High Line, taking us from that point across to BSP. I thought that was discussion there.
And that was, I think, related back to when we were looking even at the idea of like the soccer or outdoor multi-use stadium, and then there was some mixed use that would occur to the north. There was also the discussion about, the need for a garage in that area during that kind of master planned catalyst opportunity.
But there's still been, I guess what I'm trying to make sure we land on is, we know, as I think, as you see the ranking here, with what possibilities that still will come with more redevelopment in our core downtown, moving west to what we call downtown west, with what we know will be coming out of the ground in hopes of a 3-5-year plan here we're looking at, it could very well mean we could need a garage, I would think, for those kind of projects and for parking, et cetera. That's my thought anyway. Of course, I'm not a planner. And, you know, we pay you all very well to do this kind of stuff. So I'm thinking still a park garage would still be ideal for what we're looking at happening in that core of our city.
Yes, sir. So through some of those, again, those catalyst discussions were initially where there was, you know, a vision that we would eventually need a garage in that area. And then since that has even evolved recently in those one-on-one conversations about it may not be what had necessarily been envisioned during the catalyst planning, but because of other opportunities, any of that development will eventually lead to the need for a garage still in that what we're downtown west, you know, RP Funding Center to Bonnet Springs area.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other Commissioner Madden?
And just one last point of clarity. So I basically am trying to, in my own mind, sift through, you know, what's possible, you know, and it sounds like an $11 million garage behind the police station or at RP Funding Center is long-term. And so rather than, you know, prolong the pedestrian highline idea, you know, waiting on a garage to be a part of that, I would rather pursue an opportunity to get across those railroad tracks, to get pedestrian, you know, from, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, besides going underneath the tiny little bridge, there's no way to get to the park that's just a stone's throw away. So I feel like that is an imperative on us, you know, what?
And the park is a certainty.
Right, it's right here. They've already investing millions and millions of dollars. So, like, if I'm saying what is the next strategic move for us and where should we put some dollars, you know, I think it's pie in the sky for me to think that I could build a garage and do a pedestrian highline on Lake Mirror this year. So where else might I try to get a highline and get this beautiful amenity and work in tandem with the people who are already investing millions of dollars at our park and at the RP Funding Center with the new hotel? I'd like to see some visioning and some renderings onto how that could be made possible, and then also, you know, talks with CSX or whoever else we'd have to talk to, an FDOT, to see how we could maybe get some traction.
Comments, Sean?
That would certainly be a part of where this would be ranked and the needs that we would need to go through with engineering and design and construction funding. You know, so I think it plays into that. But certainly that would be a need would be to start with what that would look like and what opportunities might advance that sooner than later.
Funds could potentially come out of the Catalyst Fund. So it's not like I have to have a magic wand to come up with the money for that, if we want that to be a priority. That's what I'm just trying to look for the funds that are on this table. I'm thinking that that's where we have money. Is it this is the money, or we raise taxes, or I don't know how we pay for things that we're wishing on today. That's what I'm trying to do what I do at work, come up with money to pay for things.
And that's the part one, part two of this too.
It goes
So
back
it'd
to the
be
question that we're
realistic.
asking Mike about
dreaming.
cash, you know, flow. So
That's okay to be.
the question is, do you, go ahead,
I was
Commissioner.
going to say, I'm with you, Commissioner Madden, in that when I look at this, I see a project like the pedestrian highline that's in downtown. I look at the dollars that we have potentially budgeted for downtown redevelopment or catalyst. I would logically think those would be available for that. If not, you know, would certainly want to know, no, it's not, and here are your options
really
when we come
dreaming.
back. Yeah.
Commissioner, I think it's important to say that again. I just want to make sure that they hear this. Make your.
Yeah, just as you come back for the next round, if there's a project like the Highline that's in downtown, I'm with Commissioner Madden in interpreting the monies that are budgeted in downtown redevelopment or Catalyst Fund as being available for that. And if they're not, we would just want to know, hey, actually, we can't use that, and here's why. Here are your options.
And so it's really just a shifting of the funding, you know, based upon what's already accumulated or remaining in those line items, and whether they are truly committed at this time? And if not, could we shift that towards something like advancing the High Line? And so we will certainly evaluate that and come back with that discussion.
So beautiful, very poignant questions. So he will investigate, and this person over here is, we don't say enough, but Kelly's over there taking notes. And so everything will be, scribed for us, so we'll be able to go back and cross-reference. Okay. All right, other topics. Commissioner Selvage.
To beat a dead horse, I see Stephanie's point. We don't need to anchor that thing to a parking.
You don't need to what, say again?
We don't need to anchor a High Line to a parking garage. It's really to serve RP Funding Center. So I would advise to move forward on this as a solo project and not tie it to the parking garage.
Okay. Other things. What you're doing right now is building story, right? You've got your ranking, and so you're building story. And so other comments regarding any of this data? Commissioner Reed.
Mike, would that come out of the CIP?
Would what come out of the CIP,
We
sir?
would do a High Line, would that come out of the CIP?
CIP, the Public Improvement Fund has no more capacity to build
I
something like
understand that,
that.
I'm just
So
asking, that would normally, wouldn't come from that area.
wouldn't come from the Public Improvement Fund. It would depend on, the cost. I don't remember what the estimated cost was of the one that we were talking about down here. But if you're talking about a basic walkover, that's, is that $1 million? That's a Chuck question there. Does that come from these catalyst monies? Does that come from, can we tap into some transportation dollars for that? I'm sure that folks a lot smarter than me when it comes to that type of it. Is it infrastructure? I mean, I hate to go back to that thing we're not supposed to talk about, but that's another discussion point. Is now I don't have any guess that Ms. Travis or Mr. Barmby are going to have an estimate of a cost or any type of renderings anytime soon to be able to give you an idea of what that would cost. But as far as the CIP, it might come out of the Transportation Fund CIP if it came through impact fee dollars for that area. They don't have capacity for gas tax revenues to be used on that. That's we're struggling to cover paving roads and infrastructure with the gas tax part of the transportation CIP.
We were going to do the one over down west of town. I think that was like $3.5 million just to go across the railroad track, if I remember correctly. And I would anticipate this cost about $10 million just to go that length, and just a pedestrian component without any vehicles. Be my least. I think that'd be the least amount it would cost.
Right. But to answer your question, there's no capacity in any of the funds right now to cover that type of the debt service on that kind of borrowing necessarily, without some sort of discussion about what needs to be cut to make that happen, unless there's grants available or something down the road. But I'd suggest a workshop for sure.
All right. So, Commissioner, one more. Go ahead.
We can
Go ahead.
continue to talk about these.
Sure.
Well, I'm looking at, the first 10 versus the next 10, and top 10 versus top 20. And I see a couple of things in my top 20, my next 10, I'll call it, the way myself and my colleagues have ranked. Two things I see here. I know one would be right before I face it in the next few weeks, and that's body cameras. So I like to. I know we have been shared with. I guess when we talked initially, there were three kind of possibilities. I thought it was given to us as far as dollars outside of grant money that we're looking at. I guess what kind of procedural way to accommodate, deal with body cameras for our law enforcement agency, of course being LPD.
Let me interject. Is there a workshop pertaining to that?
Yes.
So can we table that topic, or do we need to go
There's a
delve
workshop,
into
I
it
think.
now?
Yeah.
That would be up to the commissioner, but we do have an upcoming workshop for the second part of that discussion. If you'll remember, after we had the the first workshop, there was a request that we come back with additional information, even including some reports from agencies that are even located outside of our state of Florida. And so the police department's been working on, preparing for that, and it is now scheduled.
Okay, well, then my
What's
second.
your pleasure?
We're moving forward, I believe I hear you correct. So we will hear in that workshop, I guess, how we can move forward with dollars to expand for the particular body camera kind of thing, because I thought in our last conversation, there was I thought I saw 3 ways it can move forward, and one was incorporated with dash cameras plus I call BCs, a body camera, what do they call it, BCP, body something cameras, whatever. It was a terminology there, but anyway, body cameras overall. So that's it, BWC, body worn cameras. Thank you, sir. And so we'll be hearing all that in this workshop.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and dollars that will be shared with us as well, all of that. Okay, well, I'm satisfied as long as we know we're moving forward. Second thing, if I may, gateways to the city. I still like to see what kind of, I guess, option we have to let folk know you're coming into Lakeland. As I think Commissioner Salvage alluded to earlier, I think it was the LEDC some years back was talking about putting somebody on I-4 and to show you in Lakeland's territory, as opposed to what we see going into St. Petersburg. If you've gone to St. Petersburg, you see something in Orlando, it's almost you don't have to see anything with Tampa because it's always arranged on the major thoroughfare there. You're in the greater Tampa area. So that plus, coming into our city from I-4, which is a major, we're coming in almost the front door into Lakeland. I'd like to see what we can come up with in this fiscal year to start looking at making that happen for us in our city. So that's my take on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner McLeod.
I was just going to add to that I think just coming back to this is fluid. This is round 1, and it gives direction for staff to come back for the second pass. So something like body cameras, because it falls in the middle right now, doesn't mean that it may not move up in priority, or there may be a change, and we're leaving that flexibility, whether it's that or, and I agree, Commissioner Walker, I think there's real opportunities to improve gateways into the city. And so looking at that, but again, just because here it falls at number 18 doesn't mean that it can't become a priority this fiscal year or even move up as we go through the process.
All right. So thank you, Commissioner. So point of process here. What we're trying to do is give Sean and his team direction. It's not absolute. It's not absolute. It's fluid. You can come back, you see body cams right here. It brought that topic. You have a workshop on it, and you may end up with a dollar amount and grants, all that kind of, I don't know where that goes. All right. But when I look at the data right here, first of all, I applaud you for making a recommendation for increasing affordable housing, because you made that a priority in strategic planning. You gave credence to it in the budgetary process because you ranked it number 1. And so it stands to reason that it should have some movement financially. But when you look at breaking it down, you look at a gap of 10 or more. 1 stands by itself, then 2 through 11 are grouped. 2 through 11. And then you have 12 through 18. Then you have 19 through 31, and then you have 32 through 34. That's one way to look at it. Or you can say, we want to go down to and stop at number 19 or 21, and we want to send all those back. Or we want to send all 34 and let Sean take the priority that you have right now and appropriate the funding as such, as we're giving credence again to those top. So where do you want to go with it? Commissioner Salvage.
Well, I'm not arguing for this, but just to start the discussion, like the diversity liaison staff member, rank 33, that's been around a long time. And there is a strong feeling in parts of our community that this city staff needs a person like this. There's one at the county level. So I advocate, at least to discuss with you all, that we leave all 34 on the table and see how it falls out, rather than eliminating any of them.
I concur.
Agree.
It goes back to that, see what sticks, because some of them down here will not require money. You know, that you can actually put some things into practice. Commissioner McCarley.
And that's actually what I was going to say too. I agree completely to keep them all. But if you look at like the commission staff support person, I mean, that could be looking at the positions we have now and seeing if there's a way to use the positions we have now, but have a piece of their position support us in a different way. Like if we dialogue about what we want and maybe there's a way to tweak, not necessarily overwhelming anybody, but there might be some things on here that can be tweaked. And I had mentioned this offline a while ago, but even some of the transportation things that might get pushed out to Citrus Connection. I mean, obviously Chuck being involved and, you know, community development being involved in it, but maybe that doesn't land in our budget, but maybe it shows that we have an interest in it and we want to, as leaders of Lakeland, want to make sure that we have support in that area, but saying this is a priority for the city of Lakeland and is it outsourced? So I think, you know, looking down at this list, this might not all need, you know, a budget line, but it is our priority that ties into our strategic plan. And I think that having conversation about it elevates it to the community at large. And I do like the breakdown as well, that because that's kind of how I had it broken down. I looked in between the point system to see where everything fell. And again, going back to my comment earlier, you know, some of these staff might have on their list already too in their departments. So if this might help them say, oh, I'm affirmed and that we were planning to look at a high line in a different place, or going back to Commissioner Walker's point about that downtown west catalyst. I forget what Nicole had called it, but that plan originally that had the different pieces and had the parking garage even before intermodal was a discussion point. There might be some things that we're just bringing back to the surface for them that may not cost. But I agree with Commissioner Salvage to keep the 34 and see what sticks. And the lines that have money beside them, like the Southwest Park and the relocation of the fire station. The only thing I would add into that is, I can't remember who said it earlier, but reappropriating those things we had pulled out. I don't know if that was Commissioner McLeod or Mayor Mutz, but about the backstop. And then there was, I think, some additional catalyst funds.
Okay. All right, so let's just start with that, with a thumbs up. How many of you want to keep all 34 of these items? Just, there you go. I love it. I love it. Beautiful. All right. Anything else that we've missed that you want to add? Comments? Commissioner Reed.
I'm just trying to keep up a little bit. We're going to start with number one work. I know we're jumping around a whole lot. I'm just trying to figure, I know we started with and talked about the affordable housing, and then we jumped around and Gateway and all different things. Where are we at right now?
That's what I was saying. It's open discussion.
Oh,
it was
okay. So
wherever
we can go
you
wherever we
wanted to
want
go.
to.
That's
All
why
right.
it went that way. All right. Is there something that you want to talk about right now?
Yeah, I had ranked the competitive salaries for staff real high, and it's down on the bottom.
The analysis.
Well, yeah.
Is that because the funding was already there in this past fiscal year, perhaps? Sean White? Is there any?
Well, like I said, the funding that was there as a line item from 21 is a recurring line item that is used by the HR department at times when we need to do some analysis of certain positions or certain work groups. Different from, and I just, would also remind the commission that I believe it was 2018 when we had brought in a consultant, and we did a market analysis of all of the general fund employees, and we did make adjustments to the pay scales as a result of that. So, based on the fact that that was completed, I believe it was 2018, that we completed that. I think we're probably in pretty good shape as far as salaries being competitive is concerned. Now, there were some comments made earlier on about where we are with some of the union negotiations, and again, those are ongoing. We've continued to make offers that are being considered. We are presently awaiting a response to one of those offers right now, and those offers are geared to try to make sure that those salaries are competitive. So I'm not sure how much more need there is other than just the ongoing analysis that's done through the HR department. Every time we do see indication that are we a little behind with a certain particular job classification or work group, and then that work is done, and that's done using, again, internal staff in the HR department, different from when we did the entire general fund employee study that was completed in 2018. So that's what that money was budgeted. The 10,000 is there for. And I think, it would probably be good for us to keep that there for when that analysis is needed, year to year. And then the only other thing would be, back to when we do have the opportunity to bring in a consultant, to do a much larger, all-encompassing study like in 2018.
All right.
Okay, then I would have to see the number 12. I think we had talked about 115%, I think is what our threshold is now. We talked about maybe increasing that to 150 or 125, something like that. I don't know. We might look at that. If we're going to get better paying jobs, we got to raise the thresholds so they're a little bit more. We incentivize higher paying jobs versus $20 an hour manufacturing jobs or something like that. That's just a comment for.
Mayor?
I'll respond to that and then also add some additional comments because I think what Jason had come back to us to say was 115 matches the state's thresholds. And so that we might work above that if we can. I mean, there's no reason to. It's just that if we reduce the cap, or if we increase our own internal cap, we don't have accessibility to some of that other funding that could have been in that 10% differential, let's say, if we went from 115 to 125.
We get matched from the state,
Right.
say.
So so that number is really more determined by them than us. But the goal would be to have it even be higher in terms of normal pursuit.
I would argue, are we getting more of the subpar jobs because we're joining in with the county and the state? Because obviously we can't get a cheesecake factory because we don't have the median wage to support it.
Cheesecake's closed 32 locations.
Okay, well,
So-
whatever. I can't get another cracked egg. How about that one? I
Cracked
can't
egg.
get that one either because they're our median household wage.
Right. Well, and some of that
Or a
increments up.
payway or a.
But some of that increments up as we go, and it's the blending, but it's what we're talking about attracting. So I wanted to touch base on 4 points. One is airport commercial backstop, which we have high, and I think we would want to make certain that we are in agreement that that's money we'd want to keep. It's not going to be in this fiscal year. The need will not be in this fiscal year. So for us we could really keep that de-appropriated if that's the best way to do it. I don't know, Mike, what works for you.
I think if you're going to, if it's this commission's interest in setting that money aside again, I would recommend doing it now and just setting it at this budget cycle as we work through this budget cycle, and you can see the effect. And it's just set aside in a reserve simply to what we did before.
Okay.
And it's not counted towards days cash anymore, but it's in a reserve. It's such that, but again, you may want to hear from Gene. Gene may tell you that it's a number of years out, right? In which case, maybe we do something else. But for right now,
the practical implementation in current conversations is it can't be any sooner than fiscal year 23.
Is that what, excuse me?
Go ahead.
Is that what it's been shared with by Gene, our airport director? Or
There
is
isn't
it what-
anything to share until he has more tangible results. It's just there's progressive discussions that are positive, and but by the time you implement that, do the route changes and have the application, then they have the experience to run. We're outside of fiscal year '22. We'll be in fiscal year '23.
Will we be able to, I guess, picking back on what you just said, and what I'm hearing finance director is saying, to hear from the airport director as to what outlying year may be,
Right.
we can go ahead and put monies there, but it would not count as far as our days
Right.
cash on hand.
If you determine that this is something that the majority of the commission wants to do, my recommendation is set it aside. The general fund will still earn interest on those monies. They go right back into the surplus in the general fund every year as Mr. Stearns earns interest on those monies.
So then that would be probably the best thing for us to do is.
Right, as long as, yeah, again, you want to see what the effect is on your day's cash and make sure you're comfortable. If you are, we'll make it happen. Yes, sir.
Commissioner McCarlin?
I would be curious to see that if we set it aside, does that help Mr. Conrad leverage interest? If we set it aside for '22, knowing that it's kind of set aside, does that help him do his job to make sure we can get commercial here? If it reflects that we already have skin in the game and we're committed to it.
It does.
So I would
not
agree
only
with that.
helps them, it's required.
Right. Well, and yeah, anything to, because if we push it too far, if we just have it as a placeholder, I would rather keep it as a placeholder in '22, '23, knowing that it won't happen until '23, to ensure that dialogue continues. Does that make sense?
Mayor, would you like to frame that for us?
Well, let's do the discussion first.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think this shows that it would be great to have Gene come in and do a quick update on the status of those discussions and how this reappropriating the backstop plays into it. I would strongly support putting that money back if it's helpful and if we can use that to leverage. But it would just be good to get an update from him on that.
It's difficult to do negotiations.
Just a quick, hey, here's where.
Right, right.
Obviously, Mayor, you're in. You have some more details than the rest of us do, and I just think it'd be helpful for the group to be in that loop as well.
If I may, Commissioner, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
But to that point, ideally, and this would include Gene's endorsement, ideally it would be available in FY '22. However, if also though it could be available, when needed, whether that was through, surplus, and if it were needed in FY '22 and we had to tap into that surplus, that's another option.
Commissioner Reed?
Thank you. I endorse it as well. I think if Gene knows it's there, we're still going to have to go to the county, still have to go to sports marketing.
County's in.
To get them in, if somebody's got to go first. And I think if we go first, because it's going to be our biggest asset, it's going to give us credibility with this county as well as sports marketing and maybe the private sector.
Okay, Mayor, you said county's in, is that what
County
you
is
said?
in, so they didn't deappropriate it, we did.
Okay. Commissioner Selvage?
Yeah, this speaks in general to the entire argument about keeping them all on the list, because sometimes vision meets opportunity. And we have in Washington a huge infrastructure bill being discussed. Who knows where that's going to go, what it's going to encompass. So I think we need to be ready to take advantage of opportunities.
Very good. Good stuff.
Is there a number? We're going to use $1 million or $500,000?
Million.
What's the?
We need to be $1 million.
Other comments to this topic? Any other comments? Scanning really quick. All right, back to you again, Mayor. Do you want to make a recommendation?
So my recommendation would be that we keep it in the budget. We appropriate it in the budget this year, leave it in the general fund, and have it so that it's in place, and he has the knowledge and can communicate that as he negotiates.
That's FY '22.
Thumbs up. All right, there you go. All right.
To muddy the waters with a question, would you like that done as an appropriation this summer? Because it's really not something that needs to be done as a formal budget item. It's just simply an appropriation that takes it out of our surplus and into a reserve fund. You don't have to wait till then. If that helps Gene and the 7 of you are committed to doing it, whether we do it now or during the budget process is not relevant. If that helps, we
I
can.
really think that's the right time to do it, and that'll be
Okay,
fine.
but I'll wait for Sean to tell me that you guys are good after you've had your workshop, if you're going to pick his brain.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Is the idea, though, a workshop? I think it's
I was-
led us to wanting to do this without the workshop. And of course, and even in other areas that we've talked about, when we're negotiating, workshops are sometimes very difficult with the discussions that happen that take away, some of our negotiating ability. And so it seems to me that we're leaning toward making it happen. We don't necessarily need a workshop right now.
I agree. I wasn't asking for a workshop, just a general update as much as he can share. I think sometimes
Just a few
it's out of
sentences.
sight, out of mind, and so just to remind us and the public, hey, this we're working on it, and it's moving forward.
I feel like we're reading between the lines that the mayor's giving us nuances that we should do this, and maybe that's in lieu of a workshop to feel confident that we need it. But I'm just making that.
Trying to be
For
available.
clarification, was it at 1 million?
1 million.
1 million.
Next point that I,
Mr. Mayor, make sure I heard it right now. We are gonna get the update. It don't have to be a workshop, but just an update.
no, he will make that
Yeah,
statement to us.
update, okay. And I don't mean that to be,
Yeah, sure.
in a way, just that sometimes you know more than what we know because.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell Gene, listen, I want that highline. So do you really need it right now, or can I have it first?
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so then we had, a question I have, manufacturing incentives, which is number 9B for us, and showcase manufacturing jobs with LEDC. What's the difference between those two? We have, which is item 20. Is that the same thing or not?
I thought from this morning, when we talked about showcase jobs with LEDC, that was the idea of like doing maybe a joint video and kind of marketing.
Showcase
Yes,
jobs.
yeah,
Yeah.
separate
Yes.
from the manufacturing incentive.
I missed that completely.
you
Okay,
get the
I apologize
workforce.
for that question. And then the last question I have is, where are we on the CIP on the relocate of 3?
We have $1 million set aside for the purchase of the property. I know that Jason and that team have been working on trying to locate a spot. I think they were looking fairly close to Cook Park at the last I heard, but they're not sure exactly where that may land. But as we discussed during the Public Improvement Fund discussion and the hospital discussion, the monies that we had originally earmarked for design and construction of approximately $3.5 million are out. That
Right.
was part of how we got the hospital deal done in the Public Improvement Fund.
This is,
So
this is land
That's
only.
purchasing, that's hopefully having enough to purchase the property based on that.
Oh, and then also, I make a recommendation for cultural arts to move from 250,000 to 275,000, which is what we on the Mayor Council of Arts have really tried to indicate we do moving forward to do some tweaking up, and that was kind of our minimum tweak level. 200 to move the cultural arts $250,000 budget to, I would recommend, to 275. And Commissioner McCarley, you might want to weigh in on this a little too.
Yes, that was something that we had discussed in the council meetings, and to scale up a little bit. We do think, just to reference back to what we talked about earlier with economic impact and how we view economic impact from a sports marketing and TDC from the county level with Mr. Jackson and Mr. Zimmerman. So the arts actually has to show their economic impact when they apply for grants through the Tourism Development Council monies that come through that bed tax. So that data is there. So that's something too that the council has access to, so we can show that economic impact. We think that through the marketing and the collective Lakeland Arts branding, which is on the back of my phone, if anybody needs a reminder of what that looks like. We feel like that elevates this to help more entities throughout the community who have an arts focus, and we would like to see that bumped up because I think we're still not quite to where we were initially when this was started several years ago. And I'm actually looking at Dr. Collins, even though he's our facilitator, to see if I'm missing something because he formally chaired that. But I don't know if you feel comfortable adding in or no.
If you ask me, I'm perfectly comfortable.
I'm asking you.
Okay. So thank you to the point. And what we were asking for is to expand our opportunities for young startups, for young creatives and so forth that had a propensity for contributing to the community, that they had 3 years of longevity of investment into the community and so forth. And so that was all part of the documentation. So we had it tiered. The Arts Council doesn't exist to serve itself. You have the Arts Council, which is kind of like your PTA of a school, and looking at those core organizations, arts-centric organizations in Lakeland to make us a Lakeland destination. But then you have these young individuals or young nonprofits that are part of the vibrant fabric of our city, and how do you encourage them and provide them opportunities as well when they don't meet the other grant criteria? So there were multiple categories of criteria that were established to try and accommodate all strata.
And also just to add to that, from an arts perspective, because I think that is a nebulous topic, anything we can do with, for instance, the murals around town that different private entities are having painted on the sides of their buildings, and that we are working to cultivate the arts throughout the Lakeland community. There are a couple things that come from public art. Number one, it provides a sense of safety. If sometimes you're walking around a city and you might see a work of art in a community, it might make you feel a little more safe to be in that area. So that goes to strong, safe neighborhoods that we've talked about through Lakeland Vision. But in addition to that, we would like to become a destination for arts, and we feel like we have a vibrant arts community that already is on that pathway. So when you talk about walkable communities, when you talk about Bonnet Springs Parks, which will have its own arts and culture piece to it, this just delves into it, and it helps us broaden, and it helps us get unusual suspects involved in providing that resource to the city. So we are converting, by committing to bringing along younger entrepreneurs and younger artists and younger organizations, newer organizations, it's helping us completely build out the fabric of art throughout Lakeland. So I think that little bump would be very, very helpful for us, because that money goes back out into these organizations. It doesn't stay with the council, it's granted out. And that helps us do what we say we're supposed to be doing.
Well stated. Commissioner Reed?
I kind of marked it low because they're getting. I thought we would maybe, with the Bonnet Park coming online, I thought they would do a lot, and we might do more by partnering with them, because I understand that this used to be a component that we delegated the money out, and we since formed the committee so y'all would delegate the money as opposed to us, because you probably have a better idea of what these different entities did than we did. We just 10,000 here, to that 20,000 there, 3,000 over here, without really knowing the actual worth of what we're doing from their particular perspective. And so again, I applaud you for that, and I'm glad we did that, because I didn't really know, but I didn't know if we needed an extra $25,000 in light of what's going to happen at Bonnet Springs Park. And there again, we may need to give more. Plus, we just initiated, when you do these bigger projects in town, they have to allocate a certain amount of money to public art, I think. Yeah. And so we haven't really just started implementing that. And so I'd like to see all of it kind of come together, as opposed to start throwing more money at right now, as opposed to later when we can really see if there's going to be a difference because of Bonnet Springs, and as well as the projects that are getting done, that 5% or 3% of the number? Does anybody remember? Of these construction projects that they're going to have to do, they have to have a certain amount.
I think it's 3. I think it's 3.
Some of these projects are pretty big, so there's going to be some.
There's a cap.
There's going to be a lot of.
There's a cap to it. It only goes to a certain amount.
It's
Yeah.
only on city buildings that we approved the ordinance for. Then it's just sort of like we recommend that other people do it.
And also, just so you know, currently I'm the chair of the Arts and Culture Committee for Bonnet Springs Park. So this would not be an conflict with, or it wouldn't, they're two separate things. They're mutually exclusive. So the park itself will be a destination. Let me just say it that way. And then this really helps underpin and kind of help us, I'm trying to think of the word, almost like arts infrastructure throughout the city. So as Carrie Falwell presented at our strategic plan meeting, that we are very unique in that we have a symphony, we have a public museum, we have these things in Lakeland that even Orlando and Tampa and other places don't have, all these big items. This helps us continue to cultivate artists and arts organizations in a different way that, not necessarily in a different way, but this strengthens those institutions and those art institutions, and it helps us. We have a great rubric in that grants process that's very, very structured. Even the website that was developed, the lakelandarts.com website that was developed, there is a way for arts organizations to participate in that that's really, really structured, so that we're enhancing and we're building upon it. So I don't think that one does another, or one is stronger than another, or we only need one. I think COVID has shown us through performing arts and through not just visual art that we need it in our community. And I think even with the unrest last summer throughout the nation, that public art is something that actually bridges communities together and different ethnic groups together and people with different histories, and it tells a story. And I think that it helps us in a relational standpoint, that this is actually a small amount of money for the return on investment that it does to bring our community together.
Individuals want a voice, community want a voice, and if they don't have a voice, then they're going to find a place, to exercise it. You saw that with the creation of hip hop and so forth. And to your point, which is a wonderful, but it came out of oppression, and not having a voice. Graffiti came out of oppression, and now you have graffiti art. Public arts, if it's done well and it's juried art, because just because it goes in a public space doesn't mean it's public art. It's in public view, but it doesn't mean it's public art. There's a significant difference. But just to your point there, and thank you for saying that about the grant, the dollars are not doled out. All right, that process was revamped to be more inclusive, more competitive, connect to economic sustainability, and Commissioner McCarley talked about the rubric. So that part of it is how they partner with other groups within the city, not just nonprofits. So that's a big scoring ticket item for receiving the grant. So
In 3 years.
yes.
Oh, at least.
Yes. In 3 years. Commissioner Walker.
Commissioner Mann had their hand up first.
I didn't see. Oh, I'm sorry. You got to keep your hand. Go ahead.
So thank you, Commissioner McCarley. I do appreciate that, because I was on the Mayor's Art Council at the beginning, and it really was just giving grants to the organizations, and then it was the folks on those organizations, vying for their own organization. So I was, a little more reticent to want to put more money into that when I'm thinking more in line with expanding our public art portfolio, in Lakeland, which isn't necessarily through the ISO or through the arts organizations. It's more when we have a building project or when we go and do things in a new area like Downtown West, that we are able to commission, a sculpture or, something beautiful in a fountain, or for Munn Park, eventually to be able to be reimagined. And so I even just hearing even 25,000 more, of course, I'm always a yes on arts because I love the arts, but I'd like to tip the scales a little bit more towards the city, get some more money to make our city, with these public, like I said, more sculptures and, but I'm glad that you said that you have made these changes, that there's a website and it's more arts advocacy and working, to make ourselves a destination. So like I said, I would have voted for more art anyway, but I was in my mind thinking I'd rather have the city be able to do more like the Lemon Street sculptures. I'm always sad that those aren't lighted up and featured, and we don't, have more people excited to see the new, and like I drive down and see the cranes put the new installations in. It's so exciting, but I don't feel like we get enough bang for that, that we do so well. But all that being said, I would support obviously the extra 25,000 if in fact it is to augment arts at large from the Mayor's Art Council on the Arts, and it's not just more grant money for the organizations.
Okay.
Not that they're not all wonderful and deserve the money, I'm just, you know.
Okay, Commissioner Walker?
Thank you. And I wanted to make sure if I heard Commissioner McCauley correct, and knowing how, again, from history perspective, how it was done and how it's being done now, I will applaud the process being, is better today. But still, are we making sure that we are inclusive of arts? Arts is not just sculptures, just paintings. It's dance. It's hip hop, like you just mentioned it. So are we making sure that those particular organizations or groups that are involved in those kind of different kinds of art are aware? And I mentioned it, I think, to, what's her name, Karen? Carrie, when we had our strategic planning meeting. How we make sure that they get this information, they can apply, for dollars that are available, for their support, and because it's art. Maybe a different form of art, maybe it's something that particularly I may not enjoy as opposed to going to ISO, but still, it's art.
I think that the landing page and the website is really a critical component of doing this. So we had worked with MAID, and we had a small committee that worked on the branding together and to push that information out so that information is out. And then there's a calendar piece to that you can apply to be an affiliate if you're an arts organization. So there's a way to bring new voices in to that. And it really, that's more of a, I don't want to say stopgap, but it's just if you put a little more effort, like they're not going to throw on the calendar, necessarily Pig Fest. You know what I'm saying? Even though there's a clogging competition at Pig Fest. Now that maybe the clogging competition will go because some people think that is, and it is an expression of art, right? So there are parameters for that, an application process. So that goes along and concurrently with the grants application, but it is getting pushed out there. And I think you'll see it more and more as we talk about it. And I keep looking at my thing. Going to lakelandarts.com, there are different subheads, and we are tied to the city's website. I know that you can click when you go through Parks and Rec. I'm saying that, Dr. Collins making a face. Aren't we still? Org. I'm so sorry. LakelandArts.org. LKLDarts.org. You would think I would read my sticker. But yeah, there are ways, and that's the thing that's difficult about art is it is so many different things. And so even sitting as that chair at Bonnet Springs Park, having that discussion of, what is that? I think is visual art that can be projected on the side of a building that's white in the evening, and that might be a projection of either something that happened during the day, like a dance thing, or it could be a myriad of different things. So yes, we're inviting as much as possible because the stories are important and the organizations are important. And I think that branding is the jumping off point to be collective and to bring people along together. So, and as Commissioner Madden said, the people that sit on the council they're not necessarily all able to apply for the grants. It's not like it once was. Thank you, Kevin.
Right.
That's someone else. But
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. That's wonderful.
Look, it's the mayor.
Forget that. But across the top, see where it says grants?
Yeah.
That's where anybody can get all the information they need to apply. And that's across the community, obviously.
All right. So any other comments pertaining, Commissioner Reed?
Sean, do we need to talk about number 13, or was that addressed by
Okay,
Mike up there?
hang tight just one second. We'll come to 13. Let me finish this one first.
So my recommendation is to move that from 250 to 275.
All right.
I would take 300.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up. I've got 6. I need to see, make sure I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, there we go. Okay, item 13, Commissioner Reed.
Sean, is that something we need to put up, or is that, Mike addressed that $28 million earlier? Is that going to cover it, or do we need to even address that, or that's just kind of an automatic? Because I know invariably, if we don't do that, we're in jeopardy, maybe losing some tenants and stuff like that.
On ranking number 13,
Yeah,
the infrastructure at the airport,
yes.
what was,
I thought we were going to have to spend $28 million up there to do stuff, get ready for Amazon and stuff like that. Is that not part of what we were talking about a while ago up here?
No, sir. What I was talking about earlier for the borrowing for the airport is really all the projects that the commission has approved to date for Gene and his team to do the site work on Amazon, do the work on NOAA, and a number of the other projects that they've been working on, the ILS, those types of things that we needed to front the money, and many of which will have grant monies coming in the future. We had to borrow short-term through a bank, and we're now just going to flip that to a long-term debt now that we are done with those projects.
That was my understanding. I just didn't know if we needed to do something extra. I just wanted to
No,
address that.
no,
make
sir,
sure
not-
that was what we were talking about, and just, so it's just kind of an item on here that just kind of falls
I
into
thought
place.
the number 13 infrastructure around the airport, I maybe misunderstood, but I thought that was roadways off property, such as Hamilton Road. I thought that's what was talked about for that. That wasn't actually on property inside the fence. Am I right? Okay.
That's what we were talking.
Wait, can you clarify that again? Sorry, that we were.
Which piece?
The infrastructure ranking was to talk about what are we doing to prepare around the
Yes,
airport.
surrounding areas, not
Surrounding.
thank you.
That was when we talked about Medela.
Yeah, I can't ever say that one, sorry.
Medela,
Nadella.
like a fella, only it's a
Okay.
Medela.
All right, Commissioner, did we answer your question? Did we answer your question? You
That
did.
answers my
Okay. Other, any of these areas, Commissioner McLeod?
Thank you. I wanted to ask about Brightline preparation. Mayor, you mentioned that, and I would fully support it, but I haven't heard that in a long time, and so maybe encourage that there's possibly some movement or more discussion, or we just
No
want to
new
be
movement, to my knowledge, that other than this, we have to be prudent enough, early enough, that when there becomes movement, which will come relatively quickly, we can have thoughtfully prepared some kind of place to make it attractive for them to have the acreage they need to have for their stop, so that there is both economic ability for them to generate income from it, and we're a good distance, at 120 miles an hour, we're appropriate distance between the two cities for the stop, because you get up speed and you slow down and you move back up again, and you have enough time to have speed on both sides. The DOT conversations are active. We hear that when we're in the TDP meetings, and we have, or TPO meetings, and we have the interest for them to be able to come. And when we look at I-4, any of us, we know that we are self-creating the need on a longer-term basis to use high-speed rail, and many of us will do it and be glad to do it, especially in a nice vehicle that has Wi-Fi. So that's how you take a lot of traffic off the road, that and autonomous vehicles. So just to position ourselves to know on a planning basis that we are going to be able to be ready. So I only bring it up as a priority because it'll be too late if we don't get involved early enough.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Bill. Commissioner Sellers?
I'm going to violate your ground rule number 6. Utilize past experiences only as they affect present circumstances. Here it goes again. It's been about 10 years ago when we had the high-speed rail, and the mayor is exactly right. There's going to be competition all across Polk County. We got into some bitter debates about whether our stop should be at County Line Road, 98, Florida Poly, Haines City. So the more we're prepared to approach these developers when they get here, the better off we are. And I have saying that, Mayor, I don't know where we stand on all of that. But be prepared when it comes. Yeah.
All right.
I was
Commissioner
gonna
McLeod?
ask our city manager, is there anything you would add to that in terms of preparation? And
I have no other updates, or have not had any recent conversations. And when I say recent, I mean in the last couple of years, I've not had any conversation related to that. But the point's well taken, so I don't in any way mean to dismiss that, but I'm not aware of any, Chuck would probably be someone that we could ask if he's heard any conversations, but I have not.
And I think Brightline's still quite in a hold. I don't think they have fleshed out their Orlando International Terminal. I think that kind of went into hold pre-pandemic. So I'm not even sure where they are viability-wise at the moment. I just read about it, that's all.
All right. Commissioner Reed, you,
Well, it basically has to say few, there's sporadically in Florida Trend and Tampa Bay Business Journal stuff that we get, it'll come up periodically. But there's nothing decisive at this point.
Correct.
okay. All right. Any other comments on anything on this document? Any other comments? All right. I hear none. All right. So I'm going to turn it over to Sean here in just a moment because you have done your part. All right. And so let me just say a couple things in closing before I turn it over to Sean. But first of all, I'm going to commend you because he's laying it all out there. You all have said you wanted voice, you wanted time to collaborate together, you wanted to hear from each other. And going back to 2020, you said that you wanted to have input on the budget up front. You know, he heard what you said, he moved on it, and so that's a big risk doing that, and it's also a big trust factor. So I hope you all see that and the efforts on that. Everybody that worked on it on the city team, Emily's been working back behind it, Deidre, and of course Mike doing all his numbers and so forth. Barbara, we recognize you, but you missed it, all right? And so kudos to you all for this, putting it together. I'm going to say again, same thing we said at the beginning, said when we started right after lunch, and then now. It's a fluid process. It's only the beginning. It's prioritizing. It's helping them understand where you want to go, match to the strategic plan. Sean takes it back. He works with his team, his departments, and there's no sacred cows because we've done something for 10 years doesn't mean it still needs to be. There may be some things that he asks some of his departments to give up. I don't know. But he will be working the system, so to speak, and trying to come up with that balanced budget. So thank you for your time. You've been terrific. Sean?
I couldn't say it any better than Dr. Collins just did. I thank you all. We started off this morning talking about the change to the process and wanting to hear from the commission, as I've heard you all express in the past. And so, I did throughout the day, though, I referred to the process as being a little bit messy, but I heard Dr. Collins earlier say it was organic. And so maybe that's a better term. It was more organic as we went through this first process to hear from the commission before we start looking at department needs. And so as Dr. Collins has already laid out, we will go back and work with staff. And I want to thank staff. I want all the staff in the room who have been such a tremendous part of this, and even staff who is not in the room. You have probably all seen me looking at my phone throughout the day. That's because I've got staff, particularly department heads, who are also weighing in on some of the discussions, and so they're listening. They're certainly paying attention and tuned in as well. And I thank everybody on the staff for that assistance throughout the day. We will go back and we will start to work on the things that we heard today and start trying. And as we move forward and we get more shored up numbers, we will try to make the allocations based on the ranking and the conversation that we had today. And then as we talked about, when we come back after we've tried to balance that as much as we can, we'll need to come back for a commission direction, I would imagine, on some of those areas where we're going to need some help in balancing. So with that, we appreciate the process. I hope we did allow for as much time as needed for commission conversation, and much of today was just about that. It was for us to kind of hear the conversations between the commissioners so that we could get the direction that we needed. And so we really thought when we laid out the agenda that there was enough time provided for that. We can certainly always accommodate any other future time needs to bring the commission together for any additional conversations necessary. We will be moving forward with the workshops that we've talked about. some that were already scheduled, like the upcoming workshop on the body camera. And then other than that, what we look to do is bring back at that next budget meeting with the commission that balance and the better indication of the numbers where they are at that time, and work toward finalizing a budget for FY22. So with that, I thank you all for all the direction and input today, and look forward to moving this process forward. Any other?
We do you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Can we also just thank Dr. Collins for facilitating this, because it's not an easy role, and I think you walk us through this very well, so appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
I think the more correct term, Sean, was organized chaos.
That's where I live.
This is just normal for me. I don't know.
Your large family.
It's very organized.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.